chairperson of the organizing committee, Dr. Peris Chege, to open with a word of prayer. Thank you, Dr. Peris, for the prayer, and welcome all. We recognize the presence of the chief guests, who is the CS for the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Rebecca Miano, EGH, represented by Madam Anna Modonikiarie, who is the Deputy Director, Judge of the Industries, Research, Manufacturing, and Policy. We also we recognize the presence of our keynote speakers, Dr. Musie Arega, Professor Chimwemwe Chipeta, and Professor Simon Gisharo, and also the University Management, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjoy, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovations and Outreach, Professor Caroline Thorua, and the other members of the University Management. Once again, I'm Dr. David Nzuki, a lecturer and a scholar in the area of information systems. And in these sessions, we'll have the rapporteurs, Dr. Lucy Wamugo. You can say hello, Dr. Lucy. We also have the other rapporteur, Dr. Agnes Kamau. Okay, we will now move on to the next part, and I would like to say that this 6th edition of the International Business Research and Industrial Conference has been organized by the School of Business, Economics and Tourism. Being the 6th edition, we confirm that the previous editions, a lot has come out of them that has informed various practices in the industry, in the government, and also in the academia. And we are privileged today to hold this 6th version that still is focusing on the current areas and the emerging areas in the academia, government, and industry. And we are looking forward, as we put our minds together in the 2 days, that we'll be able to come up with good output that will inform a number of areas for purpose of adding value to the body of knowledge in the 3 areas of academia, government, and industry. We have 6 sub-themes that you are aware of as participants, and therefore we are happy also to have participation of members drawn from across the world participating in this. At this point, allow me now to invite the chairperson of the conference, of the organizing committee conference, Dr. Peris Chege, to give opening remarks. Thank you.
Honorable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, represented by Hannah Mudhoni Kiarie, Deputy Director of Industries and Research, Manufacturing, Industrialization Policy in the States of Departments of Industry. The Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Washeke Wanjohi. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Kenyatta University, Professor Caroline Langat Gorua. Our keynote speakers, the Executive Dean, School of Business, Economics and Tourism, Dr. Perez Onono, and other executive deans present, the 6th Ibric Organizing Committee, international, local participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the local organizing committee, I take this opportunity to warmly welcome you to the 6th International Business Research and Industry Conference, Ibric 2024. This is the 6th time for the School of Business, Economics and Tourism to hold the Ibric Conference, which has over the years provided an interdisciplinary platform for researchers, policymakers, as well as practitioners, leading to continuous and lasting collaborations. I would like to urge each one of you to participate fully in this conference and bring your expertise to our gathering. I believe that all of us as conference participants have what it takes of the vision, the knowledge, the wherewithal, and the experience to help Africa pave its way into the future as far as business intelligence and innovations for sustainable development is concerned. Let us engage and network with the established leaders in the field, but also with emerging researchers so that we can ensure that we grow the next generation of African leaders who can spearhead business intelligence. I hope you leave here with lots of ideas on how to revitalize business intelligence and innovations for sustainable development, not only in Kenya, but regionally as well as globally. As I conclude, I want to acknowledge the immense support that we have received from the University Management Board, our partners, our collaborators, members of faculty, support staff, as well as students, as we planned and prepared for this conference. Last but not least, allow me to appreciate the efforts of the local organizing committee, including the chairpersons of the various subcommittees who have tirelessly worked hard to prepare for this conference. Thank you and have a fruitful conference. Thank you so much.
Dr. Chege, there is a call on the Executive Dean of the School of Business, Economics and Tourism, Dr. Perez Onono, to give welcoming remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. David Zuki. Our chief guest, Honorable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, represented by Hannah Mudhoni Kiarie, Deputy Director of Industries and Research, Manufacturing and Industrialization Policy in the State Department of Industry, our Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, who is being represented here by our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Caroline Torua Langat, members of Kenyatta University Management Board present, our keynote speakers, members of the 6th Ibric Organizing Committee, international and local participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning here in Kenya, and good afternoon, good evening to other participants joining us from the different parts of the world. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the 6th edition of the International Business Research and Industrial Conference, which has been hosted by the School of Business, Economics, and Tourism of Kenyatta University that I head. In the last 5 years, the school has successfully held 5 international conferences with a robust international and industry participation. The international conference provides us with an opportunity as academia, researchers, industry, and government players to present and discuss new and interesting developments in our fields. The conference has provided a platform over the years for strengthening relationships in knowledge sharing, while at the same time providing the necessary thrust in joint research collaborations and product commercialization within the research community and beyond. In aligning our research agenda to that of the university mission, the School of Business, Economics, and Tourism embraces collaborative research and dissemination as a catalyst to solving global socio-economic and environmental problems. As a result, the school promotes a dynamic research culture that enriches the academic experience of staff and our students. The school also endeavors to bring on board all stakeholders and partners to promote innovative ways across a broad array of disciplines to improve socio-economic, environmental, and cultural well-being of all. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is Business Intelligence and Innovations for Sustainable Development. With the increasing global focus on sustainable development agenda, business intelligence has evolved to become a vital enabler for addressing global challenges that most countries face. Business intelligence, capabilities, and initiatives drive better business decisions and enable organizations to increase revenue, improve operational efficiency, and gain competitive advantage over business rivals. Today's competitive landscape heavily relies on innovation. Sustainable innovation, such as intentional changes to companies' products, services, or processes to generate long-term social and environmental benefits while creating economic profits for the firm, have become critical for business survival. Sustainability-oriented companies are more likely to survive and navigate crisis, generate more revenue over the long run, and experience less share price volatility. The sub-themes of this conference provide us with an opportunity to look at this topic in a broad way, considering the multidimensional nature of the issues in the business environment. As I conclude, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the scholars, researchers, industry leaders, and government representatives who have graciously accepted our invitation to grace this conference. Together, we can generate a powerful momentum that transcends borders, driving sustainable social and economic prosperity. Thank you and welcome to Ibric 2024, and I believe that as we continue in the sessions that are ahead of us, Ibric 2024 will be a resounding success. Allow me now to take this opportunity to welcome our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovations, and Outreach, to make a brief remark and then bring the message of our Vice Chancellor to us. Thank you. Welcome, Madam DVC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanono Nono. Our chief guest, Ms. Hannah Muthoni Kiarie, Deputy Director of Industries, Directorate of Research, Manufacturing, and Industrial Policy, representing Honorable Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade, and Industry. members of university management, our keynote speakers, executive deans, the 6th Ibric Organizing Committee, international and local participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Kenyatta University community, I'm delighted to cordially welcome all of you to the 6th International Business Research and Industrial Conference, Ibric 2024. The Vice Chancellor had another official engagement and was not able to join us this morning, and therefore I'm going to read her speech this morning. Our chief guest, the School of Business, Economics, and Tourism has successfully hosted 5 editions of the International Business, Research, and Industrial Conferences. The first edition was held physically in 2019, and thereafter, the shift to virtual participation was necessitated as a response to the containment measures to curb the spread of COVID-19 in 2020. The continuation of virtual participation has granted the opportunity for larger impact of the conference, enabling wider international participation. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Business Research Conference provides a conversation platform that brings together the academics, industry, and government. The 3 are important stakeholders, each utilizing products from the other to realize their mandates and aspirations. As you would appreciate, government policies and actions influence decisions, practices, operations, and performance of business organizations who are operating in a dynamic global economy. The performance of business organization is an indicator of the economy's health. We are cognizant of the fact that government and industry are consumers of outputs of academic institutions in form of workforce and knowledge for continuous research, innovation, and outreach activities. We appreciate that quality training and research requires alignment with government policy and industry needs. The conference, therefore, provides a unique opportunity for researchers and experts across the globe, policymakers and practitioners, both in government and private sector, to come together and discuss critical issues pertaining to our social, cultural, political, and economic well-being. Dear participants, Ibric provides us all with a ground for nurturing productive relationships and collaborative research ventures. As you may have noticed in the program, the conference brings together speakers from different parts of the world within the sub-themes. This presents a great opportunity for networking, nurturing productive relationships, and collaborative research ventures, and learning from a wide range of experiences in different perspectives. Such networks allow academics and experts in the same or similar fields of studies all around the world to share thoughts in recent advances and technological breakthroughs, expand knowledge, and upgrade skills and performances in areas that are critical for accomplishing institutional objectives or yield new products and services to better our industry practices. Since its first edition in 2019, the annual conference has become a platform for disseminating research findings. Papers presented provide critical evidence that can be used for policy and practice, as well as inform further research. From the interactions with other researchers and use of evidence, presenters get critical feedback to use in their revisions for publications in peer-reviewed journals. The Book of Abstracts for papers presented in the conferences are published in the Kenyatta University website immediately at the end of the conference. Your participation in this conference, therefore, accords you the opportunity to interact with people from different cultures and dispositions, to learn from academia, industry, and government, and to be part of the conversation in your areas of expertise and interest. Our chief guest, the overarching theme of this year's conference, Business Intelligence and Innovation for Sustainable Development, provide a chance for participants to contribute to the conversation on the dynamic challenges and opportunities shaping our global landscape in each of the carefully selected sub-themes. We're in a transformative age where businesses are not only agents of economic growth, but also stewards of positive societal and environmental change. As we confront the multifaceted challenges in climate change, technological disruptions, social inequity, and geopolitical uncertainties, we recognize the importance of strategic action. The two-day planned discussions, therefore, hold profound significance as we explore the intersections of human capital development, entrepreneurship ecosystems, and strategic agility, the transformative potential of data science and artificial intelligence for sustainable productivity development. Each research paper, presentation, and discussion has the capacity to shape policies, influence business strategies, and bring about concrete transformation in the real world. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to extend heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed speakers and all participants who have contributed to making Ibric 2024 a reality. Your indication to advancing the frontiers of knowledge and affecting positive change in the world is truly commendable. I urge you to seize every opportunity during this conference to connect, collaborate, and leave an indelible mark on the path towards sustainable social and economic progress. Last but not least, I wish to thank the conference organizers, the subject experts from the School of Business, Economics and Tourism, Kenyatta University, together with our partners, the Committee for Development of Peoples, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Global Placement International, and all conference sponsors. Your collaboration is commendable, and I urge you to guard and build the partnerships for greater programs in the future. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference ahead. It is now my pleasure and humble duty to invite our chief guest, Ms. Hannah Muthoni Kiarie, Deputy Director of Industries, Directorate of Research, Manufacturing and Industrialization Policy, representing Honorable Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, to make her remarks and officially open the conference. Thank you.
Okay, the chief guest is preparing to make the presentation. So let's hold on as a representative, Madam Anna Kiarie, the Deputy Director, in charge of Industries and Research, gets to prepare for the presentation. Okay, she's trying to reconnect. Let's be a little bit patient as she reconnects. As we wait for her to reconnect, let me thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research and Innovations and Outreach, Professor Caroline Thorua, who is also the representative for the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjoy, for that great speech that has highlighted the key areas that this conference will be focusing on. And we are looking forward to having great research output that will come out of this conference. As I mentioned, okay, I'm informed that our chief guest is logged in. Our chief guest, if you can.
Good morning.
Morning, karibu. Okay.
Hello, can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Sorry about that hitch. The previous machine I was using did not accept me to use a video, but I managed to change to another machine. So I trust everyone is fine. My name is Hannah Mudhoni Kiari, as I have been introduced. I'm a Deputy Director of Industry, working at the State Department for Industry, in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, and I'm standing in for my boss, Honorable Rebecca Miano. So if you allow me, I'm going to do a written speech, and I'll do it as it is. So thank you. So Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Washeke Wanjoy, member of the University Management Board present, members of the University Board present, keynote speakers, Executive Dean, School of Business, Economics and Tourism, Dr. Peter Zomo, Executive Deans present, the 6th IBRC Organizing Committee, international and local participants, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The fusion between academia and the public sector is desirable to those that recognize the power of research in shaping public policy. I am glad that we are here to interrogate how research in business and industry ecosystem can create a tighter bond with the public sector and yield more rewarding public policies. I am therefore delighted to be part of this forum, whose potential to transform vital relationship is critical to our economic progress as a nation. Many thanks to the management of Kenyatta University and the organizers of this conference for putting together this seminar event. As always, in what has now clearly become a tradition, you are leading from the front. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, business intelligence and innovation for sustainable development, rhymes perfectly well with the government's intent to enhance economic development through innovations. Innovations from well-guided thought immersion can sharpen business processes and provide solid solutions. As a matter of fact, promoting innovations and improving business strategies, especially in the micro, small and medium enterprises is central to the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda approach. The mission of the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industrialization is to facilitate trade and investment by creating an enabling environment for domestic and international trade. Our vision is to be a global leader in promoting trade exports, investment, and private sector development. On the overall, ours is to promote an attractive investment climate in the country through providing favorable policy, legal, and institutional frameworks geared towards improving our competitiveness. We are therefore at home among players and stakeholders from the academia, industry, and the array of thought leaders present at this conference. Distinguished guests and participants, the world is marked in the middle of an artificial intelligence reform era, with digitalization and automation taking center stage across several spheres of business and production. The topic of business intelligence and innovation is therefore timely, for it gives us a chance to unpack the goodies that AI, as it is popularly referred to, has in store for us. Regarding innovations in technology-related fields, at number 8 out of 28 countries, according to 2023 Global Innovation Index, Kenya stands head and shoulders above many of her peers in sub-Saharan Africa. Yet, that should not be the reason for us to sit on our laurels. Two of many questions we should strive to answer in while this forum are: how do we encourage and equip innovations and business experts to create room for cutting-edge innovation that power intelligent business? How do we furnish our human capital with skills and sensibilities that can expand our market base to serve sophisticated needs of our target consumers using research and modern tech tools? Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, the World Bank reported a multidimensional poverty headcount ratio of 45% in Kenya. Meanwhile, unemployment stood at about 6% in 2021, with youth and unemployment totaling at 12.3%. The antidote for such an unsatisfactory state of affairs is creation of multiple job opportunities. Innovation-led growth is reliable fuel for economic takeoff. It leads to increased incomes while attracting investment and expanding business activities, thereby creating jobs. More jobs would level itself the escape route from the dreadful jinx of poverty. As we wrap our minds around the various subtopics identified for this conference, let us resolve to inspire measurable good, make job creation the ultimate fruit of our labor. We should also keep an eye on emerging trends in manufacturing that call for greater environment that deliver a sustainable socio-economic development. Whenever we can, let's ride the crest of data science and artificial intelligence to achieve our goals. I encourage our institutions of higher learning to continuously build networks and collaborate with the world of industry to bring concurrence to the conference where research meets both industry demands and awareness that powers robust public policy making. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and pleasure to declare the 2024 International Business, Research and Industrial Conference officially open. Thank you all, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our chief guests, for that moving speech and also for officially opening this conference. Would kindly request you to be with us as we invite 3 keynote speakers, after which we'll have a Q&A session. Thank you so much. At this point, I'll invite Dr. Musie Arega, who is the head of Productive Capacities and Sustainable Development branch of UNCTAD's Division for Africa, LCDs and Special Programs. He also has over 30 years experience on trend and development related issues and is currently responsible for analytical, technical, and normative work for UNCTAD in support of developing countries in fostering productive capacities and structural economic transformation for achieving sustainable growth and development. Over the years, he has also led the conceptualization, development, and implementation of various country-specific and regional projects, including the design and application of UNCTAD's Productive Capacities Index, National Productive Capacities, gap assessments, and holistic productive capacity development programs in several developing countries, including Kenya. His work on development governance and resource economics at UNCTAD has led to the establishment of regional centers of excellence in Africa and Asia. Dr. Deleleng's research areas include productive capacities building, structural economic transformation, marginalization and anti-development, understanding drivers of bias of ethnic polarization in Sub-Saharan Africa, private sector development, and understanding drivers of growth and development. He has published extensively on these topics, including authoring the book about the Africa-China partnership, a holistic analysis, and recently published by Roche. Welcome, Dr. Musie Arega. Dr. Musie Arega, you're there? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Seem to be muted. You can unmute. You can unmute, Dr. Arenga. You can unmute. Dr. Arenga. Okay, you can check on the audio. We are not getting you.
You are not getting the audio.
Yes, now we are getting you, sir. Thank you, welcome. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the host should allow me to share my PowerPoint presentation. That's what I was saying. Yeah, okay, now this is better. Do you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Not yet.
Oh my God. It shows me to share here. Is it coming now?
We can see in Zoom.
Oh. Let me stop sharing and share it again.
Yes, yes.
Just give me 2 seconds again. Sorry for the time taking. What is the problem? Now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, my sincere apologies for the technical glitches. So let me put it on the, okay. Do you see now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. It's not
But
showing me
on
here.
the last slide, you can get to the first slide.
Don't worry, it's not too much. Just simply I will be highlighting on a few issues.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. All protocol observed. The chief guest, the university community, the executive vice, the deputy executive dean, and my good friend, also the executive dean of the Faculty of Business, fellow speakers, distinguished guests, all participants, good morning to you from Geneva, from the United Nations headquarters, and it is a distinct honor and privilege for me to join you in this conference. I found the title and the theme of this conference both appealing, relevant, and timely, just because of two particular reasons. The conference consists of key pillars of what we call production transformation or structural transformation as a whole, which I will define in a minute, because it emphasizes the linkages between industrialization, sustainable development, innovation, and also business intelligence. These are what we call them core of production transformation or structural economic transformation. Secondly, I found the theme maybe a call for a new thinking of the education system, both in Kenya and in Africa. So I venture to call this speech or this presentation as Rethinking Africa's Education in the 21st Century, a new approach, or a new approach to education. In doing so, I will have about 6 small sections. Just first, I will share with you the key messages from the presentation. We will visit or revisit together where Kenya stands vis-a-vis comparative countries and key measures of education, innovation, and transformation. I will reflect also what sort of education that we need in the 21st century, what agenda should we have to balancing both quantity and quality of education, and how we foster also government, industry, university partnership. So finally, I will provide conclusions and the way forward.
Excuse me,
Simply,
Dr. Arenga,
Africa needs
you
a
can
dynamic and innovative and forward-looking education system, one that produces critical thinkers, not only workers, but also critical thinkers. The system of education that transforms our economies, fosters productive capacities, which I will define in a minute, and also ensure our competitiveness and entrepreneurship as a priority as we move forward.
Excuse me, Dr. Arenga. Excuse me.
Yes.
You can click on your current slide. We are still seeing the last slide.
Oh, still you are seeing the...
Yeah, you can click the current one.
Do you see this one?
No, it's still on the last one. You're on the last slide, the 24th slide. If you can click the current one that you are focusing on.
This is what I clicked. I'm clicking on it, but it's not showing you. You don't see also the outline?
No, it's still showing the 24th slide.
Wow.
The references, yes. You have put it on...
It is on the PowerPoint, it's on the show actually, so...
Okay.
Still you don't see the title.
No, not yet.
There is a problem then. Because this is, for me, on my desk, I'm seeing my actually cover page. You don't see this one?
Okay. I'm informed that the technical team will share for you, so you can stop sharing so that they share for you.
Oh, okay then.
But just continue as they put it up. Just continue.
Yeah, but I don't have a printed version of it. So let me also continue from here. So until they share the PowerPoint, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
For this system glitches. So actually, they came this morning to set all the entire presentation, our technicians, because I don't want to. So still you don't see my first slide?
Yes, now the first slide is up.
Okay, good. At least, yeah, so. So what I was saying is, when the PowerPoint will be shared, we need a new kind of education, which is dynamic, innovative, and forward-looking. The one which produces critical thinkers, and that fosters also productive capacities. In our measurement, this is what I was saying, Kenya was a star performer in sub-Saharan Africa, but it lags behind top performance both from the region and from other developing countries. What we are focusing, and what I was saying, is we need a new type of education, which I'm going to expand in a minute. Now, when we say education should be production, transformation, or transformative, and also that fosters structural transformation, just to put in the back of your mind what we call productive capacities, which determine the economy's capabilities and capacities to produce sophisticated range of items and products and to competitively export. And for this, we need three pillars in the economy. As you would see, the productive resources, which includes the human capacity, human capital, the natural resources we have, capital we have, and also the physical capital. We have entrepreneurial capabilities and capacities that is able to innovate. The one that also has a core business intelligence, but also we need also production and production linkages. These are linkages between the academia and the industry, which we will be talking today and tomorrow, and also linkages between the various sectors of the economy, agriculture, industry, and services, but more importantly, also linkages between the core agencies of production transformation, which is the private sector, linkages between foreign firms and domestic firms, linkages between large and small firms in transforming our economies. Now, these are capabilities we think that will transform our economies, that makes us competitive internationally, that generates jobs, that produces innovative thinkers, not only producers and workers, as I was saying, but critical thinkers in our economic system. And the structural transformation which we are aspiring for talks about moving or shifting all productive resources, whether it is labor or technology or capital or natural resources we have, from the lower productivity activity that we are now to more sophisticated and higher productivity activities. This is what we call it structural transformation. Cannot be done without fostering the new capable education system that is supportive of the sustainable development objectives of all nations, including Kenya. Now, as I was saying, we measured 193 economies through the productive capacities, which the chair has mentioned, and that is along the core components and categories of production transformation. The human capital is the core. I will focus on the human capital component, but you will see also whether that is the kind of capital we have in Kenya is transforming the economy as we stand now. That is the core of my discussion on when sharing you with Kenya's performance in the region. Simply, the PCI which we developed consists of 8 dimensions. It's a multi-dimensional productive capacity index that consists of the productive resources, the human capital, energy or electricity, the ICTs, the private sector, the education system we have, which has fostered human capital, but also more importantly, institutions, the private sector, and the infrastructure that we have. Measuring on those elements, as you would see here, Kenya is distancing itself from the average values of sub-Saharan Africa. As you would see, Kenya, I kept it yellow for you to follow through, but it is lagging behind some top performers from the region, such as Egypt and South Africa, but more importantly, the global developing countries, other developing countries, as we call them statistically. The reason, one of the concerns we have is this is what we did, I did a little regression, looking the human development index of Kenya vis-a-vis the global human capital index performance, the average, but more importantly, vis-a-vis how our human capital is correlated also with the productive capacities of the economy, which is the ability to produce sophisticated range of goods and services. As you would see, most of our countries from sub-Saharan Africa, they are congregating in the lower echelon of the distribution. Top performers are developed countries, advanced developing countries from Asia and Latin America. But as you can see, Kenya is ahead of sub-Saharan Africa in the middle, but it is lagging behind other developing countries. So for us, Kenya should be at least closer to the top performers from the developing countries. Just that's the message I wanted to leave, one message. Secondly, Kenya is still, we looked at our productive capacity index vis-a-vis the global GDP, the log of GDP per capita. This is a small regression that we did. And you will see Kenya is ahead of sub-Saharan African countries, but it is very far from other developing regions, which you will see in the top of the distribution. What we are saying is the new education which we are advocating for Kenya should lift the economy of Kenya to be at least comparable to some of the top performers from the developing regions. Now, of course, Kenya achieved a lot. This, when we say Kenya's education system is not transformational, it doesn't mean that it is on a standstill. You see 2007 and 2022, you will see easily in the charts in front of you how Kenya distanced itself from the African average, sub-Saharan African average, and neighboring countries such as Ethiopia. And Kenya is actually comparable in terms of, this is the adult literacy rate, as percentage of people aged 15 and above. Kenya is almost closer to the global average in 2022 by having more than 82% of its adult population being literate from the African region. This is, if by no means it's a minimum, or this is the achievement that we need to build on. This is the point I'm going to say. Kenya also distanced itself in some core issues. For example, in terms of the dollar value on education between 2020 and 2023, you can see in the yellow line how Kenya is distancing itself from the African average. This is not actually sub-Saharan African average, it is the African average, but still you will see the gap between other developing regions, Latin America, and also the Asian top performers in terms of investment in education. But we have to build on those kind of successes as we move forward. One area which Kenya's investment, which we have seen, has not really made Kenya in the last 23 years a bit different from sub-Saharan Africa, is investment in R&D. Kenya's investment in research and development is almost comparable to the African average, despite its high rate of investment in education. This is something that requires to shape. You see Asia, how Asia invests in research and development, and you see Latin America in the middle, but Kenya is tied with the African average, despite its high performance on adult literacy rate and also increased investment in education. So that is something that requires tweaking in terms of going forward. So what kind of education we need now in the 21st century, Kenya and Africa? As I was saying, we need to produce human capital that is capable of boosting our total factor productivity in our economy. It should enhance the efficiency of input that we use in producing output. It must improve our export competitiveness. It must create lead firms, Kenyan firms, not foreign firms, but Kenyan lead firms that are in the cutting edge of technology, production, transformation. Kenyan education must produce job creators as opposed to job seekers. This is the most challenge we have in Africa. We must apply knowledge and skills, but also we must build the capabilities of public institutions, particularly including the private sector as well. We must aim how to relieve binding constraints to our key economic problems. Otherwise, we may be falling behind the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. But that cannot be achieved without, a condition that permits for our education system to leapfrog. We need sound policies and institutions. We need facilitated and also not less interventionist government policies. We must have incentivizing government policies and governments, but with less intervention in the education system. We need to foster dynamic and competitive private sector. Otherwise, we may not leapfrog forward. We must scale investment in education, but more importantly, with a focus on R&D and R&D facilities. We must foster also dynamic partnership between the government, the industry, and the university, but also we must invest in continuous and lifelong learning. These are really issues that are coming from the studies we did in most successful countries. It's not simply I'm telling you this from my pocket, but this is substantiated by rigorous research, which you hinted in your introduction. We must have a political system that less interventions, less politicizing the education system. Education system should not be left out in the hands of election cycles, as we have seen in many countries that made success. So we have to have in Kenya the education system that reverses the country's premature deindustrialization. As you can see in the yellow mark, the manufacturing value added of Kenya, despite the fact that Kenya is one of the countries in the region that has the longest and oldest tradition, which is conducive to the private sector and the industrialization process, the manufacturing value added of Kenya in the last 20 years in a kind of downward trend, a kind of spiral fall. That must be reversed. We need a new productive forces that reverses. This is, we call it premature deindustrialization. But in terms of values, Kenya's manufacturing value added in terms of export dollar values is almost higher than the African value. It's about $8 billion US. But this is only 1/10 of the exports or the value of other developing countries, particularly from the Asian countries, which is nearly $80 billion a year. Now, we need also Kenya, the education system that embraces the ICT and that creates, as I was saying, the lead domestic firms. As you can see in the left-hand side, although Kenya is now ahead of Africa in embracing ICT in education, but still it's lagging behind other developing countries. But more importantly, Kenya's private sector is by far below South African, other developing countries' private sector role, but also Egypt from the region, which is the star performer. Although Kenya is distancing slightly from the sub-Saharan African average, I hate to compare always our top performers with weakest performers in the region. So we have to see how we can move forward Kenya's education system to also create lead firms in the economy. We need in Africa education that balances quality and quantity as well. Our education system should move beyond quantity. This is my argument all the time. I did a lot of work in Asia, which is covered also in the book that was you mentioned in the introduction. Just to give you an example, today Vietnam boasts, I think in 2022, 17.7 million students in its primary and secondary school. Of course, Vietnam has 100 million population nearly, but none of African countries compare, including Nigeria, Ethiopia, or Egypt, with Vietnam's performance. They boast 1.9 million university students and 800,000 technical and vocational education TVET graduates. It built close to 28,000 schools between 2014 and 2020, had about 242 universities, of which 176 are public and 66 are private. It has 1,888 TVETs. But these are quantitative targets. But simultaneously, what the country did was it transformed also the quality of the education by investing hugely in quality teachers and R&D facilities. It produced one of the lowest student-teacher ratios in the region, 19 people per teacher. It introduced rigorous testing, experimentation, and technology-driven education system. But more importantly, it introduced a cutting-edge supervision and monitoring and evaluation system. In 2023, education sector of Vietnam received $13 billion, although this is 3.3% of the GDP, which is comparable to Kenya's. But in terms of the absolute dollar that went the education system, it is one of the largest share from the public sector services that we have seen. So the other issue which we saw in Kenya is also the functional government-private sector university relationship or government-industry-university relationship, which enhanced the quality of the education system, which helped to match the skills the university produces with the industry needs, which also cut inefficiency and redundancy and helped to redirect productive resources to sectors, to the sector, the education system, but particularly the quality-oriented education. They fostered innovative capabilities in the research, academia, and also the think tanks, but more importantly, it facilitated the kind of partnership they had, facilitated a transition from quantity to quality and innovation-centered education. Most importantly, they broke the dependence of education system on external financing. I think this is one of the messages I wanted to leave with you. By external financing only, we may not achieve what we wanted. I think our ultimate objective, as with some of the successful countries, must be to foster a scientific, knowledge-driven, and technology-centered education system, which transforms our production, which enhances also our development system. I'm moving to the some of the sector factors in fostering government, private sector, and university partnerships. There is no universal blueprint, as you know. Every country has its own specificities, but some of the sector factors are that include the government playing an important role, but setting non-political, clear goals and objectives that play for the education system as well. The private sector identifies the problem that it faces. The research community explores implementable solutions, which is also financed and commercialized by the state and by the government. But more importantly, it requires a kind of mindset at all levels, that the government should not think that it is the sole owner of the nation. The private sector should not think that it is everyone approach them only for financing. But more importantly, there must be mutual trust and confidence between the academia, the private sector, and the government. Also, all institutions. We need to develop, public-private partnerships on education. In Africa, we don't have this. I don't know if you have it in Kenya, but in Africa, we have PPPs on infrastructure, on energy, on everything, but we don't have it in education. We need to explore the possibility of this. Joint funding is also absolutely vital, and we must have interest-centered dialogue, not position-based dialogue. I won't expound on this, but mutual interest must be the guiding principle for our dialogue between the academia, between our universities, the private sector, and the government. By way of conclusion, we must view our education system as an engine of growth and transformation. In Kenya, it must be long-term, it must be integrated, and it must be forward-looking, which creates jobs, not only job seekers, but also capable staff, capable graduates that are able to generate their own jobs. We must focus on our continuous and lifelong learning. This is scant in Africa. We don't invest. Once we issue degrees and certificates, we only there is no institutionalized life learning and continuous learning processes in most of our countries. We need to foster diverse skills and knowledge You know, in Africa, we are estimating by 2050, 230 million jobs require engineers, ICT specialists, programmers. If we do not prepare ourselves for the 2030, 2050 kind of transformation that we want to see in Africa, at least the next generation, we must start investing now in a kind of diverse skills that move away from theoretical focus, more technology and digital focused education system. The skill match with the needs of the economy must be given a priority. We must balance quality and quantity of education, not only at the university level, not only at the primary and secondary level, but from early childhood development programs. This is what most countries that have done.
And therefore, I'm pleased to invite the second guest, Professor Chimwemwe Chipeta. Professor Chimwemwe Chipeta is a professor of finance and director in the WITS Fintech Hub. Chimwemwe is a full professor of corporate finance, head of the finance division and director of the WITS Fintech Hub at the University of Witwatersrand. He holds a PhD in financial management sciences from the University of Pretoria and has 15 years of teaching and research experience in corporate finance and investments. Previously, he served as the Bank of Zambia chair in banking and finance at Mulugushi University, and later as a visiting scholar at the J. Mark Robinson College of Business at Georgia State University in the US. His research interests mainly focus on corporate finance, financial innovations, and investments. Chimwemwe is NRF rated C2 and has published numerous papers in the field of finance and investments in high impact journals such as Finance Research Letters, Emerging Markets Review, Journal of International Financial Markets, Institutions and Money, Research in International Business and Finance, and Investments Analyst Journal. He is the recipient of several awards, including the Research Excellence Award, and has received several externally funded grants. Chimwemwe has presented his research findings at numerous national and international conferences. Within the school, he has held leadership roles, including research coordinator and chair of the SEBS Finance and Research Committees. He was the lead organizer and host of the SEBS Annual Postgraduate Conference. Chimwemwe has several years of practical experience in areas related to degree program development, executive education, business plan development, and digital assets investments. Welcome, Professor Chipeta Chimwemwe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. I would just like to confirm at this moment if I am audible.
Yes, you are audio.
All right. And then I would like to confirm if you can all see my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, it's up now.
Okay. Is it still visible after I've put in the slideshow?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. The Dean, distinguished guests, and fellow presenters, all protocols are observed. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you've given to me to speak about matters that are very pertinent to, the digital transformation of the African continent. My name is Chimwemwe Chipeta, Director of the WITS Fintech Hub, as the chair has already alluded to. So I'm not going to dwell much on that, but I just wanted perhaps maybe to just give a brief context in terms of what the Fintech Hub is and what we do. The WITS Fintech Hub is a space within the university that is co-shared or partnered with one of the leading financial institutions in Johannesburg, South Africa, it's Liberty. And our main role is divided into 3 pillars. The first pillar is research and innovation. The second pillar is teaching, learning, and training. And then the other pillar would be industry engagement and commercialization. So from the teaching and learning training perspective, we are embarking on developing a number of programs, of which the Fintech Hub is developing in conjunction with the faculty at the master's level, at the postgraduate diploma level. And these are courses, programs that are heavy on AI, data science, blockchain, fintech, machine learning, and so forth. And also a series of short learning programs as well. From the research and innovation side, I'm very pleased to announce that later on in this year, we will be hosting the first WITS Global Fintech Conference. That will be in November, and then another one on climate finance as well in November. But I will share that information to the organizers of the conference via email. We are also heavily involved in working on research that deals with utilization of AI and data sciences to resolve practical problems in finance and also enhance financial inclusion. To that effect as well, we are supervising research at the master's PhD level, at the same time as we're taking some of this research that we think can be published, but at the same time as well can be commercialized. From the industry engagement side of things, we are in the process of developing what we call a blockchain innovation lab. And in that innovation lab, we want to share and transfer knowledge from the industry to be able to help not only our students, but also fintech entrepreneurs in the development of cutting-edge financial technologies. For example, how do you build a blockchain? How do you develop and deploy smart contracts and development of apps and so forth? So that is what the Fintech Hub in a nutshell is. Besides that, I'm also heading the division, the finance division within the School of Economics and Finance. And then I'm just going to, my presentation is in 2 parts. I've broken it into 2 parts, but it won't be long. But mainly it's on the fintech landscape in Africa and some of the challenges and opportunities. The first part, it draws from a data set that we called Crunchbase. And then the second part draws from the World Bank recent surveys. So in terms of the overview of the presentation, I'll look at the fintech landscape in Africa. And then I'll also look at some of the, data on worry that has been induced, financial worry that has been induced by the COVID pandemic, and to also look at the intensity of the adoption of digital financial technologies ever since COVID started. And then I'll also run some brief estimation models and then present some preliminary results with some conclusions and some policy recommendations. Okay, so what are the research objectives? The first objective, obviously, apologies, it's supposed to be research objectives, not research questions, but this can also be changed to research questions, to explore the fintech landscape in Africa, but mainly the Crunchbase database has got data on Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt. So those 4 countries predominantly. To explore the impact of the global pandemic on digital financial inclusion in sub-Saharan Africa, to explore the individual and country-specific factors that drive digital financial inclusion in sub-Saharan Africa, explore the role of individual and country-specific characteristics in mitigating the negative effect of a pandemic to digital financial inclusion, and determine policy interventions required to speed up access to digital financial services in the presence of a global pandemic. So just to look at some of the data that we looked at from the Crunchbase database, this is just data showing us from 2011 the number of fintech startups in mainly these 4 countries. As you can see that from 2014, there was an exponential growth in fintech startups, all the way up to somewhere around 2020. But then after 2020, after COVID, that trajectory seemed to, dissipate, and then we saw a slowdown in the number of fintech startups. Then if you look at the investors, so this is the number of investors per year into these fintech startups. Again, that is also correlating. You can see there, from 2017 right up to the time of the COVID year, 2020, there was an increase in the total number of investors into these fintech startups. And then after COVID, and then there was also we see a slight decline there. And then the fintech startups obviously rely on a number of funding rounds. Some of them could just have 1 funding round per year. Some of them could have several funding rounds. So again, what we're seeing here is that from 2013, there's slight uptick increase in funding rounds. Again, that peaks again in 2019, 2020, just showing that during the period of COVID, right up to the period leading up to COVID and the year of COVID, there was a lot of activity from the funding side of the fintech companies. And then if you look at the total funding amount in millions of dollars, you can see that just between 2020, 2021, and 2022, 2020, $320 million, 2021, close to $700 million. So from 2019 to 2021, $1 billion of funding was raised for fintech companies. What is also interesting is that although the activity dropped in terms of the number of fintech startups in 2021 and 2022, but we're seeing that in 2022 the total amount of funding increased. So it just shows that even after COVID, that's the total amount of funding itself was quite significant, showing that fintech companies are still predominant players during COVID and post-COVID, but obviously we're seeing 2023. 2024, obviously we haven't completed the year, so we don't have up-to-date information, but 2023, from the data that we're having, it seemed to be quite a slow year. And then if you look at the intensity maps, now I'm moving from the Crunchbase database and just looking at the results that were reported by the 2021 Global Findex database. This database is a comprehensive database, financial inclusion database that was sponsored by the World Bank, and I think it surveys over 128,000 individuals in over 100 countries. But we're just focusing here on Africa for the countries of which we have the data. And you can see that if you look at COVID worry, what do we mean by COVID worry? We mean individuals that indicated that they experienced financial hardship due to COVID. So we're just calling that COVID worry. So the intensity is in those countries, as you can see there. It's Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, those countries there. And then countries with less intensity on COVID worry will be somewhere in the Northern African region. This is also an interesting one here. This question is asked for individuals to indicate if they adopted or utilized digital payments for the first time since COVID started. And you can see that in countries like Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, those the countries that are reporting individuals that adopted the use of digital payments for the first time after COVID started. I think that should also be Kenya, if I'm also not mistaken. So it just shows that those countries are very proactive in terms of enhancing, making sure that there's a conducive environment for individuals to be able to adopt digital financial services. And then here, obviously, we've got here digital payments. That's individuals that made or received digital payments throughout the period. And you can see that South Africa is quite well represented in terms of the intensity, and Kenya as well, and Ghana as well. And then this one here is digital merchant payments. So digital in-store payments, again, the same countries as well. So it looks like South Africa, Kenya, and those countries seem to be ahead in terms of digital transformation. Some of the analysis that I said that I did was obviously broken down into two parts, as I mentioned. The first analysis was a Crunchbase data set that looked at fintech startups from 2010 to 2024. In no way are we saying that this is a true picture of the whole African continent, because majority of the data that we have is predominantly for those four countries: South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and Egypt. But for the second analysis, where we want to look at the relationship between the adoption of digital finance, in other words, what are the factors, individual and country level factors that drive the adoption of digital financial services, then we resorted to using the Global Fintech database, which was conducted in 2021. And for the data that we had was for the 31 African countries. And then for the country level data, we also got it from the World Bank, from the World Development Indicators. So the baseline model basically is looking at the impact of COVID worry, or financial worry induced by hardship due to COVID. What we're saying is that how does that, variable impact the adoption of digital financial services during COVID and post-COVID as well? And obviously, we also want to control for some of the individual and country-specific factors. But then the second one, we want to explore further, right? The role of individual characteristics such as age, gender, employment, and so forth. Whether you live in a rural or urban area, your literacy rates and stuff. So we want to explore the role of those individual factors in cushioning the negative effects of COVID worry on the adoption of digital financial services. Hence, we've got the interaction term there. these are some of the descriptive statistics, but and the basic statistics, which I will not go into now. I will just go straight into some of the preliminary results. We estimated a probit model, and then as you can see, the COVID worry variable. Sorry, I'm just trying to highlight that, but that's the first variable, the COVID worry. We ran multiple models by adding additional variables there, and it seems like the more we add the variables, the coefficient on the COVID worry variable, it's still a negative and statistically significant across all models. One might argue that if you're financially worried due to COVID and because of the lockdowns and so forth, and individuals would be more attuned to access digital platforms. But the results here are showing that if you are financially worried due to COVID, or let's call it COVID worry, you are less likely to adopt digital financial services. And how do we explain that in the context of lockdowns and in the context of adoption of online tools for people to be able to work from home and so forth? The question that's being asked here specifically is, to what extent are you financial due to COVID? So because of the slowdown in economic activity, which led to job losses. So if you've lost your job, obviously you're going to have limited resources, including limited financial resources, limited access to internet and internet services and so forth. Therefore, maybe that's why this negative coefficient is coming up significantly. It's because people that indicate that they're financially worried could mean that they could have lost a job, or their income could have been significantly reduced, which reduces the likelihood for them to make a digital payment, to purchase goods online and so forth. That's a plausible explanation that we have. And gender here is basically if you are female, you indicate 1, so it's a dummy variable. 1 if you're female, and 0 otherwise. Again, it shows that there is a gender gap in the adoption of digital financial services. Women are less likely to adopt digital financial services, and that is a challenge that one need to come up with practical solutions on how to address that gender gap. And then the youth, those are individuals between 15 to 35 years old. Again, they're less likely to adopt digital financial services. One can argue that the youth are more technologically savvy, so we should expect them to adopt the use of digital financial services. But we must also bear in mind that the youth are more likely to be unemployed. So therefore, they've got limited access to financial resources to be able to make purchases and so forth online. Again, that's a challenge. That brings about opportunities to be able to develop robust policies, to be able to intervene, particularly for the youth and also for the females, particularly even in the rural areas. Although the urban variable as well is significant, so individuals that are living in towns and urban areas are more likely to adopt digital financial services. So it means that there have to be targeted efforts for the unbanked, underserved people in the rural areas to be able to assist them to be able to adopt the digital financial services. One way is to look at the infrastructure, targeted education programs, and so forth. And we've got more variables here. Received a remittance. This one here is received a domestic remittance. So if you received a domestic remittance, you're more likely to adopt digital financial services, because we're seeing a positive coefficient that is statistically significant at all conventional levels, but at the same time as well, it is economically significant. So, and some of these remittances would be, mobile phone, kind of like, mobile money transactions and so forth. So that's quite predominant there. And then I just want to move on to the interactive effects to see to what extent do these individual and country-specific factors cushion the negative effects of COVID worry on the adoption of digital financial services. So gender really is not really coming out significant here. But what is striking and what is surprising is that when we interact COVID worry with youth, in other words, young people that indicated that they worried due to financial hardships induced by COVID, they tended to adopt digital financial services. So it could speak again to the level of exposure and to the extent to which the young people are more savvy with using gadgets and mobile phones and laptops and so forth to be able to access digital financial services. And then the other one that is significant here, again, those that indicated that they were worried due to COVID but live in urban areas, there was an increase in adoption of, they're more likely to adopt digital financial services, and those that received domestic remittances. Again, there's a positive and significant coefficient. So the only one there that which is somewhat I would say that different from the previous result would be the youth there that are worried due to hardship caused by COVID adopting digital financial services. And then we also, to ensure that our results are robust, we also included other dependent variables. So the main dependent variables, if you made or received a digital payment, that was the main variable. But then we've got other variables as well, that is the digital payment too, that is specifically looking at a merchant in-store payment. And then this one here, digital payment 3, that's a mobile money transaction. And then digital post-COVID, this is for those individuals that made a digital payment for the first time. Okay, that actually made or received a digital payment for the first time since COVID started. Again, what we're seeing is that the coefficient there of COVID worry is still negative and statistically significant. Then what we're seeing here as well with gender as well, even post-COVID, and since COVID started, the females as well are less likely to adopt digital financial services. But otherwise, everything else, if you're educated, you've got tertiary education, which could also proxy for literacy, including financial literacy, it helps as well. You can see those that have tertiary education are more likely to adopt digital financial services. It could also mean that they are employed, they have income, so therefore they're able to adopt digital financial services more readily. This is also confirmed by those that are employed, even post-COVID as well, the same factors. So we need to start thinking very carefully around the gender gap and as well for the youth as well. Although it is positive, it's not really statistically significant. So, in terms of some of the conclusions, we have what we're basically saying is that before COVID-19, there was exponential growth in fintech companies. Okay, in terms of the number of new startups. We also have got data on the number of apps that were developed, the activities on the apps, and so forth. And I've also presented data on number of investors of funding rounds. There was quite a significant activity in the fintech space in those 4 countries. But after COVID-19, there was a reduction in growth, but increase in the total absolute funding amounts, especially in 2021 and 2022. Fintech companies raised about $1.1 billion in the period 2019 to 2021. And then both individual and country level determinants, as we have shown here, play critical roles in shaping access to digital financial services. But what are some of the policy interventions? The findings of the study have several policy implications, particularly in light of the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic. There's a pressing need to promote gender and age inclusivity in digital financial services. Financial education programs, specifically targeting women and younger individuals, can play a crucial role in bridging the knowledge gap and fostering greater engagement with digital financial services. Financial institutions should be encouraged to develop gender-sensitive financial products that address the unique barriers women face in accessing these services. Enhancing education, employment opportunities, critical for improving digital financial inclusion, integrating financial literacy into school curricula, vocational training programs can equip individuals with the necessary skills to effectively engage with digital financial platforms from an early age. Okay, but not only that, but I think within the curriculum as well, it's very important, and that's the role that we want to play in the FinTech Hub, to be able to teach young people, at the universities and colleges, how to code, how to effectively, develop applications and how to work with these applications. But not only that, but also try to understand the risks that are involved. Because the more we become more introduced, exposed to these digital platforms, cross-border transactions, and so forth, there's also risks that are involved. And many people don't understand the inherent risks that are associated with some of these platforms. Additionally, policies aimed at boosting employment opportunities can have a positive impact, reducing the cost of data, improving the internet infrastructure, and so forth. Building financial resilience through initiatives that promote savings and insurance products can help individuals better withstand economic shocks and maintain their engagement with digital financial services. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'll stick around until the question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chimwemwe Chipeta, for that great presentation. I will now invite our third guest speaker, Professor Simon Gisharo, CBS. Professor Simon Gisharo is a distinguished academician and leader in the field of education and sustainable development. With a career spanning several decades, he has made significant contributions to academia, institution building, and policy and development. He holds advanced degrees in education, and his academic journey has equipped him with the knowledge and expertise necessary to spearhead innovative and educational initiatives. He has won various awards and honorable national and international mentions. Professor Gisharo is the chairman and founder of Mount Kenya University, currently is the chairman, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. He is an entrepreneur, having established various business enterprises within the East African region. My pleasure to invite Professor Simon Gesharu. Welcome.
Chief guest, Honorable Rebecca Miano, VC at the University, Executive Dean, Executive Dean School of Business Economics, Tourism, Prof. Teresa Onono. Thanks, gentlemen. Take this opportunity. And I just Ibric conference giving me an here briefly what lessons learned when establishing, developing Kenya University in Kenya, carrying university of interest. My presentation today, gentlemen, and the focus, agility, and I will start giving this more early, which I'm calling village power. And just like any other person own village, because when you are growing up, about our acting in the needs are essential in the family. Activity, like, for example, lack of food, mattresses, also toys, ready to big toys, bus, and also entertainment. There was no entertainment, especially when studying the primary school. What triggers? I said when I was in secondary school, entertainment made me think about how do I entertainment the other secondary boys. I was in boys' school, and in this established as club, basically played music, very flying classes, and youth formers club, church, state club, the club. So every Friday, go and rent box. They just go to school, charge students, and money that I used to have for me to pay back is renting the good box, the leader, and when I proceeded advanced levels, that and kids at the club where I celebrate students. I used to get my and using the school fees was not the master till the first day. I could use it to buy bread, sell this. made profit. Then I finished school. Then I was left operating. I used to assist from part-time. He had a small empire in Nairobi. And I learned also this to testing me on skills, business. Firstly, employed in my Teacher Service Commission, and during that employment, I established NGO. When I was a teacher, I was on this Kenyan Entrepreneur Program, which later made me fire mission of the British Council and University and worship lawyer felt I needed mission, and I was over time learned most important aspect of entrepreneur quickly and effectively engage his or her enterprise fortune, enter them with the market key. In my journey worship, when I reflect on stability, the story that comes in mind always. And people who know well established. One time when it was up, remember Nokia CEO ended his speech saying this, anything wrong somehow. On saying that, management team, self included, had sad. You all know sometimes back, Nokia had flexible cover, and CEO, chief executive, said they didn't do anything wrong in their business. However, the world changed. Opponents were powerful, and the mistake they did is that not change their phones, the ordinary phones, bank phones. And remember, time Samsung came to pass a smartphone, and that still all the problem. They missed out on learning, missed out on aging, and thus lost the opportunity at to make it big. But only did they miss the and big money, he lost chance. What is the message? If you don't, that will be patient. Not wrong. Don't want brand new things. Wherever the adults mindset cannot catch up with it. Now this thing, Darwin's famous school. This one, but the origin. Darwin said is not the most intellectual of species. It's not the strongest that survives, but the species that survives is the one that is best able to adapt and adjust to the environment with itself. What lessons we learn? First, anything is key. First, focus, no guarantees. Inwards adaptation and innovation are crucial for constantly aging. 2, animation is fun. Licensing, even in a successful company, institution can play vulnerabilities, competitors, opportunity drive wildly. B, embracing change powerfully, taking initiative to learn, both resilience and proactive approach to challenge. This mindset saves this. The active change is being forced to change to the external pressure. Essay and painful growth. Active growth, but only more effective as degree of truth. 5, lifelong learning is essential. In today's dynamic landscape, a continuous learning is no longer a luxury. Staying relevant requires a commitment to going forward. Success story. These are the key of them. There's model innovation, through market expansions and mergers. And in these, just to one of the examples, company started not long time ago. That gave me educative. In this one, this is my footprint in the big map. Build these established establishments. Look at media in Kenya, that is TV 47, TV 47, Kenya, and Rwanda, Royal Kenya. As you may know about the media, they are about licensed TV stations and over 100 licensed radio stations. Those are the stations that we met when we also saw license. And strategic agility, using innovative approaches, rapid adaptability, have been able, which TV 47 and Radio 47 in Kenya, the top for respectable stations. And in Rwanda, we have been able to push FM, German, the top 3 stations. I think these I want to take a note. In 2019, TV 47 has made significant strides in Kenyan media landscape. The media house has successfully positioned itself stories as and unintended narratives that resonate audience. Adding this, we have also very strong digital and also corporate programs. In Rwanda, when we entered the Rwanda market, found that most radio stations, what are you local language, stated that since the country was changing from station and going to position in this big thing. And in that, because there was no other one, then able to sales and really plug. Strategic agility and market expansion. Strategic agility allows firms to enter new market stories. In I start with the own Kenya University, we have been able to venture in other countries, started with Rwanda, Uganda, in South Sudan, Rwanda, and in this reason why we were able to do this, adopted very quickly e-learning, electronic learning, enabled us quickly expand markets. Diversification of programs and expansions of our footprint mitigate risks and seize new opportunities. Establishment of campuses across Kenya was related to quality education program. Full-fledged university in order, an additional campus that has significant regional growth, allowing us to tap into new markets and adapt diverse and strategic partnerships, mentoring, enhancing our capabilities and opening new avenues for growth. For example, our alliance with leading healthcare institutions in Germany brings world-class expertise in healthcare training program. And in this, our collaboration with German institutions enables qualify, go and work in Germany, not labor, professional. Paying jobs, as is Germany and also Austria. Our collaboration with prestigious maritime institutions in South Korea fits our maritime training, also gives graduates job and partnerships and collaboration not only enrich our curriculum but also foster knowledge, agent technology, advancements, university, and mergers and acquisitions, agility in identifying and executing acquisitions, and providing advantage success stories. Of course, these how do I know companies, Amazon, WhatsApp, PayPal, and eBay, Visa, and Warner Rampart, Verizon, and Ford. That's someone. Let me quickly look at the benefits of strategy, not ability, creating market share, entering new markets, enhancing competition, gaining access to new technologies, increasing market capitalization, boosting revenue. Challenges in implementing strategy, of course, mergers, expansion. Of course, every institution faces quite a number of challenges. These are just a few, there are many, and I will just pinpoint a few of them. Systems of upcoming inertia to change within the organization. Many people want to be the status quo, and therefore, when you're wanting to change, of course, things they encounter cannot change it. Nation ensuring cohesive action across different funds. Also management, balancing the agility, vision, cost that exist. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I think agility is agility for us, aiming to derive in today's fast-paced and predictable business environment. Culture of flexibility, innovation, and rapid response enable companies to navigate challenges and capitalize on emerging opportunities more effectively. Entrepreneurship ecosystems, this depends on strategic skills, human capital development, a function, and a child. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my part report. Proud of constant change, flexible in the system, agile. With that, gentlemen, active following education. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gisharo and Simon, for that great presentation. a practical case of excellence in the entrepreneurship. And therefore, I'm pleased to invite my colleague, Dr. Hannah Mbula, who will now oversee the Q&A session. Welcome, Dr. Hannah Mbula.
Yeah, thank you very much, the session chair. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I want to take this opportunity to thank all our guests and the hosts. So let me just do a small recap before I set the pace for Q&A. I would like to thank our conference chair as well as our executive dean, Dr. Perez Chege, who is the chair of the conference, as well as our executive dean, Dr. Perez Onono, for their insights on the theme of this conference. They both told us about sustainability in terms of bringing in mechanisms that will be able to take us to the next level so that we're able to drive social and economic sustainability. Thank you very much, our hosts. I also want to thank our DVC Rio for telling us how our conference theme is very much aligned. The DVC Rio was representing our Vice Chancellor, and she brought out very clearly the nexus of all the three stakeholders, that is the government in terms of policy dimension, the industry in terms of business organizations, and academia in terms of researches that are done. And she was able to bring out the nexus in terms of these three aligning so that at the end of the day we have transformations for sustainability in social and economic development. Yeah, and to our chief guest, she was able to bring out very clearly the power of research in shaping public policy and research in the industry ecosystem for better public policy with a potential for transformation. She was able to take cognizance that our conference theme is very much aligned to the government's bottom economic transformation agenda, and that the vision of the government is to bring out global leaders in promoting investment through providing favorable policies and institutional framework. And she actually emphasized that AI is the way to go, and our AI reforms will be very timely and very much aligned to the research that we have today. Our chief guest also echoed that the 2022 Global Innovation Index in Kenya was able to stand out. I mean, the 22 Global Index was able to bring out Kenya standing out very much ahead of its peers. And she also echoed that although Kenya is really doing well, we can still do better as a country, and there's a lot of room for improvement, and the cutting edge is innovation. And I think AI and our theme for today is the direction to go. She was also able to bring out the unemployment rates that can only be solved through initiatives such as this that we have today. The last thing that she also said was that job creation should be the ultimate good of our labor for the socio-economic development, and AI is the way to achieve our goals, and research meets every demand for development. Our other speaker, Dr. Musie Arega from Geneva, also gave his voice in terms of saying that research is anchored on three things. It is appealing. I mean, this conference is anchored on three things: that is, it's appealing, it is relevant, and very timely. And it consists of key pillars that will be able to help us in structural transformation, will be able to help us in sustainable development, and more also the business intelligence is very relevant to bringing in new approaches to education. And he also said that we need to foster education that is producing critical thinkers in such a way that we are able to have more job creators than job seekers. And he also said that all these are intertwined in production resources, entrepreneurial capabilities, and production linkages. And this will enhance structural economic transformation that will bring a shift of productive resources, of technology, competitiveness, which will actually run away from low productivity to high productivity. He also asked the question that where does Kenya stand in all this on human capital formulation? And I was able to give us the index that is used to measure human capital development. And I think he did say that a lot lies with human capital development. But he also said that new education can lead us to the path of development. And he asked this question that what kind of education do we need in the 21st century? And a lot was given in terms of scaling up investment, bringing in lifelong learning, less politicking in education, bringing in dynamic partnerships, and nurturing graduates who can be job creators rather than job seekers. And finally, he said that we need to have a balance between quantity and quality of education so that right from early childhood, we are able to get it right. Professor Chikweta, from the University of Witwatersrand, Joburg, the Fintech landscape in Africa, he was able to bring out the challenges and opportunities therein. And he gave a lot of emphasis through the research that he conducted in 4 countries, that is Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. And he said that the way to go is to bring in AI, to bring in the adoption of digital financing in the way we do things. But he also realized that before COVID-19 pandemic, the digital space was doing very well. But because of the COVID-19 worries, things did not move on very well. There was a decrease in terms of growth. So he gave a conclusion that it's important to have this uptake of being tech savvy so that we're able to embrace the digital space in financial inclusion. That will enable us to have more access. Our last speaker, that is Professor Simon Gisharu, gave us his journey to entrepreneurship. He gave us his story from the village to the world, and he talked about growing up environment, and he said that his environment was a very humble environment, but that lacked most of the basics, and that probably ignited his creativity and innovation in order to survive. And the trigger to develop the entrepreneurship journey was because I think he lacked very many basic things in secondary and A-levels and university education. And he told us that he first came up with an NGO when he was employed by the Teacher Service Commission, but he realized that certain key things are very important for you to succeed in entrepreneurship. One of them is strategic agility, and there's need to really be able to have that strategic ability. The effectiveness to change is very important in your entrepreneurship journey. And he told us that the world changes very fast, so every entrepreneur also needs to have that mindset of changing. Because when you miss out the opportunity, then you lose out in everything. He gave us the story of Nokia and how Nokia did not do anything wrong, but because Nokia did not change, there was a problem. And so he gave us lessons that we can learn, such as adaptability is very okay, stagnation can be very fatal, we need to embrace change, we need not to be reactive of change, but we need to be proactive. And the success stories are so many, like the TV 47, the Radio 47, and Royal FM in Rwanda. And we all know the success story of Mount Kenya University. But he also told us that all this is not without challenges. We only need to know how to navigate those challenges. So my humble submission is I thank our guest speakers for doing a wonderful job. And right now we are opening the space for Q&A. And I would like to give opportunities for 3 people to just, open up their mics and ask questions. And the first person that I will give this opportunity is Dr. Philip Wambua. And I would like you to just ask the questions that you directed to Dr. Arega. And then the next person that will ask questions, if he's able to, will be Shadrach Bet. Dr. Wambua.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anabula. The questions are already in the chat, and I was trying to save on time so that he picked a little bit of them. Therefore, if it's admissible that you can just pick from the chat and respond to them instead of repeating them once again, if you don't mind.
Okay, well guided. So let me get to the questions very fast. Okay. So the first question to Dr. Arega from Dr. Wambua was, what's your view on competency-based curriculum in the context of the Kenyan rural schools? What is your view on CBC in the context of Kenya rural schools?
Thank you very much. I think that's vital and critical question, and I must say there is no direct response for it, but there are, from the lessons that we gathered from several countries, the competency-based curriculum is vital, but we should not make a mistake that it is a solution to all the problems that we have in the education system. It must be linked to the incentive structures that we have in place, how we motivate our teachers so that the teaching and the research community will continue improving the education system, not only at the university level, as we have been saying, at the foundational level. This is what countries have done. Selecting teachers based on competence, based on interest is critical, but providing them also continuous training and upgrading of their own knowledge, their own skills is vital, as we saw them. And not only that, but also facilitating some of the countries, they sponsor their education system so that teachers continue upgrading their own knowledge and skills. The incentive structure so that they will not lead to other sectors as well. So these are critical issues that led to success, but more importantly, the policy dimension is also critical. How we invest in education, where we invest in education system, including testing and experimentation centers. These are vital to start at the younger age, as we have seen in most of the successful countries, including in Asia and some countries, few countries in Africa. Just to give you an example, in Asia, what they do is precisely to start the entire experimentation and scientific testing at the younger age. Just in a few years' time, Vietnam, which was really on the same level as most of our countries in sub-Saharan Africa, just 3 decades ago, Today, their students are performing on PISA on equal footing with European countries. They are highly competitive because they fashion the school system from theoretical to more problem solving, to more, instead of teaching them only knowledge is vital, but also challenging them to think. And also, as I was saying, investing in facilities, in school facilities, in education system, in laboratories, in libraries, the latest text materials, teaching materials, but more importantly, embedding the teaching system as part of the incentive structure of the government. These are key elements that we learn from the successful countries. As I was saying, all experiences are contextualized, should be contextualized in country-specific circumstances, and we have to look that the curriculum-based, the competency-based curriculum should not also penalize kids that may have different kind of orientation than academic orientation, for example. There are kids that may be feasible at the technical schools, vocational schools than universities. This is precisely even advanced countries such as Switzerland and Germany. This is the system that has been in place for 500 years. There is early detection of the potential of the kids. They identify kids that will go to the sciences, to the universities at the age of 10 or 9. And then they direct them accordingly, whether they should go to the university level or vocational training, education, or commerce, or Latin, or the languages. They do this kind of diagnosis at the early age so that they will have the skills that are matched to the economy, but also the skills that are also renewable. This is a life, they invest in lifelong learning and continuous learning. So if we put this kind of arrangements in place, I'm sure competency-based curriculum would yield some vital results, address some of the challenges that we have been facing. Thank you. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the response. I hope you are satisfied, Dr. Wambua, with that elaborate response from Dr. Arega. Yeah, so the next question was directed to Dr. Chipeta, and again it's from Dr. Wambua. He asks, COVID-19 worry having been quite significant, what would you recommend as a recovery path to the business which closed down then, since the owners may have suffered depression? I may repeat, Dr. Chipeta. COVID-19 worry having been quite significant, what would you recommend as recovery path to the business which closed down then, since the owners may have suffered depression?
Thank you very much for that question. It's a very interesting question. Although the study that we looked at is looking at individuals, but the broader study as well from the World Bank also looked at individuals that were employed, individuals that were self-employed, and there could be a lot of targeted, policies, to make sure that the businesses that closed down or that struggled during the COVID could be supported. And developed countries did a good job at enhancing what you call the social safety nets, for small businesses and individuals by implementing, stimulus plans into the economy. Whether pumping in money, through the central bank and lowering of the interest rates and so forth, and also cash injections to individuals, and also some subsidies as well that were offered to small businesses. To some extent as well, this was also done in South Africa, where the central bank went into an arrangement with the banks by extending a facility to the banks so that small, medium enterprises can have access to soft loans during the period of the shutdown, of the lockdown. At the same time as well, access as well to grants. So, for example, what was happening was that those businesses that had commitments in terms of interest payments, they would be given opportunity to renegotiate the interest payment, or to even renegotiate the payment or defer the payment period of time. So the banking system must be very, very responsive to the needs of small, medium enterprises. But of course, now we are post-COVID. So those were the interventions that were done during the COVID period, but they may not have been done in every country. Specifically, in countries where you've got small, medium enterprises that do not even have financial statements in place. We're talking about the informal sector. And that's where a majority of the people are creating jobs, majority of the people are earning an income, to be able to sustain their families. And that's where the key problem area is. And that's not only a problem that is due to COVID, but post-COVID, we're still seeing businesses, small businesses struggling. And it is an issue that, has been, that we've been grappling with over time. And it's being compounded, the problem is being compounded by slowdown in economic activity within the African countries, infrastructure challenges, for example, electricity shortages, which leads to inflation, global oil prices having a spillover effect into the economy. At the end of the day, these things affect the person on the ground. But there are certain interventions that can be done to be able to cushion some of these negative effects, and these must be coordinated. At the government level, at the central bank level, not only that, but also coming up with, solutions to, so someone that is in the rural area running a business, how can you give them access, to digital financial services, to be able to receive a payment at a very low cost, and to receive that payment instantly. That's very, very important, because you find that in some countries, just to make a payment, there is transaction costs, and it's going to take about 2 to 3 days. Again, that's actually exacerbating the situation. So if fintech platforms and apps can be developed to be able to assist these entrepreneurs to be able to transact at a very low cost and receive their money immediately, and that will help alleviate the problem of high transaction costs for the people that are underserved and those people that are in the informal sector. But at the same time as well, I think, it's not uniform across all African countries, but it's very, very important for government to be very, very supportive to give loans to these entrepreneurs at very, very favorable terms. The challenge is that in countries like, for example, Malawi, the interest rates are so high that it's practically impossible to get a loan. So one has to think of ways on how to effectively, come up with ways in which entrepreneurs at the grassroots can be able to access business loans in favorable terms. And again, there fintech plays a very, very crucial role in developing platforms that are able to assist these small businesses in supporting one another or to be able to access funding at a more favorable term. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. While you're still on that space, John Mungai asks, what is the implication of pseudo R squared of 26.5%?
Yeah, so and just basically an R squared generally, when you're running a normal regression like an ordinary least squares regression, it just measures the fit of the regression. So if you've got an R squared of 25%, of course, the higher the R squared, the better. So if you've got an R squared of 25%, you're just basically saying that the 25% of the variation in the dependent variable is explained by the independent variables. But now when you're running a probit regression model, that's when you're using dummy variables. So you're saying that indicate 1 if you accessed digital financial services or 0. So it's a binary. So the measure of fit is called a pseudo R squared. So obviously the higher the R squared, the better. But at the same time as well, I'm not an econometrics expert, but you just have to be very careful. What's very important is that you must make sure that other specifications for your regressions have been met and not just only looking at the R squared. Because sometimes you can have a very, very high R squared, 99%. It could also indicate other problems, like, for example, multicollinearity. So it's always very important to interpret your results with caution to make sure that all the other specification tests have been met.
Good. Thank you very much. And the last one is from Dr. Angelica Njuguna. Yeah. Two, she asks, does it include mobile money payment, plastic money, etc.? Also, each depends on the level of system penetration. In Kenya, for example, the use of mobile money payments is already at 83% penetration before COVID and even increase more after COVID. Yeah, what's your take?
Sorry, Dr. Hannah. First part of the question you were muted, so I only heard the final part of the question. So if you can just repeat the question, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Dr. Angelica Njuguna asks that she's somehow skeptical about the results of your study, the negative impact of COVID-19 worry and the gender gap. That perhaps we need to understand more of the definitions and measurements of the variables that you used in your model. For example, how did you define digital financial inclusion? Did it include mobile money payment, plastic money? Yeah, and she says it depends on the level of system penetration. Like in Kenya, the penetration is 83%.
Question. Let's look at the definition. So the first definition of the broad definition of a digital financial inclusion. Okay, this is from the World Bank Fintech database. Okay, so the first one is made or received a digital payment. Okay, this is the percentage of respondents who report using mobile money, a debit or credit card, or mobile phone to make a payment from an account, or report using the internet to pay bills or to buy something online or in store in the past year. This includes respondents who report paying bills, sending and receiving remittances and so forth. So it's a very broad measure of digital financial inclusion. But obviously, we've also got additional measures as well from the World Bank. The other one would be post-COVID, digital post-COVID. In other words, individuals who made a digital merchant payment for the
than 50 years ago, a group of cooperators came together to plant a seed. From these strong roots, and with God's blessings, that seed today is a strong, big tree. The Cooperative Bank has grown to serve not only the needs of the cooperative movement, but also by helping unlock new opportunities. The Kingdom Bank enables the growth and prosperity of a rich diversity of Kenyans across our great nation and beyond. Through innovative products, harnessing new technologies, and by striving to meet and exceed the needs of our customers in a fast-changing world. And even though we now serve more than just the cooperative movement, we take a lot of pride in our roots. We are the Cooperative Bank. We are you.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Which is a sister university, Kenya University, and it is self-sustaining, and basically we are a cost-sharing income with universities. And then also what they are also doing is that we are adding more online programs. The cost of delivery is lower, physical ones, and the yield is the population around this year. Further to this, they have also taken initiative where they're trying to diversify other sources of that. Otherwise, what I want to say is that from the time that we decided, we no longer want government-sponsored students, went back to fact setting, where they are looking at various sustainability measures that will sustain our moving. So far, I would say I have not any financial challenges facing tuition. Students who are coming to us are either paying their
Okay. I will be responded to in due course in another forum because the chief guest already left. So thank you very much for your speeches as well as response to questions. May God bless you abundantly. So at this particular point, I want to take back the program to the session chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that session, and we thank our keynote speakers for being patient with us and responding to all the questions very effectively. We are very grateful and honored to have been together with you. This is a beginning of starting to collaborate with you. A lot will be born out of interaction today that has started today. Thank you also for the facilitator of that session. We now come to the end of the opening session, and we'll take 5 minutes break. Kenyan time now, it's 1:15 noon. So 20 past noon, we will reconvene again just for you to have a health break. And as we reconvene, we shall have a panel discussions. We'll have the very first one that will be on innovations in hospitality and tourism and sustainable destination resilience, which will be chaired by Dr. Vincent Maranga. So feel free to take a break for 5 minutes. 12:20 East African time, we will reconvene. Thank you.
Ago, a group of cooperators came together to plant a seed. From these strong roots and with God's blessings, that seed today is a strong, big tree. The Cooperative Bank has grown to serve not only the needs of the cooperative movement, but also by helping unlock new opportunities. The Kingdom Bank enables the growth and prosperity of a rich diversity of Kenyans across our great nation and beyond. Through innovative products, harnessing new technologies, and by striving to meet and exceed the needs of our customers in a fast-changing world. And even though we now serve more than just the cooperative movement, we take a lot of pride in our roots. We are the Cooperative Bank. We are you. More than 50 years ago, a group of cooperators came together to plant a seed. From these strong roots and with God's blessings, that seed today is a strong, big tree. The Cooperative Bank has grown to serve not only the needs of the cooperative movement, but also by helping unlock new opportunities. The Kingdom Bank enables the growth and prosperity of a rich diversity of Kenyans across our great nation and beyond. Through innovative products, harnessing new technologies, and by striving to meet and exceed the needs of our customers in a fast-changing world. And even though we now serve more than just the cooperative movement, we take a lot of pride in our roots. We are the Cooperative Bank. We are you.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. Kutv, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
I take education, chemistry and mathematics.
I'm Songa Daniel, a final year statistics and programming, SPAS.
I'm Ruth Ann, a student of education, a fourth year student taking education.
Mimi naitwa Nelson, nafanya biochemistry.
I'm Valentine. I'm doing Bachelor of Science in Mathematics.
Alex Ndidhimwe. I am a student at Kenyatta University studying statistics and programming. The reason I chose the course was because I love maths and also data.
I love the course that I'm doing because it has so many opportunities out there. Being a teacher, I'll get to interact with so many people out there.
I was motivated by this because personally, I like making decisions on things. For example, if you want to build a house, you'd call us and we'd tell you how to build it, where to build it, and how much it will cost you. Two, we ask ourselves, like, if you get to a bus, why do we have buses with big, wider sitting allowance?
My career involves science and research, so hopefully inaweza pata job place ka Kemri or easy institutes kubwa za research. But it's a 50-50 thing, so hopefully naweza pata, but nikikosa naweza venture into something else.
For those who have left high school, as you join campus, I think it's good if you enroll in a course which you love.
Don't just look at the subject. Think of yourself in 20-30 years.
Masomo si kila kitu.
Hii ni Kenya, so do what you want.
As in, kama unaweza fanya kitu huko nje, ka skill hivi, ni poa, pia unaweza anza grow in your skill. Si lazima like kuje utupe kampuni ndio make it.
Don't just see yourself in 4 years in campus just to please your peers that you're doing a technical course that when you say it brings a wow factor. No.
It doesn't have to be a white collar course, medicine, teaching and engineering, but go for your heart, go for your passion.
If you're a person of fashion, just do fashion, do it with your heart.
Because at the end of the day, it's all about you not even your parents.
And there's no easy or hard course, it's just determination and you'll nail it.
Go out, fight for your life there.
Kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia, serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Kilimo ni nguzo kubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. Kutv, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting.
For this session, my name is Dr. Vincent Maranga. I'll be chairing this particular session as a moderator for panel 1. And the sub-theme for panel 1 is innovations in hospitality and tourism and sustainable destination resiliency. I would like to first of all find out if our invited guests are within, starting with Ms. Susan Ongaro, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Tourism Federation. Kindly respond, our guest, Susan Ongaro, if you are in. The other presenters include Rinette Kamonde, the active
moderator.
Yes.
Susan Ongalo here. I'm in. Sorry, I was trying to find my mic, and finally I have found it.
Thank you. I'm just trying to introduce you. Then we can be able to start all of us together. I want to confirm who is within. Thank you so much, Susan. Welcome. The other presenter is Rinette Kamonde, who is the acting Chief Executive Officer, Ecotourism Kenya. Rinette Kamonde, are you in? If you are in, kindly respond.
Yes, I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you. The other presenter is Dr. Tom Pruya from the University of Vivas, University of Applied Sciences from Perisham.
Yes.
Dr. Tom, are you in?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The other presenter is Professor Yenetsiwi Aleni Pelewi, the chairperson Project Review and Staff Promotions, University of Goda. Professor, are you in? Kindly respond if you are in.
Yes, I am in. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The last presenter is Dr. Nashon Chuma, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Global Partnership and the Purpose of Creating Tourism Resilience in Eastern Africa through International Business Connections. Dr. Chuma, are you in? Kindly respond.
Yes, I'm in, and thank you for inviting me.
Okay, thank you so much for all the presenters. We are going to have 10 minutes each for each presenter. And I would like to first introduce the first presenter, who is going to be Susan Ongaro. Susan Ongaro, a brief background of Susan Ongaro is that she has a wealth of experience, work experience of over 12 years in tourism and hospitality. She's also a public relations and a business manager by training. She has over the years added to her knowledge features in advocacy, management, customer relations, disaster management, marketing, and leadership acumens. At this juncture, I would like to invite Susan Ongaro to speak to us. Our moderator will be Dr. Bitok Kipskosgei. Dr. Kipskosgei, are you in? If you're in, kindly say hi. Dr. Bitok, are you in?
Yes, Dr. Maranga, I'm in.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Susan Ongaro, it is your time. Speak to us. Thank you. You'll be having 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, moderator. And 10 minutes, I will try to live within. I would like to request that I had sent a presentation ahead, and I would like to request if that can then be put on the screen on my behalf by Dr. Perry.
Dr. Perry, kindly.
Let's know whether it's possible.
Okay, the arrangements are being made. Madam Susan, you can just continue as the presentation is being prepared to be shared on the screen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I will then proceed to just begin my presentation from that point. It would have been nice to have the screen, but I have to open my document from where I am, but not to worry, I can do that. The topic of innovation in hospitality is very exciting at this point that, quote unquote, we are saying that we are coming from somewhere where we had been brought down as a tourism industry, and we are coming out as a different industry to look at how then can we remain resilient even in times of trouble. And times of trouble, I can quote such as where we were in the COVID-19 space, and then even what is happening in the country at the moment in tourism. It's an immediate blow that we suffer. So that is why I'm saying it is a timely topic. And thank you for the invitation to even give my thoughts and my insights into this conference, and I'm very honored. So I will look at innovation in tourism hospitality. And what is innovation in the tourism and hospitality space? Let's start as what we are using right now, because as we speak, I'm Indiani and I can speak to this audience. So it's the technology integration. Without technology, I cannot even try to imagine where or how we'll be doing business in this time and age. As much as it can make us be in two places at the same time, but still we can give our input. It doesn't matter where we are, we can still be useful in such matters as this conference. So adopting the mobile apps and the robust mobile online, especially for the tourism and hospitality industry, in the booking, in accommodation, in communication, in doing tourism and tours across the countries, is one thing that innovation presents. And then doing the Internet of Things, as I said, as we are doing now, for even automated room controls, like for example, one can even check themselves in on the way to the hotel instead of going and queuing, having a long queue at the receptions. It's good that then automation is taken into consideration, that somebody can know even which room they are going to stay in, how that room looks, even before they get there. And then when they get there, they can even be able to get themselves in, register themselves in, upload the documents that are required, instead of having the passport manually being photocopied at the hotel lobby. And then the other new thing that we have is the offering of virtual tours. Tour operators and hoteliers and all those that are in the space of tourism can entice potential visitors to visit their establishments by putting short videos, short clips. We are in the era of TikTok. People can put those on the screen or on their website or in the space of virtual platforms so that they can attract people to their establishment. The other one is still staying with the sustainable practices and innovation, and it's to partner with conservation organizations to protect the endangered species, like recording them maybe in a particular digital way so that it's even easier for someone to search. If I want to go to Kakamega Forest, what birds will I find there? And to empower the communities where those places or the attractions are, to be able to just take care of that gem that we have. And then also use methods as solar power, energy-saving technologies, use of lamps. It is, yes, looking like a lantern, but then it can be solar power, but presented in a way that depicts heritage and culture. I will move to cultural and ecotourism ways of innovation. It's by promoting indigenous cultures through lineage mentorship, because as we speak now, the culture could be disappearing, and through traditional ceremonies and mentorship, this then can be impacted in the generation that is coming up. And then also having eco-friendly accommodation that minimize the carbon footprint, and having diversification of activities as opposed to use far. And I'm just about to finish. That is why, in conclusion, I am saying that Kenya exemplifies how innovations in tourism, in hospitality and tourism, coupled with sustainable destination resilience strategies, can contribute to economic growth while preserving its natural and cultural heritage. We do not have to spoil our natural heritage and the cultural heritage so that we can be in tandem with maybe another destination. This is Kenya, and when we have this holistic approach, not only enhances visitor satisfaction, but also ensures the long-term sustainability and resilience of Kenya's tourism, travel, and hospitality industry for posterity. And now I say thank you for listening to me and for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Susan, for your comprehensive presentation in the area of tourism and hospitality innovation. I encourage the participants to keep their questions flowing into our chat boxes. All the questions from the presenters will be asked at the end of the presentations from our five presenters. At this point, I would like to invite Ms. Rinette Kamonde. Rinette Kamonde, as you prepare to make your presentation, this is a brief background of Rinette Kamonde. Rinette Kamonde is a certified public accountant and holds a bachelor degrees in human resource management from KCA University. She has amassed experience and knowledge of finance, business administration, and human resource management for over 10 years, with a successful story in managing ecotourism, Kenya's events and projects. She is also a trained green destination auditor. Rinette, it is your time. You'll be having 10 minutes. As I said, participants, let us keep our questions flowing into our chat box. Thank you. Rinette, it's your time.
Thank you so much, moderator, for this session. Maybe before I can proceed, my apologies for the video, because I do have a little bit of internet hiccups here and there, but I request my presentation to be shared. As Vincent tried to share the presentation, probably it's important for me just to highlight what Ecotourism Kenya is all about and how are we coming in terms of the kind of programs that we support or the kind of initiative that we support. So as we wait for the presentation, I can just say that Ecotourism Kenya is a membership organization that was formed in 1996, and our main mandate is to champion responsible and sustainable tourism practices within the tourism industry. And over the years, this is something that we've been doing, and we have a couple of activities and also program areas which we support these. And through that, we have our standard and best practices, where we do have an eco-rating certification scheme, which is a voluntary certification scheme. And this way, now these are in terms of innovation in technology in the tourism sector now comes in. And we also have an annual forum that we've just recently successfully concluded. And we also have an eco-reservoir that is coming up in November or October, under realizing sustainable development goals through sustainable tourism. So encourage all of you to apply, because this is an only industry award in East Africa and also in Kenya, that we have individuals who can be able to apply. We have accommodation facilities. We have training institutions who can be able to apply. So I don't know if my presentation is ready or I can just proceed as Ms. Susan has proceeded. So we'll continue with the innovation in hospitality and tourism and sustainable destination resilience. I think most of this has already been captured by Susan, but just as an introduction, we can say that in recent years, the hospitality and tourism industry has seen significant advancement in terms of innovation that aimed at enhancing guest experiences while also promoting sustainability and resilient destinations. So when you embrace innovation in our business practices, we can better meet the evolving needs and also expectation of our travelers, and ensuring long-term successes and growth in the dynamic industry. Innovation in hospitality and tourism, along with sustainable destination resilience strategies, are essential for creating a balance and also forward-thinking approach to the travel benefits both the visitors and also the local communities. We can look at some of the examples when you talk about sustainability, or when you talk about innovation, because innovation is not all about technology, but also in terms of sustainable practices. What are these innovative and sustainable practices that you can do? And also in terms of experiential tourism, of which Ms. Susan has also covered that. We can also look in terms of what sustainable destinations resilience entails. So what is this in terms of environmental resilience, in terms of economic resilience, in terms of social resilience for all those people, profit and planet is very important, and also in terms of governance and policy. What are the kind of regulation or policy that we do have that can be able to support our resilience or destination in resilience? We can also look at in terms of environmental management systems. We can look in terms of now environmental management system, because these are some of the things that are very important for us now to be able to promote the destination resilience. So when you look in terms of technology integration, I'm glad Ms. Susan has already broadened on that. We can look at it in terms of artificial intelligence, where we use personalized customer service chatbots, because nowadays when you go to people's website, you don't have to call. You can always use the chatbots now to get the necessary information that you want. We also have booking.com that have already come in terms of where you can be able to book from the comfort of your office. And you also have Internet of Things, the hotel rooms, where we have the master, we have the cards, where can be able to set off the lights in terms of the sensors, even into our hotels. So those are kind of the things that we can be able to look at in terms of innovation and also technology integration. We also have virtual reality and also augmented reality. These are technologies that offer virtual tours of destination and interactive experiences, where the customer, even before they can come to the destination, they can also have an idea of what they are coming to see. They can also have an idea on what experiences they are encountering. We also have countless services in terms of technology, implementing countless checks in and checks out. We also have digital payment system, mobile room keys to enhance convenience, and also in terms of efficiency, enhanced loyalty programs, use of data analytics. And a good example is Kenya Airways, where they have loyalty program where the customers can be able to use loyalty to pay for their flight tickets. And that is some of the things that actually technology can be able to do. When you talk about now sustainable practices, we talk about eco-friendly operation in terms of implementing energy efficient system, waste reduction practices, and sustainable sourcing of resources. We can also talk about in terms of reusable packaging. We can talk in terms of local purchasing. We can talk in terms of bulk purchasing, and we can also talk in terms of eco-friendly purchasing, because all those are in terms of eco-friendly operation, in terms of innovation, and also destination resilience. When you talk about green building designs, this is where we can talk about now constructing hotels and resorts with sustainable materials and technology to reduce environmental impact. And a good example is using green canvas and also reprocessed foods, so that which can build with to can reduce environmental impact. We also have in terms of passive designs, where it's allowed natural light to be used during the day, where we don't have to put on the light. We can also talk about where the facility are using the renewable energies in terms of now producing their lightnings and all that. We have a good example in Boriva, where it's fully solar paneled, where we also have the use of electric vehicles in their game drives. So those are some of the things that we are promoting in terms of building designs. And also we have carbon footprints reductions, initiative to offset carbon emissions, such as supporting renewable energy projects and use of electric vehicle. I think I've already captured on that. So another thing in terms of now sustainable in innovations, we have certification. And a good example, during my introduction, I talked about Ecotourism Kenya Eco-Rating Certification Scheme. This is also a good initiative in terms of now supporting a facility and also the destination, because currently we have for accommodation within the natural and protected areas, and we also have within the city and urban areas. And currently we are looking on having a partnership where we're going to audit destination using the partnership globally, that is Green Destination. So in terms of certification, for that we are looking in terms of 4 key things. That is the culture, because culture is very important when it comes to the destination, the culture that they are promoting. We also have conservation initiatives. What are these conservation initiatives that the facility are doing just to promote the destination and the resilience within their destination? We also have community engagement, which is very, very key in terms of our certification, in terms of what you're looking at, and also the business practice. How are we doing in terms of business? We've talked about reusable packaging, we talked about local purchasing, we talked about bulk purchasing. So those are some of the things that we are looking at when we look at sustainable practices. Another thing we're going to talk about experiential tourism. And experiential tourism is cultural and authentic experiences that offering travelers authentic experiences that reflect the local culture and heritage. And a good example is interactive experiences such as organic gardening, where they demonstrate how actually these things are being done. There is composting workshop, there is renewable energy tours, where visitors get to get the first-hand experience. We have cultural visits, where now the visitors are being taken to the villages. A good example is in Masai Mara, where the guests are being taken to the manyatas, and they can be able to experience that visitors' experience. We also have adventure and wellness tourism that is providing unique adventures activities and also wellness programs to cater for niche markets. So this is something that is very unique, and this is something actually that come post-COVID, and which is also in terms of innovative experiential tourism, we're tapping it in. We also have personalized services We've talked about travel experiences based on individual preferences and feedback, and this is something good in terms of people living with disability. What are these things that we can be able to do in order for us to support that? And then we have, we can also talk about sustainable destination resilience. Number one, that sustainable destination resilience involves developing tourism destinations that can withstand, recover from environmental, economic, and social challenges while maintaining their sustainability. So when you talk about innovation, we can also talk about now how that innovation coming in terms of sustainable destination resilience. And one of the things is about environmental resilience, that is biodiversity conservation, e.g. protecting the natural habitats and wildlife preservation. A good example is the coral reef restoration and also mangrove conservation, which is something that I've recently started, and we are very happy with the community within the coastal region are really embracing this. And we're also talking about creating wildlife corridors in Masai Mara, Samburu, Amboseli, and other parts of the country just to support the conservation initiatives. We can also talk about in terms of climate change adaptation. In terms of innovation, what are these implementing measures we can do to mitigate impacts of climate change, such as building of flood defenses, building resilient structures to withstand natural disasters, and also promoting water conservation in terms of water harvesting and all that. That is also something that we can really tap in terms of sustainable destination resilience. We can also talk about sustainable resource management, that is efficient use and management of natural resources to prevent depletion and also degradation. So that is also something that is very, very key in terms of innovation and destination resilience. We can also talk about economic resilience, that is diversified economy, by encouraging our local communities to reduce dependency on tourism. We can talk of agro-tourism. We can even talk about initiatives other than now the tourism. What else can they be able to do in order for them to tap into diversified economy and also to lead to sustainable destination resilience? We can talk about support for local businesses, promoting and supporting local enterprise to ensure economic benefit for all. That is in terms of emphasis for sourcing food locally. This is to reduce the carbon footprints, hiring within our community. And I'm very glad that this is something that is being done within our eco-rated properties, where you can find like a good percentage, maybe 60% have been hired within the community. And also training and capacity, because this is very important. For the destination to be resilient, we need to have support for local communities in terms of purchasing their products, in terms of even hiring locally, and also in terms of training and capacity building. And also another thing that is very important, we can talk about crisis management plans. This is very key, and this is something that we've recently had what has just happened in Masai Mara, and it's very important for us to come up and also develop and implement plans to manage and also recover from economic downtowns and also depression in tourism. And a good example is a Masai Mara management plan, which is something that was developed, I think it was last year in 2022. And then finally, we have social resilience. And social resilience is something that is very key also in terms of the destination resilience, in terms of community engagement, involving local community in tourism planning and also decision making. This is very key. For the community and the people who want the grant, the community and the people who understand what are the needs of that particular destination. So when you're doing the planning and also the decision making, it's important for us to involve the local community from the start to the end. And also something else is about cultural preservation. We need to ensure the destination that tourism development does not erode our local cultures and also tradition, but instead it can promote and preserve those cultures. A good example is the Maasais. We've seen visitors are traveling all the way from abroad just to come and see how these traditionals work. So it's very important for us to preserve that. And then about equity and inclusion, creating inclusivity tourism opportunity that benefits all, not including the marginalized and also the people living with disability. This is very important for us to be able to include each and everyone, even in our offering and in terms of the destination resilience. So last but not least, we have governance and policy. Effective policies and regulations. This is something that is very, very key and very important. Establishing robust and policies that can be able to support. Hello, I hope I'm still there. Hello? Hello, I'm still there?
Yes, you're still there.
Yeah, sorry. Okay,
Yes.
so we are talking about, yes. Opportunity to achieve
Thank you very much for the invitation, moderator. Thank you for the whole department, of course, the executive team for hosting this event. So I'm very glad to be able to join you from Belgium for this online session. I hope you can all hear me quite well, and I hope you can see the screen with the presentation. Is that okay?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Very good. Thank you very much. So yes, I mainly teach tourism and hospitality, focusing on the Middle East region, on the GCC region, so the Gulf states, at the core of the Middle East. And I also tackle with intercultural problems of businesses, European businesses based in France and Belgium, doing business in the Middle East and vice versa. I'm also a tour guide, taking mainly Belgian tourists to the Emirates, to Qatar, to Oman, Saudi Arabia, and other countries in the region. So I will talk about sustainability and the broader tourism and hospitality industry in this region today. Of course, I do not need to present you the tourism paradox, where tourism is, of course, both a threat, you could say, putting lots of pressure on a global, but also on a regional level, on resources, on the environment. At the same time, tourism, especially in this region, will become a huge economic opportunity, accounting, of course, for 10% of the world's GDP, boosting the economy, boosting local employment. And these countries are pretty new to the tourism industry because we have the established tourism markets such as Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Israel, Palestine in the Middle East, the historic Levant region. But now the focus is shifting towards the GCC, the Gulf countries, where you have a booming tourism market. It began in the Emirates. You see the same thing happening in Qatar, and now Saudi Arabia, the biggest economy and the biggest country in the Arab world, economically speaking, one of the biggest oil exporters, is also now betting on tourism as, of course, an aspect of the whole diversification strategy that is playing out in every single one of these Gulf states. From Kuwait to Bahrain to Qatar to Oman to the Emirates and to Saudi Arabia, because of course these countries realize that their oil reserves are dwindling and they need to prepare for the future and to be less dependent on oil and have, of course, an economy that is diversified, taking into account such sectors such as tourism, hospitality, healthcare, education, and brain. Tourism and hospitality sector. And as I said, the word of the day will always be diversification. So each of these Gulf states will have a national strategy in place where tourism becomes more and more important. The most well-known one is, of course, Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. And there we will see tourism is fully integrated in that national diversification strategy pushed by the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who is basically in power in Saudi Arabia. And this push is working. We've seen it in the Emirates with the Dubai model that most of the Gulf states are now copying. And of course, Saudi Arabia wants to do better with that very ambitious government-sponsored plan, Vision 2030. There's a couple of trends that I should give also to have a better understanding of tourism in the Gulf region and in the broader Middle East. As some of the previous speakers have said, we are in the post-COVID era, of course. Tourism is picking up. And we can say that this region has really withstood the worst of the COVID crises. Countries like Bahrain, like the Emirates, came out really well. We're also among the first ones to have those broad-based vaccination strategies. Dubai, which was about to host 2020 Expo, the first World Fair to be hosted in the Middle East, was postponed for a year. It became Expo 2021, even if the logo and the branding stayed the same. But Dubai stayed open for business during 6 months. And the biggest fear was, of course, that COVID would ruin this Expo party, where basically sustainability was at the core of the national branding strategy of the UAE, and of course at the core of this unique push for sustainability in a region that is more known for its fossil fuels and oil exports than for its tourism industry. So the post-COVID era, these countries came out with a strong starting point. Expo 2020 was a big success in relaunching a segment of the tourism industry, and in this case we talk about meetings, incentives, conference, exhibitions, tourism, MICE. But of course, the general tourism trend picked up in the Emirates and in the whole region afterwards. National diversification, I just explained, is also very important to understand why these oil-rich countries are betting so much on tourism. And Expo 2020 was a benchmark, was a starting point to put sustainability at the forefront of modern business practices in the Gulf, with the mission of sustainable tourism towards 2030, 2050, partnering up with initiatives from the United Nations, the UNWTO training initiatives, where UN staff and experts, global experts, were invested in upskilling staff and in introducing the best practices from other continents in this region. All the major players are on board in the main hubs of the Gulf, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, Manama in Bahrain, Riyadh and Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. And we see, of course, that tourism also helps with the rise of the soft power of these nations, which are already economically powerful, some of them now joining the BRICS alliance. And of course, they are now promoting actively all these eco and sustainable tourism trends in the region. A couple of facts and figures just to understand this very interesting trend in this section of the Middle East, with forecasts predicting an annual growth rate of 7.7 in the region's tourism industry up to 2032. So these ambitious goals for 2030 will be reached. We see a focus on natural and cultural heritage, especially cultural heritage, overtaking more classic segments of the tourism industry as organizing conferences, sports, entertainment, real estate. Cultural and natural heritage becomes very important in this new tourism strategy of the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, for example. And we see a blend of innovative private sector projects, strategic government initiatives, like, of course, Vision 2030, and a growing commitment to help to position this unique region at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe. You're only a 6-hour flight away from 70 or 80% of the world's tourist destinations. Well, to put this region on the map as the missing link, with the help, of course, of the prestige now and the rise of the aviation industry in the Emirates and Qatar mainly, with Qatar Airways, Emirates, and Etihad Airlines taking up the biggest chunk of this industry. Here are a couple of segments of a sustainable framework that is used cross-sectoral, where, of course, the emphasis will be put on different aspects of the strategy. It will be put, of course, on energy and environment. And we can talk about water recycling, reusing, waste segregation, recycling, all phenomena that are pretty new to the region. Some countries offer best practices, like the Emirates and Qatar. Other countries, like Kuwait, for example, where I used to work for a couple of years, are lagging behind considerably. Sustainable procurement, local supplier partnership, very important. The social and cultural aspect, of course, especially now in Saudi Arabia, which is basically just starting its tourism industry. It's all about promoting local culture, working with local guides that are trained in the thousands now in Saudi Arabia, giving visitors unique insights into the local and cultural heritage, people and risks and resilience. These are, of course, also important factors to take into account. I'm going to zoom in pretty quickly within these 10 minutes on two case studies. The first one being the United Arab Emirates, the model, the pioneer of the booming tourism industry and diversification in the Gulf region. And of course, the Emirates initially mainly focused on cruise tourism, on organizing meetings, incentives, conferences, exhibitions, with Abu Dhabi and Dubai being regional business hubs. Focus on less so on religious tourism, luxury tourism, of course, and nowadays also with a focus on arts and on natural heritage, which is quite unique compared to 20 years ago when Dubai was putting itself on the map, mainly with real estate, very high-end, targeting high-end luxury tourists. Of course, as I said, for the Emirates, we have two very important events that took place in the last 5 years. We had the Expo in 2020-21. We had COP28 that was organized in the region last year, also a first, very controversial, with the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Oil Company hosting this COP meeting in Dubai. And of course, this is part of that global push since a couple of COP meetings to curtail greenhouse gases and address climate change challenges in line with the Paris Agreement of 2015, the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, and of course this whole regional push within the Middle East and within the Gulf region to move towards a greener Middle East. And these ambitions are pretty high because this region wants to become a pioneer, not just locally, but globally. And the UAE here is at the forefront, highly investing in climate smart development with multiple government sponsored initiatives like the Energy Strategy 2050, the Green Agenda, and the UAE Sustainable Tourism Strategy. An example that I will use here for the tourism industry is this one, the Dubai Sustainable Tourism Stamp, which was introduced just last year. Very interesting, rewarding excellence in the tourism and hospitality industry. The first award winners were announced this year in January. And this is basically a reward, a validation of hotels which adhere to these 19 sustainable requirements that are part of this DST strategy. As you can see, what are the key objectives here? They want to create a Dubai Green Star program to recognize unique, eco-friendly, sustainable hotels. Dubai has a huge tourism and hospitality sector, but not every chain, every well-known hotel is that eco-friendly. They want to boost the hotel's eco-involvement in the broader government strategy towards sustainability, fueled by the government of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed Al Maktoum. They want to elevate the tourism sector's green initiatives in line with the broader national, federal, UAE carbon goals, drive ongoing green practices within the hotels and share best practices, and of course, ramp up tourist awareness in relation to Dubai's eco-friendly hotels. So Dubai not just becomes a unique tourism hub for mainly high-end tourists looking for luxury. There's a new trend now where the tourist wants to see that combination of luxury but also eco-consciousness. The eligibility criteria for this unique stamp that lots of hotels now want to have is that all hotels, regardless of their classification, can apply for this process, for this stamp. There is a strict procedure to see which hotels do really comply with all 19 sustainability requirements, an inspection, of course, by DST inspectors, and the hotels using the DST carbon calculator with results for 22 and 23 were also qualified. And you end up with a three-tier system that is now uniquely branded and promoted in the Emirates and mainly in Dubai, with gold, silver, and bronze award winners that were revealed, as I said, in the beginning of this year. And Dubai wants to not just showcase its own tourism and hospitality industry, but align all of this with international standards. This is an example here of one of the winners, just a quick example of the gold tier, which was the Raffles Hotel in Dubai, was at the top of the list, complying with all criteria and offering a unique, eco-friendly, but still luxurious hotel experience. A winner of the silver tier award was this one, the Mandarin Oriental, also in Dubai. And of course, you see that these hotels are actively promoting these eco-friendly strategies, and of course, their rewards on the websites and the branding towards international tourists. Second case study that I wanted to show you very briefly, Saudi Arabia, whereas the Emirates have been in business, let's say, for 20 years, since Dubai put itself on the map in the beginning of the 2000s. Saudi Arabia just opened its doors a couple of years ago. What was once just a business and, let's say, oil destination or a destination for religious tourism has now become a very diversified portfolio. Lots of places are preparing themselves, from Riyadh to Jeddah to the desert to the north with the ambitious NEOM project, are preparing themselves for millions and millions of international tourists that they hope will flock to this country for several reasons. Here on top you have a small overview of this very small tourism industry up until now, which is mainly still focused on religious tourism. Sports and entertainment are booming. The biggest growth is recorded here in Saudi Arabia. Modern arts, even sun, beach tourism, wellness tourism by the Red Sea, and also a investment in heritage and culture. And here for Saudi Arabia, of course, we have this well-known project that should be finished by 2030 and beyond, which is the NEOM project, which is a unique and ambitious government program launched by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the auspices of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with the aim, of course, to achieve an increased economic, social, and cultural diversification for one of the biggest oil countries in the world. And this is in line with the vision of the Crown Prince, focusing mainly on efficiency, transparency, accountability, as such. The line, of course, is a unique collaboration between governments industry, and academia. This is, of course, the futuristic project that everyone has seen in the media, 170 kilometers long, 500 meters high mirrored city, where up to 9 million people should live in this section of northern Saudi Arabia, bordering Egypt, Israel, Jordan, a very strategic economic zone close to the Red Sea, which offers a huge potential. As of course I said, Saudi Arabia has only begun to tap this potential and hopes to realize all of this beyond its Vision 2030. A couple of key objectives here, focusing on the Saudi Aramco Strategic Transformation Program. So the government is actively, of course, working with the biggest multinational in the world, Saudi Aramco. We have the Public Investment Fund, the Human Capital Program, National Transformation Program, the Privatization Program, moving skilled Saudis away from the public sector and investing in startups, in private markets, and strategic partnership programs will be important as well. This is the equivalent of what I just showed you for Dubai. This is a new initiative, the Saudi Green Initiative, very interesting since 2021. Part, of course, of the broader Vision 2030, as all of these projects are. And this project aims to combat climate change, to improve the quality of life of Saudis, expats, international tourists, and of course to protect the environment and the natural and cultural heritage. They have some pretty ambitious goals for the whole of the kingdom, basing themselves on what has been done in, for example, the Emirates, but also wanting to be a pioneer in this region for the future, to rely on cleaner energy, to minimize carbon emissions, to establish from scratch almost a eco-friendly tourism infrastructure in this huge country, which is 10, 20 times bigger than the small Gulf states like Qatar, Bahrain, or even the Emirates. And the natural habitat is very important here. We have these two coastlines, the Persian Gulf coast close to the other Gulf states, the Red Sea, collaborations with Egypt across the Red Sea. So all of this will become very important with a regulatory framework that has been put into place in these last years, focusing on a new building code, regulations for water rationalization, and energy efficiency. I will conclude with a couple of images here of these. This is a famous tourist site. This is Al Ula in the west of the country, close to where NEOM will be hosting millions of tourists in the future. This is this unique mix of luxury tourism meets eco-friendly tourism. There's a market for it. There's a high demand with international tourists who want to have both aspects incorporated in this new tourism strategy pushed by Saudi Arabia. The infrastructure is put into place. There's even an ambitious target at the East Coast to link up all the Gulf states by rail, which is also pretty unique in a region where fossil fuel costs nothing and everyone needs to drive to go to the next place. So everything is put into place to also boost in the future public transportation for locals, for expats, for international tourists, so everybody can move more freely across these countries and mainly across this huge country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in a more sustainable way. And also when it comes to the infrastructure in place, mainly in the desert, in the west of the country, make sure that the luxury resorts also meet these eco-friendly criteria that we just discussed. And this is just to end a slide with a couple of headlines, a couple from ranging from the World Economic Forum to the Independent, because of course the media is very critical of all these futuristic plans where petrodollars are poured into, but how sustainable is this really leading towards 2030 and 2050? Just a couple of examples here. Sustainability leading partnership between the World Bank and Al Ula, the sites that you see here below, the sustainable revival of Saudi Arabia's spectacular Al Ula region, restoring Al Ula's natural balance, advancing sustainable desert tourism. And this is where Saudi Arabia wants to be a pioneer, competing, of course, with these other markets in the region, such as the Emirates and Qatar and Bahrain. They have the space, they have the burgeoning tourism industry to make all of this happen. And of course, this ambitious Vision 2030 strategy driven aggressively, one could say, by the royal family, by the Saudi government. So I will leave it here, and of course I will see if you have any questions for me in the chat. So thank you for your attention and looking forward to your feedback and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tom, for that insightful information which you have given us. We'll be looking for more information, especially for what you have said about the NEOM city. Participants, kindly keep on sending your concerns, your questions, areas which you would like Dr. Tom to respond to. The next presenter will be Mr. Mohammed Ahmed Sulu. Is the Director of Corporate Communication and International Cooperation from the University of Achies. I do not have much information in regards to Mr. Mohammed's profile. Kindly, you can take 30 minutes to tell us about yourself before you present. Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed Hamed, are you in? If you are in, it is your time.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Dr. Fenset. I have sent my biography to the team. Maybe it's not here. So I'm Mohammed Ahmed Sulu. I work at the University of Hargeisa, where I am a senior lecturer at the College of Business and Public Administration. I am also in charge of the University Internationalization and Corporate Communication, where I'm the director. I've done master's degree in management and also a PhD in organizational management. So that's me in short. And most of my research is mainly on sustainability, specifically business sustainability, corporate governance, and more on peace and business. Yeah.
Thank you. Move on. Thank you.
I can share my screen. Can I share my screen? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So can I share my screen, my PowerPoint?
Yes, go on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Someone share it for me. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, so you can zoom in.
Yes, we are able to see.
Okay, so I think someone in the conference is sharing my slide, so to zoom in. Okay, so thank you very much, the organizers and everyone. I'm going to have, I will give a session on having innovative corporate governance for sustainable hospitality and tourism. So I will focus on how business organizations, not the regulators, who are working on tourism and hospitality, enhance their structures, their organizational structures, in a way that can promote sustainable tourism and hospitality. So I will focus mainly on the models that these structures would be based on. So, and I again thank the organizers, also the business school of Business, Economics and Tourism, and organizers at Kenyatta University. So to start with the hospitality, there has been an increase in scholarship about sustainability in hospitality and tourism education in recent years. Can you go to the next slide? Next. Next. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So there have been an increase in the number of studies that are focusing on sustainability in tourism and hospitality, education, practice, and since then, the United Nations describes sustainable tourism as a tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental. And the issue of sustainability is really growing very fast. And as the other presenters before me were saying, tourism is not only on profitability and making economic gain, but it's all about also creating a better future for the society that are surrounding the area, that are the country and the globe as well as taking care of the environment, which is really deteriorating nowadays with the global heating effects. So the sustainable tourism is one that take care of the globe, the environment, and the society, as well as the economic, by addressing also the needs of the visitors, industry, and the environment. Next. Next slide. Yeah. So the corporate governance is a very important area where businesses who are working in tourism various models and theories describe the governance system that these business organizations or business entities can have. So my speech will mainly be on two prominent models, which is Anglo-Saxon model and the continental European model, as well as the Islamic model, which is a bit different than the other two models. Next. Next slide. Yeah. So the first model is about Anglo-Saxon corporate governance model, which have its roots from United States, UK, and the doctrine of which is mainly the doctrine of capitalism-driven Anglo-Saxon, suggests that a corporation or a business should only take care of the interests of shareholders more than the interests of the other stakeholders who are have interests on the organization. So this model is probably used in the globe. Particularly, it's also used. It's mainly used in USA, United States, and United Kingdom, as they have unique political and cultural features. It's also used by other countries of Commonwealth, and it's also known as. It has other names in the literature, like sometimes you will see in the literature Anglo-Saxon American. You will see shareholder model, American model. And it's based on the shareholder or agent theory. It says that a business entity exists only for profit, that a business entity exists only to generate profit for the shareholders, while neglecting or not giving that priority to the other stakeholders, like employees, like the public, the community, the government, the shareholders, all the other stakeholders. So this model is based on this theory. Next slide. Yes. Yeah. So within this, companies who are using this model will have an Anglo-Saxon model. They will have one board consisting of non-executive mainly, but sometimes you might have a board which have also executive members. So there will be a board of directors, as you can see in the diagram, that are mainly nominated by the shareholders. So this board of directors will manage the executive of the manager, and sometimes the board will include some of the executives, but most of the time they don't include the executives. So this is the type of organizational governance model that this model will result. Next. The next model is the opposite of this. It's called as Continental European Governance Model, and it's mainly, gives more concern to the perspectives of other stakeholders in an organization or in a business entity. Like it gives out a holistic view of the customers, of the management, of the employees, of the suppliers, government, political and social groups, environment, society at large. So it's completely different and the opposite of the Anglo-Saxon model, and it's also based on the stakeholder theory, which advocates that a business entity exists not only for shareholders but also exists for these other wider stakeholders. Next. Okay, so the type of organizational structure or model or governance model that the businesses will have under this view, it will be they will have two boards, a board of directors that might include executives, and they will have also other board, which is supervisory board, and so it will have two boards, a supervisory board that advocates mainly for the bigger stakeholders' rights, and a board of directors that are nominated by the shareholders. So just to create a balance, and this will create a balance of the interests of all the stakeholders in a company. Next. Yeah, so the last model, the third model, is the Islamic corporate governance model, which is in fact unique. It's somehow near to the stakeholder model, but its entitlement, it's based on on the Islamic perspectives of governance, and this Islamic model of corporate governance attributes that stakeholders have to administer the corporate governance, and that also social and economic impartiality across the organization should be administered as well. And it includes the process and the structure of including all the stakeholders to protect their benefits. Yeah. So this system establishes organizational structure that managers are inducted to actionize the wealth of the whole stakeholders, and the introduction of rules that guarantees that all the interests of every stakeholder is done. Next. Yeah. So next. Yeah. So this model of Islamic governance, the root source of prescription is the Tawheed, is the Islamic endowment. It is also on the the revealings of God, and it sees that Islamic have a very wide system of governance. It sees that governance is like amana, it's like trust, it's like and someone who's handling that trust or that amana should be trustworthy and should be faithful for this. So the type of structure that these organizations will have under the Islamic governance model is that they will have two boards who are similar in power. They are two independent from each other. The stakeholders, the previous model, the two boards that were supervisory board and the administrative board, they were somehow dominated by the board of directors, who are nominated by the shareholders. But there are two parallel boards, where one is the board of directors nominated by the shareholders, and the other one is this Sharia will have decisions on different issues, and then they will pass it to the Sharia supervisory board, where they will check, investigate if these decisions and practices are in compliance with the Islamic, governance. And then they will, for instance, they will sometimes see if a specific advertisement or ad is in line with the compliances of Islam, like if there is something which is not proper as per the Islamic governance, they will say that this advertisement should not be published because of it's against the Islamic prescriptions. So it is parallel. They can stop things that the board of directors have approved. So in fact, it's very unique. And then it's not that popular in the tourism and hospitality sector, but it's very popular in the finance, in the Islamic finance, banks and Islamic finance, insurance companies that are called kafir. Yeah. Next. So I think the good thing before I leave this model, the good thing is that the way that we do tourism and hospitality should be considered on the context that we are in. Like if we are in a Muslim country, for example, with the faith of Islam faith, then we should be considering the things that should be there. Like the same advertisement, the same practice, the same thing will not be the same in USA. In Kenya is multi-faith, but also in other countries, or in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, for example. Next slide. Yeah. So the conclusion that I want to conclude is that business firm is a society. It's a society with aim. The business firm does not, exist independently. It exists within a society, and they should be considering all their social, environmental, the concerns of that society, and introduce a design that's more operational and that include also sustainability interventions and minimizing also the agent's problem. It's also better to have better organizational design, particularly in the management and supervisory system. So for sustainability, there should be a stakeholder-based structure. That means organizations should be having, a board of directors that include not only the shareholders, but also that thinks beyond the shareholders. Yeah, next. And think of the environment, the society needs, and all this. Next. Next slide. Okay. And then good corporate governance is the existence of orderly system in management, regulations, and norms for firm's efficiency. And economic performance should not be the ultimate purpose of business entities. And it's the same as in tourism. Profitability is not only the ultimate purpose, but serving a bigger purpose should be existing. And in the Islamic governance, the application of Shura, which is a model, in fact, or a concept used in the Islamic governance. Shura is like, participating everyone in the decision making. Like when a decision is taken, there should be a consensus, or maybe you should ask everyone's idea. You should ask the board's idea, the employees' idea, the society idea, the customer ideas. So the application of this Shura in the Islamic corporate governance bestows the largest participation of stakeholders concerning the decisions that are taken by the corporations. And finally, the practice of corporate governance depends on the laws and regulatory framework of the context in which the organization is operating. So I think observing and redesigning structures is based on context and based on the reality that organization is in is very important for tourism and hospitality companies as well. The good thing is that there's corporate governance in some countries, like in Kenya, in Ethiopia, and then I think there should be always the context dependent, and that's it for me. Thank you very much. In case of questions, I'm ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed Ahmed, for your good presentation. It's an area which has brought a new approach in the management of corporate governance. Looking forward to hear what participants have to talk about this. Our next presenter will be Professor Yenesiwi Aleni Pelewi. Professor Inesiwe is a renowned author and a professor in tourism and hospitality management. He is currently the chairperson project review and the staff promotions from the University of Gonda in Ethiopia. Professor, it is your time. If possible, kindly confine to 10 minutes. We do not have much time.
Hello,
Welcome,
moderator.
Professor.
Hello, moderator. Professor Alain Belewi has given an apology because of another urgent task that he is undertaking. So you can skip him.
Is Professor in?
No, he's not in. Hello, can you hear me?
If Professor is not in the meantime, we can bring on board Dr. Nashon Chuma. Dr. Nashon Chuma, as Professor is trying to prepare himself to present. Dr. Nashon Chuma, are you in? Because of time?
Yes, hello. I am in. Hello?
Professor Inesiwe Alain is absent. He has given an apology because of an urgent task that he's undertaking with his place of work.
Okay. Thank you for that update. Then we have Dr. Nashon Chuma. It is your time to present. You'll be having 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Right. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Yes, you're clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, Juma Nashon, my good names. I am the CEO of GPP Global Partners and Purpose Network, and we are dedicated in giving capacity building and international connections through business tourism, and we have extended this into also what we call religious tourism or mission, and we are excited about what we do and what we learn. And first of all, I just want to appreciate the convenience of this conference and my earlier keynote speakers who have spoken. I have immensely benefited from the presentations and from the conversation, together with the panelists that have just come earlier before I came. I just want to appreciate deeply each one of them. And of course, to our moderator, moderator, thank you so much for ensuring that this conference is as fruitful as planned and conceptualized. So, I just want also to make a very brief presentation on innovation in the tourism and hospitality. Mine will be so brief to the extent that I will be pointing out more of a practical aspect, starting from the global strategic point of view, because as a company, we are into the consultancy and in the area of tourism, hospitality, and we interact with so many of the people that we consider as clients in this particular industry. And therefore, mine will be just extracting a few lessons and a few experiences that we have had practically when we are bringing some of these particular individuals. So, as earlier noted by my fellow, we can just start the second slide. Summarizes all. The one who is sharing the second slide, please. Yes, thank you. It's already been profoundly stated by my other panelists, very profound information on this topic. So I just want to highlight a few things. From there, we conclude that technology is everything today. In every industry, in every business enterprise, you will discover that the integration of technology into your business, into your industry is very key. You can't run away today. You can't ignore the fact and then remain relevant. All our traditional structures, as good as they have been, I think right now they cannot be effective and efficient. This one, the industry and hospitality sectors must always understand this. Now, in Africa, from our point of view, as we stand on the global space, we realize that in Africa we have been slow in incorporating innovation. Kenya, which is highly celebrated, you discover that Kenya and African potential, has a growth market in hospitality and tourism being somehow low, in which says there is certain information which only can be propelled by innovation that has not reached in certain areas which are supposed to benefit us in Africa. Actually, in all research, you'll discover that Africa is the biggest market, the largest market right now. Everyone is looking for Africa. Now, whatever is underestimating and making Africa, or rather Kenya here, to be misunderstood, need to be countered. And how can we counter this if we can't embrace innovation? So what am I saying? The fiscal and digital infrastructure should be upgraded and make it effective and efficient to produce the outcome we are looking. You can give me the other slide. Let's go to the next slide, please. The next slide. Yes. So this is a key question I just want to pose to us, so that even if I will not be able to undertake those other slides, it is important. How do we implement innovation in the hospitality and tourism? I know quite a lot has been dispensed to us, but I want to really agree with the panelists who have already articulated these points. This may be repetition, but an area of emphasis I would want. Reforms in technology, as far as our observation when we interact with other countries, other tourists, other entities globally in the global space, the global market, we discover that there is need for reforms in our technology. Yes, we have it. We can build eco-friendly infrastructures as we have been doing, but yet, is it giving and bringing what you call eco-friendly choices, which bring also results? So we need in the hospitality and tourism industry to ask ourselves, as we have all this information dealing with eco-friendly infrastructures, are they bringing us into the choices that we are looking for? Are the clients, making the choices that are coherent with these eco-friendly environments that we have created in our hotels, we have created in our businesses? It's very key. We also need to look at the quality of the process. We need to adopt digital consumption to ensure that there is safety, transparency, that is all seamless when it comes to operation. I have come to discover in the interaction and bringing some of these tourists in our country here, I've come to realize that they already have researched, they have a lot of information, and they are having certain questions or other gaps that they have already information, which is either not sufficient enough for them to make a choice and a decision to come to our destination. And remember, as we look at destination resilience, it cannot be achieved if at all we do not keep the inflow of these particular partnerships and tourism taking place. The other thing I want to really emphasize, which is very key, is flexibility with the market change. Now, on this emphasis, I want to point out on flexibility in policies and services. It is very important that the hospitality and tourism industry looks at this. Sometimes we have found ourselves being so convinced over a particular policy that it is the only one that can work. But we all understand the dynamics that are happening in the world. No one can be really predictive of everything. No one predicted possibly Corona. And when it came, you realize that right now everything has changed. So flexibility with the market change and flexibility, especially in the area of policy and services in our industry, should be very, very, very key in ensuring that resilience is achieved and sustainability is achieved. You can go to the other slide, please. Just want to pick a few things. Next. Well, there are certain advantages which I'll bring to our understanding or just remind us with innovation in this particular industry. We definitely encourage our clientele independence, which most of them actually would be asking and looking for. How independent am I? So we also realize that innovation in this is going to bring key interactions that every clientele would want to have and be sure. It also increases security, and this definitely is a support system to the client's choices and client's continuing to promote our industry and our tourism. There is also profitability. Every time you embrace innovation, as we embrace it, we are going to have increase of sales. I was just looking at Coca-Cola. Obviously, this is a big brand that came in with a certain branding that most traditional industries, most traditional business enterprises were not really conversant with, or rather they were never taking steps over it. But when Coca-Cola really branded itself, you can see up to today the kind of command it has. So I encourage us in this industry also to really put input in this very area. Yeah, efficiency of service is also increased as we also look at ecological sustainability. So let's go to the other slide, please. I want to give a summary. Yeah. Next slide. That one talks about important innovation, and that one talks about technology in the tourism. And I think I have already mentioned how efficiency and effectiveness is achieved. Can you go to the other slide? Yes. Now, these are some of the areas which I could say there is need for innovative industrial plan of research to get the exact data that can definitely inform us on which technology is applicable to where we are. Now, I want to say this. Sometimes, as we seek to integrate technology into our industry, not all technology apps and solutions that are coming into the space can be applicable to certain given areas. So an innovative industrial plan of research is needed in order to definitely arrive at which is the most effective technology to be applied. For instance, like NFC technology is one of the most talked about technologies in the tourist industry. And it refers to technology that is downloaded to one's phone that can act as a key to access either the room or establishment by those who are visitors. Let's go to another one that I may point out. It's good when I'm talking about this innovative industrial plan of research and pointing out on technology. It's good to also mention this other one, which is the VR. Can you go to the next? Yes, the virtual reality is a game changer in tourism industry. This one, as you well understand or know, it is used to enhance client experience by giving 3D representation of rooms. Now, this one is very effective, and I have seen most of our visitors are really very comfortable every time they are looking and Googling and getting information about the place they are visiting. They will always want to definitely interact. So it is important for you and me understanding, those of us in hospitality and tourism industry, understand which technology is going to be more appropriate. Let's move to the other final one. The other slide. As I come to the conclusion, there is artificial intelligence, which of course every one of us right now understand that this is the game changer at the moment, and it is important that this aspect is embraced effectively in our hospitality and tourism. Let's go to the other chair. Something I want to emphasize, here, about sustainable destination resilience. Now, there is need for seamless operations in the industry of hospitality, and this means our customers, our clients ought to have a certain given experience, and this experience cannot be achieved if we do not embrace innovation and upgrade our communication tools and our technology. But now, this is what is going to come to be. Sustainable destination resilience is going to be achieved, one, through innovation and flexibility of operation, and developing a very clear industry plan of research. This is like a summary I'm making. And the resilience is going to be attained when we go into certain practical measures, practical steps, practical intervention. And this could be intensive marketing of the destination. And most of us, as much as we have really used the branding graphically, I think there is a certain level that we need to enhance it. You can move again. Slide. That's behind. It's not clear. There are 2 points here I need to mention as I conclude. On the other slide here. The slide you have removed. The other, yes, good. Now, having travel discount packages, I found it also a very attractive thing. Most of the time when our visitors are making choices of even visiting our land, they are always looking at different places, different destinations, and they are looking for what could be the incentive that makes me come to this place. So I would encourage that as in hospitality and tourism industry should look at how can we really give certain travel discount packages if at all we want to continue and sustain our niche. And my parting shot possibly is to say that hospitality and tourism industry should invest in strategic collaboration for resilience and sustainability. International connection create maximum leverage and serves as a hub for resilient skills and new knowledge that definitely brings something more on innovation that the market is demanding. So this is my parting shot, that we in hospitality and tourism industry should really stick, invest in strategic collaboration and connections so that we are able to leverage the resilient skills that come with the new knowledge of information in the market space. This is why GPP is committed in promoting business connection conferences that definitely happen both regionally and globally. I'm so grateful. I'll be glad and definitely ready to give an answer to any question that is related to what I've just presented. Otherwise, thank you for inviting me. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nation Chuma, for that initiative area. You are able to give us an overview of our collaboration and the partnership from a global perspective. As you know, Dr. Chuma is the Chief Executive Officer of Global Partnership and the Purpose of Creating Tourism Resilience in East Africa through international business connections. At this juncture, I would like to bring on board our rapporteur, Dr. Bitok, to be able to sample out some of the questions for our presenters. Dr. Bitok, are you in? If you are in, kindly respond.
Yes, Dr. Maranga, I'm in.
Yes, please go on. Maybe you can sample out maybe 2 questions for each presenters, and then we see if we have enough time.
Yeah, so here I have a number.
You can also be able to give a brief recap of what each presenter has done. Thank you, Dr. Bitok. Karon.
Okay, so thank you for our presenter. Ms. Susan Ongalo, Ms. Linus, Dr. Tom, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Yenesiu, and Dr. Nation. So at least we've had a good coverage of the topic areas. And we have a number of questions that have emanated from the presentations. So here I have a number of questions, although some of these questions have been responded to in the chats. So I'll just read maybe generally all the questions. So the presenters look at the questions, you can respond to the questions that maybe you've not responded to in the chats. So those that have been responded, the participants can be able to view the responses from the chat. So we have the first question to Susan and Lynette. So it says that maybe seemingly there's always a conflict between sustainability and profitability. One of the aims of sustainability is using resources sparingly, but most often we have defined customer experience by the degree of opulence and variety, maybe in menu planning. So how can we be able to achieve that balance? So let me just go through all the questions, then we'll have the presenters giving us their responses. So Susan or Lynette, you'll be able to respond to that. So another question, we have a question to Susan Ongalo. The question reads that, kindly help us understand what deliberate measures have been put in place by the hospitality sectors and industry in Kenya to give internship and job opportunities to recreation and sports management graduates from KU. So these graduates have the latest knowledge in implementing fitness, spa, sport for children, youth, and the adults. So the other question goes to Lynette. How is the various aspects of tourism, such as adventure tourism, ecotourism, wellness, and sport tourism, practically practiced in a combined or not isolated in Kenya to meet the needs of specific segmented tourist and tourist markets? Yeah, so maybe you can tell us more about that. And in addition, maybe you can also tell us about areas where we can work about in terms of any research grants on these areas which look so promising in terms of wellness tourism, sports tourism, adventure tourism, Yeah, so another question also to Lynette. What has been the success of the ecotourism Kenya certification programs as tools of achieving sustainability in the tourism and hospitality sector? So are we seeing the ecotourism Kenya as a lone voice in the wilderness? That is an entity or an organization that the industry accommodates rather than embrace. So a question to Dr. Tom Brulia. So we are in the process of establishing a system of environmental and economic accounting in tourism in Kenya, accounting for environmental flows, natural resources and environmental resources and assets in the sector. So how has DSS progressed in this front? We have a number of questions there. I think Dr. Tom, yeah, I'll read for you so that you can choose which you would want to respond to. Another question is that it is definitely clear that oil or petrol economic dollar muscle power has helped the mentioned Gulf states improve their tourism infrastructure in a big way. So how is the global move towards use of new renewable green energy forecast going to affect the future? That's around 2050 in terms of sustainable tourism ventures in KSA and other Gulf regions. Another question to you also, Dr. Tom, is that which are the best practices in collaboration and partnerships between the public, private, and civil society in addressing the sustainability and eco issues which Kenya can borrow? To Mr. Mohammed, what's the best practice in terms of corporate governance, in terms of either period practice in the African context? Yeah, and then to Dr. Nation Juma, kindly provide some disruptive local innovations in the tourism sector in your country, and how is the adoption rate in the sector? Yeah, so those are the questions so far, and yeah, it's your opportunity to respond. Maybe we can get the responses from starting with Susan or Lynette. Susan? Yeah, you can respond to any of the questions. Yeah, Susan, in case you are around. Susan? Yeah, if in case Susan is not around, Lynette, maybe you can respond. Lynette. Yeah, seems they are still preparing. Dr. Tom?
Dr. Bitok, huh?
Yes, Dr. Baranga.
Yeah, maybe we can request the presenters to choose which questions they are comfortable to respond. By looking through the chat, it will be easy and fast because we do not have much time. We have to converge at 2 p.m., which is past already 2 p.m. Do not have much time.
Okay.
Sorry, I was logged off. Probably I can tackle the, sorry, I was logged off. Probably I can tackle the 3 questions. That is in terms of balancing sustainability. And we also have the integration of various tourism aspects, that is adventures and wellness. And also in terms of what are the benefits of the EK or achievements of the EK successes. So I'll start with the balance between sustainability and profitability in the hospitality and tourism, especially when it comes to maintaining customer experience. This can be very challenging but definitely it's very achievable. And some of the things that we can be able to do in order for it to achieve to balance between sustainability and profitability. One of the things is that we need to collaborate with sustainable brands, where we can partner with suppliers and brands that prioritize sustainability. And this is something that Ecotourism Kenya are doing in terms of coming up with the Eco Guide, where we can be able to guide our eco-rated facility on some of the sustainable brands that they can actually supply, or they can actually buy things, the brands that are sustainable. And in this way, it can help reduce cost and also enhance their brand eco-friendly image. And then another thing is about community engagement, because in my presentation and also towards other presenters, we talked about work with the local community to develop sustainable tourism initiatives that benefit both the environment and also the local people, because they're talking about people, profit, and planet, of which they work together in order for us to attain sustainability, even in our operation. And then some of the things that is very important for us to balance between sustainability and profitability is in terms of employee training, that to ensure that our staff are well trained in matters of sustainable tourism and also practices, for them to understand the importance of sustainability. And this play a critical role in implementing and also guest interaction. This is very important. And also there's something that they touched about menu design. Also we can offer seasonal and also locally sourced menus. And this way we can be able to reduce transportation emissions, but also support local economies. And in the long run, we can be able now to enhance our profitability as we also support sustainability. And then another thing was on the integration in terms of wellness.
Maybe Lynette.
Yes.
I request that as you wind up, for the other presenters, kindly respond. You can type the answers in the chat box so that we save a lot of time as you wind up. So the other presenters can respond directly by writing the answers in the chat box. Thank you. As you wind up. Yeah.
Okay. And then also for the Kenyan tourism industry, which is known for its rich diversity, we have various tourism sectors that can offer integrated offers, that is various tourism aspects that can meet a specific segment. And for this, when we talk about wellness or ecotourism, this is something that our eco lodges and also wellness retreats has already been incorporated in the wellness activity, such as yoga, meditation, and also spa treatment. And these lodges are often located in the natural and also serene settings. We also have the springs and natural spas, which also most of the eco-rated facility and also accommodation facility are offering. When you talk about marathon and races, we've seen the Lewa Marathon, where all the accommodation facility together with the tourism fraternity are also embracing that. And also government initiative like ATB, they're actively promoting Kenya as a diverse tourism destination, targeting on the untapped tourism products. So I think that's it. And in terms of our achievements as an organization, I think that's something I've already put on the chat session. So over to you, the moderator.
Thank you, Rinette, and also thank you all the presenters for honoring our invitation and also taking time to present to us. It has been quite an insightful engagement, and we are looking forward for future endeavors. This time, in point, I would like us to return back this session to the chair of the session. Dr. Nzi, are you in? Nzuki, sorry, Dr. David Nzuki, chair session.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Maranga, and also our guests who have shared.
Dr. David Nzuki, are you in?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, Dr. Maranga, you can hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the great session. And we appreciate also the presentations from the various guest speakers. We thank them actually for their time and also having prepared very adequately. We look forward to greater interaction thereafter. Members, now we are already past 2 p.m. the East African time. And we are supposed to be starting now the next session that ought to have started at 2 p.m. we would love to take a break, maybe 10 minutes only, so that now we start with the afternoon session. Now it is exactly 17 minutes past 2. So 2:27, let's be back kindly. Thank you.
Dr. Nzuki, when we are back, which session takes over? You should remind us.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Ambrose.
So when we are back, we go to panel 3.
Yes, that's what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
hadeerna si fiican uu dhiirigelin fiican u yahay in gabdhaha macnaha qasabka laga daayo rabitaan.
Ni nguzo na uso wa jamii. Kupanda shuka akawa tuzo, ukakamavu wake ukatii na kumfanya mwenye bidii. Kwa machozi na makeke akabaini jinsi ya kuweni. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari kwa jinsi alivyo ng'ari. Mimi ni mwanamke mwake. Usikose kutazama kipindi cha mwanamke mwake nami Caroline Kimwele.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics inclusive of, but not limited to, dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
Kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia, serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
Kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Kilimo ni nguzo kubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
University harbors many beehive activities aside from its core mandate of providing quality education and training, promoting scholarship, innovation and creativity, and inculcate moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. The 53rd graduation is dubbed Research and Innovation for Social Economic Development, which the institution has achieved through WeHub.
Well, there was a call for proposal from the Bill and Melinda Gates. So a team got into place, people from the gender, the economics, education, and other related departments. They got together. They were now responding to this call. So we did a draft, and from this draft, KU happened to have been selected together with the University of Nairobi. In this project, we have 12 research concepts, which we are working with the 12 principal investigators and co-principal investigators. So in terms of teams around Kenyatta University, we are encompassing about 6 schools. GPV, it has contributed to socio-economic development because, first of all, we did a research to find out where is the prevalence, the highest prevalence of GPV. And then we actually looked at the safe houses. When the victims or the survivors have a problem, where do they go for help? And then we looked at it, what is it within those safe houses that empowers women so the women don't go back to the same situation. So basically we are looking for ways to bring in innovation that will be able to empower women so that when they go back to their homes, or maybe they find alternative venues to be able to sustain themselves. Because many women get into, stay in those relationships because of economic empowerment. They are not able to sustain themselves and they think they cannot live without their spouses. And that's why they stick here. But if you empower a woman, a survivor, in terms of decision making, freedom of movement, economic independence, they are able to be very, raise their self-esteem and be able to cope with life without really being subjected to abuse every time they go there. So that's why we picked on there. And we feel our project on GPV has contributed in terms of data, which we have done a report, and we have also developed policies, which we are working with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender and the corrective services so that we are able to implement or have those ministries or even governments to be able to uptake some of those policies and be able to operationalize it in a way.
The zeal shown by both students and their lecturers in their area of research has attracted a long list of donors who are willing to partner with them to make their dreams in research come true.
Kwa upande wangu sikuwa nimesoma, sikuwa na ile certificate of education, na sasa nikawa na ile ungumu, unarea, umekuwa mama, sasa imekuwa mzigo tena, so lazima kwanza ushughulikie na watoto, so ikawa ni ngumu zaidi, nikang'ang'ana hivyo, but the time tulipatana na Catherine, Life Bloom nikasaidika sana, wakanipea course ya hairdressing, nikafanya, ikanisaidia sana kimaisha, because from there ninaweza sema mahali nimefika nimesaidika, because nikawa sasa venye nilitoka hiyo course nikaenda press, nikaajiriwa, nikawa napata mapato kutoka pale kwenye nilikuwa nimeajiriwa, nikafanya like 1 year nikiwa nimeajiriwa, nikaenda hako kasafari, na from there Mungu akanisaidia nikaweza kufungua salon. Hii salon ndio hii, so tunaita Blessed Salon because tunaihesabu ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu akitumia Life Bloom, because ni part of my life. Wamekuwa msaada kwangu.
Through research, Kenyatta University, in partnership with the stakeholders, has contributed to findings that inform policy by use of qualitative and quantitative research methods.
I'm very, very encouraged, even on our graduation theme this week, or this year, because for the first time or in a second time in a row, we are recognizing the role of research. Africa's problem will be solved by serious research, because we as Africans, if you look at the developed world, a lot of new innovations have been put in place. For example, in food production. We are here as Africans still laboring with a hoe and a jembe, imagining that we can do that and feed the whole of Africa, feed the nation. While other countries, you look like Israel, they have mechanized their agriculture through research, they have mechanized their food production through innovations, and I think personally, we have to enhance research and innovation and advocacy so that people can know what is coming out from the higher institutions of learning. What is it that these researchers are doing? What is the role of a professor within an institution? Because I believe professors also need to leave the ivory tower. They need to leave the classroom and get to the field and get to see what Wajiko is doing and maybe use their knowledge to enhance Wajiko to get to a level whereby her labor is not in vain.
What do you do with women who want to learn and they cannot go back to school? They don't even have the means. They are trapped in the streets in terms of what you call the prostituted women, because if they had a different choice, they would then get off the streets. And I didn't seem to find an answer. And then one time I remember, I am a teacher, I am trained, and I know how to develop a curriculum. So from needs assessment, we began to develop curriculums. And I remember the very first one that I put together, I typed and put together, had 8 topics.
Access to finances and empowerment through financial literacy has greatly improved the livelihoods of women and their households by enabling them to start and manage small projects and SMEs.
If there's one thing that has really happened among the partnerships that we have had since 2004 is the partnership with Kenyatta University, the gender department, the hub, as we call it. The reason being that they came at a time that we're looking forward to celebrating 20 years of existence, 20 years of massive impact as we felt it, but it had never been measured. So Kenyatta University coming into through this partnership, through Dr. Okemwa and Professor Gary, came in to evaluate, to assess and evaluate what it is that we have put down as our model of training, as a model of transforming the community that we're serving. And as a result, when they interviewed the women who have been through this program for the last 5 years and back, when they interviewed the staff who have been here, when they interviewed other caregivers and some of the stakeholders out there, it's like it gives us the feedback that we've been looking for.
The institution's holistic approach in teaching and training has seen a huge number of Kenyatta University, both students and lecturers, venture into research that provides solutions for knowledge gap identified. Kenyatta University, transforming higher education, enhancing lives.
Years ago, a group of cooperators came together to plant a seed. From these strong roots and with God's blessings, that seed today is a strong, big tree. The Cooperative Bank has grown to serve not only the needs of the cooperative movement, but also by helping unlock new opportunities. The Kingdom Bank enables the growth and prosperity of a rich diversity of Kenyans across our great nation and beyond. Through innovative products, harnessing new technologies, and by striving to meet and exceed the needs of our customers in a fast-changing world. And even though we now serve more than just the cooperative movement, we take a lot of pride in our roots. We are the Cooperative Bank. We are you.
Access to knowledge. Solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
Lola ni programu inayokupa fursa ya kutizama video zozote pindi tu unapokuwa na nafasi. Hadithi za kukupa motisha, drama, maisha ya vyuo vikuu, teknolojia, masuala ya jamii, kuzuru maeneo tofauti, spoti, burudani na zaidi. Pata programu ya Lola sasa kwenye rununu yako kwa yote unayohitaji.
Ni nguzo na uso wa jamii. Kupanda shuka, akawa tuzo. Ukakamavu wake, ukatii na kumfanya mwenye bidii. Kwa machozi na makeke, akabaini jinsi ya kuweni. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, kwa jinsi alivyo ng'ari-ng'ari. Mimi ni mwanamke mwake. Usikose kutazama kipindi cha mwanamke mwake, nami Caroline Kimwele.
So Dr. Edna Thanku and Dr. Irene Awor, Dr. Charles Mugendi. Any of you who is back?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this is Dr. Irene Awor.
Yes, kindly step in for the moderator, Dr. Charles Mugendi, who is yet to join, so that we move on with panel 2. Dr. Awor, Irene, you are ready for that? Dr. Irene?
I had prepared, I was ready to be a rapporteur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. I will step in now to moderate, and therefore let me just repeat that panel 2 is about, we are focusing on the sub-theme of macroeconomic policy initiatives for strong and sustainable growth in the current age of uncertainty in the global economy. We have the guest speakers. Let me confirm if they are there. We have Madam Leah Kasera, the head of Public Policy and President's Priority Initiatives, and we have Dr. Marceline Kamande from the DVC, from DVC and Research, Mount Kenya University. Rapporteurs, thank you, Dr. Irene, you are there, and then we have Dr. Edna Thanku. So,
good afternoon, Dr.
Yes.
Kamande on the line.
Okay, that's Dr. Marceline Kamande, thank you. Dr. Leah Kasera, are you there?
I am present.
Okay, thank you. I will request the guest speaker, the first one, Madam Leah Kasera. You could, you could just share with us briefly, maybe about your position, and then you proceed with the presentation kindly.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. 10 minutes.
I had shared a.
10
Can
minutes.
you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. 10 minutes.
I had shared a presentation. Perhaps the Secretariat could project it.
Okay, I've sent a word to them. In the meantime, you can just start by, yeah, it's already there. Yeah, okay, thank you. Go ahead, 10 minutes.
Yeah, as indicated by Chair, my name is Leah Kasera. My background is in international political economy. As Dr. Kasera, as I'm currently preparing to defend my oral presentation for my thesis that is in materiality and assessment of ESG. Currently, I work in the Executive Office of the President in the government of Kenya. Previously, I have been a policy advisor, senior levels with the African Development Bank, World Bank, the African Union. The last time I spoke at Ibric, this is the third time I'm speaking at Ibric. The last time I spoke at Ibric, I was in West African private sector, Senegal, Dakar, precisely. And this time I'm speaking to you as the government representative. So that's who I am.
Okay, thank you, Leah. Are you able to activate your video so that can be captured on the screen, kindly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can see you now.
Yeah. Okay, so I will go through this very quickly. What I will do is I'll take you through very high level global context of what's happening economically at a global level. I will bring in the Kenyan context, and then as I finish, I'll share some reassurances. Next. Next, please. Next slide, please. So, the current global context, we find ourselves in a world that is deeply interconnected, and increasingly so are the crises and risks that we face. I'll just share some examples. The global supply chain disruptions that are currently ongoing due to conflicts in the eastern part of Europe, as well as the more recent Israeli-Palestinian war. We also find ourselves with high interest rates, limiting access to credit and exacerbating debt servicing costs. That's at a global level. There's also been significant losses and damages attributed to extreme weather events, namely droughts, floods, and others. Next slide. And so, because of the ongoing, there is elevated commodity prices, such as in petroleum, on account of increased geopolitical fragmentation and global oil supply cuts. I'll just share a few statistics that I've been able to gather from the African Development Bank, from World Bank, as well as Kenya Economic Update. The baseline focused for the world economy to continue growing at 3.2%. That is between 2024 and 2025, at the same pace, not very different at the pace that there was in 2023. Global inflation is forecast to decline steadily from 6.8% in 2023 to 5.9% in 2024, and hopefully 4.5% in 2025. And this will mostly happen within the advanced economies, returning to their inflation targets sooner than emerging markets, as well as developing economies. Next. Current situation now is that there is beginning to seem somewhat hopeful. There are signs that the global outlook has started to brighten, though growth remains modest. Food price inflation has come down sharply in most of the countries as good harvests for key crops such as wheat and corn saw prices fall rapidly from highs reached after the start of the war in Eastern Europe. In Ethiopia, especially, Ethiopia has been a good example, has led from the front. We've seen wheat cultivation steadily increase from what there was in between 2019 and 2023, culminating to an expected million quintal production in the season that will be reported shortly. This not only demonstrates agricultural prowess, but also shines a beacon of hope for our regional food security. Ethiopia is showing an example that it can be done at a country level, but also regionally, also to expand space for intercontinental trade. Next. And so the surplus, for example, as such, as the example that has been shared for Ethiopia, opens doors for trade and economic integration, highlighting the importance of agricultural investment and innovation in achieving continental food sufficiency in our countries. So the headline that we have currently is that inflation fell rapidly in most economies in 2023, and this was mostly driven by restrictive monetary policy settings and lower energy prices and continued easing of supply chain pressures. Next. In the case of Kenya, the growth that we saw in 2023 was primarily because of a resilience with growth performance well above the global sub-Saharan average, recording 5.45%. That was in Q1 and Q2 of 2023. Q1 we had 5.5%, and Q2 we had 5.4% growth, and that was mostly in the first half of 2023 at an average. There was also, we clearly saw a rebound in the agricultural sector following improved weather conditions and the impact of subsidized production through fertilizer and seed provided to the farmers by the government. Next. There's also that decisive move that was made to stabilize the macroeconomic environment. The government successfully conducting a partial buyback of the Eurobond in February 2024, a move that significantly eased the immediate liquidity constraints for the year, instilling a sense of calm in the markets. And this is something that we'll hopefully continue to see as we go through 2024. There are the clear performance in the resilient industrial and service sectors, which have had robust performance. Under that, we have information and communication, mostly driven by increases in wireless internet and fiber to home subscriptions, accommodation and food services driven by tourism, including conference tourism, financial and insurance due to increased yield on investment and increased return on deposits by commercial banks. There's also the real estate supported by sustained expansion of the construction industry. Next. Generally, on the economy, we foresee the GDP staying healthy in 2024, given the prospect of favorable rainfall and a strong performance in agriculture. The economy is anticipated or projected to grow by between 5.8 to 6% in 2024, up from 5.6 last year, mostly driven by agriculture, again, manufacturing and service sectors. Inflation is projected at 5.9, driven by food and energy inflation. There are measures to keep inflation within target range. There are efforts in place that is between 2.5 to 7.5 through monetary policy intervention. Monetary policy is expected to remain tight. Next slide, please. And so, in delivering on that economic promise, economic growth promise or stability promise, what we have is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda pillars that are agriculture, MSMEs, affordable housing, digital creative economy, and health. So these are the pillars that the government is delivering through to deliver on the kind of promise that I have shared with you in the previous slides. Under agriculture, there's of course increased crop production to reduce imports and increase exports, but also to secure food security. There are plans to expand, the MSME activities under livestock, and we're looking at leather production, increasing dairy, and as well as beef production. The previous slide, just stay there, please. Doing more work in the dairy sector and beef sector. Under beef, there are efforts in developing cattle feedlots across 31 arid and semi-arid areas of Kenya. There's also the expansion of fisheries through the blue economy. And there's also the partnerships between government on fish landing sites, both on the side of Lake Victoria as well as the Indian Ocean. Under MSMEs, I talked about trade and markets. There's financing through social inclusion, financial inclusion, business development support. There's, of course, the affordable housing, digital creative economy, as well as health. And I'm going to talk about this when I get to the policy interventions. Next slide. So some of the sectors that are enabling the delivery of the 5 bottom-up economic transformation agenda pillars that I've gone through in the previous slides is infrastructure, manufacturing, blue economy, the services economy, environment and climate change, education and training, women agenda, social protection, sports and culture, arts, especially in the creative economy, youth empowerment, development agenda, governance, foreign policy, and regional integration. And of course, the government is working very closely, collaborating with county governments to create an enabling environment that attracts investments in the better programs. Next slide. And so the risks that we are working with, both at a domestic and an external front, we continue to feel the effects of climate change, potentially affecting agricultural production and resulting to domestic inflationary pressures. So there's that promise of increased agricultural production, but again, there's the climate change issue that we continue to deal with. Of course, I talked about tight fiscal space in the previous slides, impact of the multiple shocks that have affected the global and domestic economy, leading to tight liquidity conditions for financing the budget. On the external front, there continues to be uncertainties in the global economic outlook, stemming from the current geopolitical tension that could rise in higher higher commodity prices, and thereby slowing down our economic recovery, impacting our domestic economies. And also there's a continued strengthening of the US dollar against other global currencies, arising from aggressive monetary policy tightening, presenting significant risks to financial flows, and also putting pressure on the exchange rate, especially when it comes to paying back our loans. Next. So I wanted to just give you, I think there's a slide before this. I wanted to give you just a few examples of some of the policy initiatives, and not all of them, but some of them that could shape, enacted in 2023, that could shape 2024 for us. The most notable legislative framework, of course, is the Affordable Housing Levy, which was introduced in the Finance Act 2023 at the rate of 1.5% of gross salaries. There's also the National Tax Policy, which is meant to enhance national government's efforts in developing transparent tax policies. There's also, of course, you all remember the African Climate Summit that signed into law the Climate Change Amendment Act, introducing guidelines and policy directions on carbon market trading to enhance greenhouse gas emissions, reductions and removals. Next slide. The repealing of the NHIF, which was replaced by SHIF, established under the Social Insurance Fund Act. The Act established three funds: the Primary Healthcare Fund, the Social Health Insurance Fund, and the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. Other policy interventions include Kenya National E-Commerce Strategy in 2023 that cut across policy, investment, and public-private sector coordination. And we hope that this will play a key role in ensuring Kenya achieves important milestones in the e-commerce sector. At ICT, there's recently been released a strategic plan providing legal and regulatory frameworks, expanding broadband connectivity, broadcasting and telecommunication infrastructure, improving access to digital government services and products, facilitating the development of information technology-enabled services, and increasing public access to information, promoting a secure digital ecosystem, and enhancing digital and mass media skills. There are also a number of policies under cryptocurrencies and AI. Next slide. And so it's not all doom. And I'm hoping that Ibric would create an opportunity in future so that we can discuss in detail and in depth some of the things that are happening both at micro and macro levels. From what feedback that we get from experts is that they're eager to see Conversations continue in 2024 around global financial reform, and we'll be watching closely to see if these reforms address antiquated dynamics while simultaneously looking for creative ways to help bridge the gap in the immediate future. Also, we hope to continue seeing easing of global financing conditions, lowering international fuel and food prices, which would strengthen Kenya's external balances, faster than projected rebound in economic activities that would result in higher government revenues supporting fiscal consolidation. For Kenya, from the Kenya Economic Update, there's projection of a GDP growth underpinned by favorable weather conditions, especially for the agricultural sector, a recovery of industry, and the resilience of key services. And of course, Kenya is proactively utilizing all channels on the global, continental, and regional level to enhance its role in the global economy and increase regional and international trade integration. So these are very high level statements, and perhaps we should be able to address more from the Q&A. Perhaps also in future we could have a half a day conversation, just looking at the micro and macroeconomics, both at a global level, and then how that impacts at a country level. Thank you. Thank you. I'm done.
Am I audible? Oh, yes, I am. Thank you, Leah Kasela, for your presentation. You have told us it is not all doom, and that is great. We would want to welcome Dr. Maslin Kamande to do her presentation. Dr. Maslin Kamande, DVC Academic and Research, Mount Kenya University. You are welcome. Are you with us?
Okay, thank you. I had been unmuted.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know whether thank you. I will also make it very short in the interest of time. And maybe I will go back to a bit of basics, maybe to also be able to demystify some of the things that maybe are basic about a macroeconomic policy. And I want to begin by saying, if you can go to the next slide, maybe for those who are non-economists, I think we need to understand macroeconomics policy to be the policies that the government uses to regulate the nation's economic operations. And this is something that we can't, okay. I hope my video is on now.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I was saying that I want to go to the basics of macroeconomic policy, and just for us to help us understand why the government does whatever they do, and maybe some of the things that we should be concerned, even as we look at what is happening in our economy. And I've just started giving a preamble from those maybe who are not from an economic background, just to understand that these are government initiatives. They are actions that the government takes to regulate what we do every day as an economy, and they are the ones that help us to grow the economy. When we hear that the economy is either projected to grow by 5% or it has grown, and then there's a lot that goes behind the scene, just to ensure that what we want as an economy then happens. And I think I relate this to many other things that even happen in our normal life, that for you to be able to have an objective, there's always the means to an end. And so when the government comes up with macroeconomic policy, then they are simply defining what is the end that they need and how are we going to get there. And some of the things that we are concerned by, or rather with policy, we think, yes, of economic growth, and we are looking at about raising people's standards of living, and there is a lot of conversation about poverty. We talk about eradicating poverty. Look at the SDGs. What are we looking at? We have given ourselves a projection of eradicating poverty, reducing inequalities. How do we get there? Then it is by raising standards of living for people. And when we think about creating jobs, creating wealth, how do we go there? And that is what a macroeconomic policy achieves. And definitely the government is concerned about three broad areas. We are calling them national production. We are talking about unemployment and inflation. And these are the main things that the macroeconomic policy is going to address. When we think about national production, when the government targets increase in agricultural produce, then what are they looking at? They are looking at being able to bring up the overall national production. When we think about industrialization policies, we are thinking about how can we increase the made in Kenya commodities that are going to satisfy the needs of our populace. When we think about unemployment, of course, this is a big debate. And I think even in the current situation in Kenya, or rather employment is central in whatever is happening. We are training so many people, but we do not have enough jobs. Are we thinking about just jobs in the white collar sector? Are we talking also about the blue collar sector? Or are we also thinking about businesses? So when we think about unemployment, and I also want to say that also when we think about unemployment, it is not only about the labor. We are also thinking about the other capital. If we think about fertilizer, how much are we being able to apply that? And are we optimizing the application of all our factors of production? And then, of course, the other subject is inflation, issues of prices. When we talk about high oil prices, what are we talking about? These are the elements that when we think about inflation. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, and on our policies, we'll go into two broad areas. We are thinking about monetary policy, and that is what the central bank does. Just to be able to control the money in circulation. And when the government floats government bonds, what are they doing? They are floating bonds so that they can buy the bonds from you to release money in the economy. Or rather, and when they sell, what are they trying to do? They are trying to get money out of the economy so that they can control inflation. Do we understand that mechanism? Do we understand our role as the citizens? And do we know our benefit when we invest in treasury bills, when we invest in in the infrastructure boards, when the government floats that, there's what we call the issue of domestic and foreign borrowing. When the government chooses between whether to sell the boards and the treasury boards and the infrastructure boards so that they can fund us locally, how do they decide that? And why is it important for them to decide that? It is not all rosy when everything is done internally, because that means is that instead of me maybe investing money in my business, I will buy the boards, and that is going to affect the economy. So there are all these balancing acts when the government thinks about the monetary policy, and I think it's a good input. It's a good thing for us as citizens to sit down and understand why does the government make the policies that the way they do. And then the other broad area, and I think this is again the other area of debate currently, the issue of the fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is basically about what the government spends, what the government, or rather taxation policy, and issues of borrowing. Again, how does government finance their spending? And is every spending logical? Is every spending of the government or projected spending of the government required? Is it a priority? And I think for me, those are the kind of questions that we need to be asking ourselves, even as we think about what the macroeconomic policy does for us. Of course, the four broad areas is just again, just as for information, is that anything the government does is trying to be able to help us to achieve an expansion in our economy. When we want to say that we want an economic growth, how do we get there? And that is what macroeconomic policies do. When we think about rolling and employment, that is what macroeconomic policy does. And when we think about stabilizing prices, it's all about inflation. And then, of course, I've talked about the balance of payment, or rather things that have to do with issues to do with the foreign exchange and what we sell out, what we sell in. I know some other debates that come in when we think about what the government does. Are we encouraging imports from inside, from the outside, or are we trying to encourage consumption from the stuff that are being developed, or rather that are being produced locally? Of course, that comes with issues of quality, and I think that is the other debate. I think we are all following, I followed up when people talk about the tax on issues of sanitary pads and pampers, and people will be like, is whatever we are getting from the country, is the quality guaranteed? And I think those are some of the things that come in the decisions that the government does, and we need to ask ourselves, what is it in the policies that the government is making? Now, just to expound a bit on the fiscal policy, again in the next slide, are three broad initiatives. One is about the government being able to change the composition of government spending. If we can go to the next slide. And maybe one of the things that, like for me, when I think about the debate that is going on, I always ask myself, we always start our conversation at the, whatever we call the finance bill. But we don't take a lot of time to interrogate our budget statements. And maybe this is a challenge I want to throw to the listeners and to us who are academicians, and even as we try to expound on what the whole of these government policies are. What is the composition? What is the amount of government spending, because from where I sit, that is where the conversation starts. The conversation starts on what is it that we want to do. If we are all in agreement, what we want to do and what our priorities are, then I think we will have it easier for us to agree on how do we finance our needs, and of course in economics we always talk about needs and wants. Have we been able to look at our budget statements and ask ourselves what are the needs and what are the wants of our economy? And can we be able to influence this decision, both from our debate point of view or even our research point of view? Do we have a problem with prioritizing? And if we can be able to handle the issue of what is needed and what is wanted, then I feel that we can have it easier to either accept our fiscal policies, because I think that is where the major problem is. So we talk about the total amount and we also talk about the composition. So have we taken trouble to understand that budget statement? Then the other thing, and I think the previous presenter has talked about what the government is doing. There's always the debate in policy making as to, yes, how much tax do we want to collect and what are the types of taxes? Technically, they are the main classes of taxes. But the idea is, do we, in our local context, have we looked about how much can be collected in whatever we are doing, and how much and what can be collected? And I think that is a conversation, especially as academicians and researchers, that we really need to invest a bit of time here and be able to really guide this through research, through data, whether our priorities are quite right. When we talk about the issue of borrowing, again, I had mentioned this earlier, and there's always this debate. How much are we borrowing from domestic? How much are we borrowing from outside? Is it sustainable? Is it necessary? And that is why I say the whole problem first comes from the composition of our budget. Because if we need to satisfy our budget, then we need to ask ourselves where the money comes from. So this is a very delicate balancing act. But of course, one of the things that we say in economics is that, of course, local borrowing has its own downside, because we also don't want government to borrow money that is meant for business growth, because, again, we want to grow our businesses. But even as we grow our businesses, then why are we growing businesses? We are growing businesses which can be able to actually, or rather, contribute to the tax revenue. How do we handle the issues of tax avoidance, tax evasion? How do we handle the issues of broadening of taxes, the tax base? I know, again, that is a debate. Which is the right way? And can we also be able to break down to the local mwananchi, who can be able to really understand that the purpose of broadening the tax base is for us to be able to reduce the tax burden. And I know there is a lot of misinformation when it comes to some of the policies that the government does. And I think I want to challenge us as academicians that maybe we need to have some conversations to break this down to people who really need to understand why these things are done. And I think people will be able to also have a better conversation even when we talk about the issues of, even when the government goes for public participation, the people whom they are going to, do they really understand this composition that I'm talking about? There is the whole issue of recurrent and capital expenditures. Again, our wage bills in Kenya have just skyrocketed such that we have very little for capital expenditure. What can be done about this? And are the initiatives that the government is taking are the right ones? How can we advise this from a policy point of view? And of course, when we think about that, yes, this is government, but remember what the government does also affects us as private citizens, private businesses, because any kind of tax that I have talked about will definitely affect your private consumption, will affect your investment, will affect whatever we export and whatever. And of course, the only way that we increase our GDP and the way we increase our national income is if we are able to have more investment and of course have more net exports. In terms of the monetary policy, the next slide, again, the overreaching objectives, next slide, is simply how does the government alter whatever is flowing in the economy? When we talk about availability of money, have you ever thought what people mean when people say there's no money in the economy? What does that mean? If we had all the money that we had, and if you can move to the next slide, please. If we have all the money that we need in our pockets, what would that mean? How does that affect prices? How does that affect the other macroeconomic factors? And the issue is that there is a lot of misinformation that people have not really understood, that the issue of having money in the pocket, there is more about the issue of the purchasing power, and maybe those are some kind of things that we need to bring them home, to bring that research maybe to a level whereby people can really understand what is the difference of me having money in my pocket and what can that money do? Do the people who are not our students in economics understand that concept? When we think about regulation of price, the price of money, this is about interest rates. When we hear that the central bank has gone up with interest rates, how does it affect me in my own bank where I bank every day? What will that mean with the price of the loans that I will have? What effect will it have on me? When we think about money supply, is it about having so much money flowing in the economy, or have we been able really to break down these things that we learn in theory for people to really understand what that means? Now, just allow me to talk about 4 initiatives that I think we would be thinking about, and then maybe I add there. The next slide, I'm just talking about what initiatives should we be thinking about. I've talked about investments, and the statement that I'm making in the next slide is that the future is capital investment that can drive clean, green, job-rich, and much healthier economic growth than what came before. So can we really be able to change this conversation of whatever, what do we mean by capital investments, even as we go out there to seek collaboration with the outside world? There's a lot of interest in green energy. There's a lot of interest in green growth, clean energy, job creation, initiatives that are able to build jobs. And I feel that we need to interrogate our policies and to be able also to educate our masses that when we talk about a job-rich policy, what is it? When we talk about a policy that is actually driving the overreaching objectives like clean energy and green growth, what are we talking about? When we talk about the low carbon transformation, even beyond our country, what is this that we are talking about? And can we have a policy whereby, for me, who is a private citizen, I can really understand the inside of whatever public investment that the government does, so that it can be more acceptable and it can really be, or rather we really can be able to grow together. Because the challenge that we have, especially in our country, is that most of the time we are pulling together, we are pulling on different sides instead of pulling together, simply because maybe we don't really understand what is the end result. Where do we want to go with these policies? What is there for me as a private citizen, for me in this policy? The next slide talks about innovation. The previous speaker also talked about innovation. When we think about creative art, when we think about, there's a lot of what our youth are doing with the digital transformation. So can we be able to harness this and be able really to institutionalize some of these changes that we are doing, and also do a lot of public information, such that we just don't get to a point whereby we find ourselves caught up into a...
Dr. Marceline?
Yes?
Kindly, we are really interested in hearing the initiatives, but would request that you present them in the very short time in the interest of the other panel. Thank you so much.
So I am actually almost done. And so the second one, I'm talking about the innovation and system transformation. I think that is the second innovation that I'm talking about. And I think that's what I was explaining and saying, that we need to really harness whatever opportunities are there in terms of whatever innovation is, or rather offers for us in terms of growth. And then the third one, I'm talking about policies that foster investment, innovation, and have to do with governance, because I think that is the other issue that we need to address. When we think about all these policies, yes, we will have policies on investment, we will have policies on innovation, but can we also think about policies that also support these policies, and these are mainly governance policies. And then the final one, I think I want to talk about policies that also promote the issue of international cooperation for economic growth. Policies that help us to be able to build up on what technology, finance, and the ideas on for us. And I think now I am in slide. If you can move on. I think I'm moving faster than you. So I've talked about slide 3, which is about initiative number 3, which is about policies on governance. And then the final one that I was talking about, which is in the next slide, is on finance and international cooperation for growth. And these are policies that, again, help us to harness on whatever is available for us internationally in terms of technology, the finance, and how can we collaborate with the world outside us. And I think that's what I had for this panel. Thank you. And
thank you so much. Thank you very much, Dr. Marceline Kamande. Now I'll take it over to the rapporteurs, Dr. Edna Dhangu and Dr. Irene Wo, so that you can, for the Q&A.
Okay, thank you. I would like to begin by thanking Ms. Leah Kasera for her presentation. For Ms. Leah's presentation, the first presenter, there were three main questions that came from the chat. The first one was on macroeconomic statement. The person asked, which macroeconomic statement should the government take to manage and stabilize the fuel prices fluctuations and keep them low and sustainable? So it's about keeping the fuel prices fluctuations low and sustainable. That's question one. The second question is the bottom-up agenda brought forward by our Kenyan government bearing any fruits, since they seem very good on paper? So it's about the bottom-up agenda, whether or not it's bearing fruits. And then the third question, there has been consistent and supportive climate for the girl child. That is about gender, I think. And seemingly the boy child has been forgotten. The participant is concerned Therefore, the question is, what macroeconomic policies are being introduced to talk about the men economic empowerment to match the women economic empowerment? Those are the three questions that came forth for Ms. Leah Kasera. And then I will go to the questions that came in for Dr. Maslin Kamande. I'm checking the chat, and for now, no one has asked a question, but if there is any question on the floor, please feel free to type it on the chat, and then we will raise it. Thank you.
Dr. Eileen?
I think I am done. Thank you. Over to you. If there's any question from the participants, feel free to type it and then we'll bring it forth. Thank you.
Are they to be responded to by Ms. Leah Kasera?
Yeah, the questions were directed at Ms. Leah Kasera, but at some point I read on the chat that she requested for the questions to be sent to the organizer because she was stepping out to attend to something else. I'm not too sure if she's still in, but you can find out kindly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That is panel 2. So then we can move on to panel 3, where we have environmental accounting reporting, financial innovations, and sustainable socioeconomic development. The moderator is Dr. Ambrose Jagongo, and the rapporteurs are Dr. Rogers Ochenge and Robert Kamau. Dr. Jagongo?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you very much, colleagues. Welcome to this session. Session 3 is about environmental accounting reporting, financial innovations, and sustainability in social economic development. My name is Dr. Ambrose Jagongo from the Department of Accounting and Finance. The presenters will be Professor Pat Obi, Dr. Peter M. Deuri, and I would wish to ask them to raise their hands so that we know that they are in before I continue to say something about them. Peter Deuri, are you around?
Yes, I am here. I did raise my hand.
Pat Obi. Thank you very much.
I raised my hand as well. Although thank you so much. Although I will be leaving in about 5 minutes. So for what it's worth, I'll just hang around a little bit because I have another schedule coming up shortly.
I will start with you so that we get the little that we can get from you before you go. With us also will be the rapporteurs, Rogers Ochenge and Robert Kamau. Can you confirm that you're around? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. This is Rogers.
Peter Obi says that he wants to leave, but we will want to gain from him. Peter Obi is
Pat Obi. Pat Obi, not Peter Obi was the presidential candidate in Nigeria. I am Pat Obi.
Pat Obi. I thought it was an abbreviation of Peter. Pat Obi. Pat Obi is a professor of finance at Purdue University, Northwest USA. His official academic title is White Lodging Professor of Finance and endowed professorship received in 2014. Obi teaches corporate finance, derivatives, financial markets, and business analytics. He is the author of several scholarly articles and finance books. At Paddy Northwest, he is the recipient of several awards, including Teacher of the Year, Outstanding Scholar, Distinguished Faculty Lecturer, Teaching Incentive, and Lion-Hearted Leader. Similar honors have come from international academies, including Academy of Finance, Global Conference of Business and Finance, Academy of African Business and Development, and Global Business and Technology Association. Obi is ACUE certified in effective college instruction, and I will ask him to tell us what is ACUE, which certified him in effective college instruction. Obi has an active YouTube educational channel featuring videos in finance, statistics, and financial econometrics. In addition to his regular responsibilities, he serves as a visiting professor in 9 overseas universities, and we shall be asking him formally today that he should add the 10th one to be KU in the coming years. Thank you very much, members. I want to take very little time to talk about Professor Pat Obi so that we give him a chance to take us through what he prepared in this thematic area. Professor, welcome. Just about 8 to 10 minutes will be good for us.
All right. Thank you very much for your kindness in inviting me to join you on this wonderful conference. And ACUE, or AQ as we call it, is the Association of Colleges and University Educators Certification Program that certifies you after a 2-semester teaching effectiveness instruction for learning best practices in college and university instruction. So it's the highest level that we have currently in the United States. So I am very honored to be with you. One of the universities I actually do serve as visiting professor is Strathmore University. I actually just left there this past Saturday after helping to facilitate their PhD finance research program. It will definitely be my honor to have to be connected with Kenyatta University, especially after my wonderful experience collaborating with Professor Paul Sang. And by the way, Dr. Roger Sochenge, I do apologize once again. The presentation I have is a concept, all right? It's not a fully developed empirical study. I'm working on it, so I'll just give you tidbits, hopefully within the next 5 to 7 minutes, if not shorter, entitled How We Can Leverage Fintech for Capital Market Development. The extended version is in Sub-Saharan Africa and comes under the subtopic of financial innovation. So the snapshot of this study is to explore the role of fintech in mediating the relationship between financial inclusion on one hand and capital market development on the other. The latter is obviously a subject that has dominated many academic research because of the poor nature of capital market development in Sub-Saharan Africa. And we worry about this because it is widely believed, and as stated by the U.S. Federal Reserve, that capital markets are the most powerful drivers of economic growth and wealth creation. And there are other documented studies, many of them done by African scholars, demonstrating how important a developed capital market is and why that would fill a lot of the capital inflow gap in Sub-Saharan Africa. The background to this study, of course, is the march toward the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where financial inclusion is identified as an enabler for many of the 17 goals. So together, these goals, as documented in the literature, address the promotion of economic equity, equity being the means of securing everyone's access to the same opportunities. And that's what we seek in access to useful and affordable financial products. And these products are summarized right here, top of which, as you can see, are capital market assets. Now then, there are many studies that have demonstrated the connection between these assets that enable financial inclusion and fintech. These are summarized here, and some of them, as you can see at the top, actually provide a direct linkage between these indicators and the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, there are two broad spectrum of studies in this regard. On the one hand, are studies demonstrating a direct impact of fintech on financial inclusion summarized here. And together, these studies demonstrate how leveraging fintech for financial inclusion can actually lead to these goals: poverty reduction, economic growth, household wealth creation, and reduction of income inequality. All of these in the literature. On the other flank are studies documenting the impact of fintech on financial development, summarized right here. And the question is, why financial development? What is that construct all about, for that matter? Well, according to the IMF, financial institutions and financial markets make up what's referred to as financial development. This ecosystem right now has been determined to be the primary determinant of economic growth and stability in many studies, including in-house studies done by the IMF. So some other external studies are cited right here. And so this is paramount if we have to achieve the fullness of financial inclusion, obviously. So the IMF illustrates it this way. So at the top of it is financial development, which is the goal that we seek. And then it does have a fork showing one aspect is financial institutions and the other aspect would be financial markets. So these are the two aspects to what's referred to as financial development, the basis for attaining full financial inclusion. But the researchable gap in this is summarized as follows. All of these studies that I've mentioned focus on the role, either on the role of fintech in enabling financial inclusion, which many of us are familiar with, or the role of financial inclusion in enabling financial development. Interestingly, all of these studies addressing financial development use financial institutions or metrics associated with financial institutions as a proxy for financial development. My study addresses the impact of fintech on the other aspect of the financial development ecosystem, and that's financial markets, specifically capital markets. And so I'm looking right here on the right side, financial market, which is the forgotten prong of the financial development ecosystem. And then you ask, why capital market development? I need not remind us how it is that we have quite a ways to go in building up our capital market infrastructure. Some of the statistics are summarized right here. So specifically, the purpose of this study is to demonstrate that using fintech to combine the poverty alleviation benefits of financial inclusion with the investment opportunities that capital markets present should lead to sustainable wealth creation in the household sector. And this is pursuant to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So that's the point that is addressed here with the following central hypothesis: that financial inclusion enabled by fintech can accelerate the process of acquiring wealth creating financial products in the financial markets. Financial markets obviously is hugely dominated by stocks and bonds. In sub-Saharan Africa, incidentally, much of it is bonds. And the vast majority of the bonds, probably over 80%, are government bonds. And so it's significantly underdeveloped. And I think only about 13 or so stock markets are developed to a functional level. And even when you're collecting capital equity data, you struggle to collect data that's consistent over any kind of reasonable sample period from even the few economies that have equity markets. So the hypothesis in this that I'm pursuing in this study, which again, it's a work in progress. I have not done the analysis yet. The first and basic one is that financial inclusion has a direct impact on capital market development. So this is the first study that will demonstrate this relationship, I suspect. But more importantly is the second hypothesis, that the effect of financial inclusion on capital market development is conditional on country-level fintech diffusion. And what I mean by this is that the degree of fintech penetration in each country in sub-Saharan Africa will largely determine the efficacy in the relationship between financial inclusion on the one hand and capital market development on the other hand. So this is the unique contribution of this study. And so the conceptual model looks like this, from financial inclusion running to capital market development. That's the direct effect that would first be established. And then the intersection that this has with fintech is described as the conditional effect. So in layman's language, fintech will serve as a mediator in this construct. So the data I use for this study consists of 13 sub-Saharan African countries with consistent annual data from 2004 to the most recent year, in this case 2023. And the target variable here would be capital market development index. So some studies would use some other proxies for capital market development, such as examining market capitalization as a percent of GDP or stock market turnover and stuff like that. But fortunately, the IMF has provided us with a composite construct of this index, which I'm using in this study. But I would also use the others to test the robustness of the relationship. The key experimental variable in this study is financial inclusion, which is going to be proxied by the Financial Inclusion Index provided in the Financial Access Survey database. Now though, but the mediating variable, fintech, is where the challenge comes in a modeling like this. Because fintech, you see, is one that doesn't have a composite construct. And so many studies try to separate two aspects of it, the supply side of it from the demand side of it. And in a nutshell, this is what I'm going to do to see whether the dynamics are different based on the type of fintech variable I inject in my study. So right now, I'm just simply using the construct provided by the World Telecommunications and ICT database, and that's mobile phone subscriptions per capita. So for anyone that really cares, this is the sweet side of the story. Once I can completely implement it, it's going to be a panel data model, of course, because I'm examining all these data over time and for all the 13 countries with consistent data. So the basic construct is examining the relationship between capital market development on the one hand and financial institutions on the other hand. However, on financial inclusion, rather, on the other hand. However, the unique contribution of the study, the added unique contribution comes by the introduction of FT, which is the fintech variable. I do allow for interaction, though, which will capture a moderating aspect of the study. All right, and so this is the basic structure, which is designed as, well, if you like, a panel data fixed effects type of modeling. But going forward, where I'm developing right now, hopefully I should be done with this in the next couple of days, really, since I've just gotten much of my data, is demonstrating the robustness of this relationship in a dynamic framework. So what you observe here is a dynamic framework that would allow me to examine whether the role of fintech in shaping the relationship between capital market development on the one hand and financial inclusion on the other, shown here in blue, whether that dynamic relationship is sustainable so that one can make valued policy recommendations based on that dynamic relationship. So that is, from an econometric modeling standpoint, what I hope to bring to the table upon the conclusion of this study. So everything else right here is just technical, which is the modeling process that I would adopt in providing finale to this study. So, my good friends, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for inviting me. I do know that I don't have so much substance to share. However, I'm hoping that the little I'm able to provide serves as an additional way of thinking of the expanded role of fintech, which is the future, especially as issues in digital finance continue to emerge that hope to leverage instances such as artificial intelligence, generative AI, robotics, machine learning, all these features that now continue to dominate.
Thank you very much, Professor Obe. I don't know whether we lost you or whether you finished.
I put on my video a little bit, but my thing here is a little wobbly, so here I am.
Thank you very much. At least now, when we meet in the streets, I would be able to know who is speaking. Thank you very much. You look a jovial man.
You're very kind. You're very kind.
Yeah, you look a very jovial man and possibly very sociable. Karibu. In Kenya, we say karibu.
Asante sana.
Professor has taken us through a concept or a proposed study on a very thematic area of financial inclusion as it may apply in financial markets. This is a thematic area that we deal with all the times, and probably have many issues about it. I don't know whether Lucy Wamugo, whether Salome Musau, whether Jeremiah Kori, do you have anything that you want to add to Professor's concept before we ask him to go and develop it further for many more questions as it tries to add to the existing body of knowledge?
Yes, Dr. Jagongo, can I go first?
Yes, Salome Musau, karibu sana.
I'd put my question on the chat. Thank you very much, Prof. This is, as Dr. Njagongo has said, a topical area, especially in Kenya, where we are placed in the global map, having been achieved very high levels of financial inclusion. Now, my question, not now related to financial markets, but one of the hypotheses which you put forward was about poverty alleviation. Now, in Kenya, the financial inclusion levels are above 80%, and poverty levels have worsened at the same time.
Yes.
Therefore, my question would be, what is the role of financial inclusion in alleviating poverty? Is it a trade-off, or is there some nexus we can draw from these two? Because the scenario in Kenya, the two seems to be moving in different directions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don't answer first, Prof. Anybody else with a concern?
I don't know if, Doc, if I'm the rapporteur, so I don't know if I will be able to, I know Prof is leaving, but just to mention, okay, the study is quite insightful, and as he rightly put it, the problem is to measure fintech. So one of my suggestion would be, I have seen how they measure fintech in China, largely is to use text mining technology. So I don't know if, Prof, you want to go that direction, because at the moment, really, we do not have, if you rightly follow what we are talking about fintech, and especially in terms of financial markets, we do not really have data. What we might have is internet and all that, but maybe that would be my suggestion, a quick one. But I know we'll have a conversation later on.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Any last one before Professor probably just adds, not really answers, because this is a concept. We are only building to what he has. It's different from findings where we would be asking many questions. Prof, I would only probably think that you have your alternative hypothesis. I'm wondering why you thought of alternative rather than null hypothesis in such a situation. Maybe you'll also tell us something about that as you develop it further. Any last one? Okay, Prof, if you have something to say about that, those ones?
Yes, just briefly, because I really do appreciate the points that all of you have raised. The hypothesis will be clarified in time, as I delve into the empirical analysis. But right now, the hypothesis is designed not as a null, but as an expected outcome. But yes, I actually intend to consider text mining, which is the type of content analysis in text exchanges. I've actually attended studies, conferences where they have demonstrated that actually has not worked very well. And I'm struggling here to remember why that was not effective, at least when used in other situations. But I tell you what, with all that said, because of the dearth of information in this space, I am willing to consider different types of proxies, because fintech right now, unlike measures of financial inclusion and financial development, is yet to have a composite measure. And that's why I am moving toward using alternative metrics to see which ones provide consistent results, information, if you like. But to the first point, though, the first question that was asked by the professor, it is interesting because Kenya is at the top of the food chain when it comes to financial inclusion. And my study actually very carefully avoids that inquiry in terms of the relationship between financial inclusion and poverty reduction, because it's really a minefield. What my study, though, attempts to demonstrate, and I'm sure will demonstrate because my preliminary empirical evidence points to it, is that when we design fintech infrastructure to supplement, not to supplement really, but to enhance, to catalyze. Yeah, catalyst is the word I'm thinking of. When it serves as a catalyst for financial inclusion, it can have a direct positive impact on capital market development. So I'm looking at capital market development, not necessarily poverty reduction, because you can find, and I'm sure you would agree with me, anecdotally speaking, that economies with highly developed capital markets feature fewer incidents of poverty. And that is the reason why a lot of people are seeking for ways to build up their capital market, because it's the beehive of private savings in any economy. It's also the beehive where you can invest long haul in the capital markets. So my study is looking at how we can utilize the fintech infrastructure to catalyze the impact that financial inclusion efforts can have on the development of capital markets in sub-Saharan Africa. My response variable is capital market development. It's not really poverty reduction. I would like for that to be the case, but I dare say that if we have developed well-functioning capital markets in sub-Saharan Africa, we will probably be the better for it, is my suspicion.
So maybe, Prof, something else you would consider later is that the concept should not concentrate too much on the financial inclusion, because it is addressing an issue of the dependent variable, which is the capital markets. So I expected you to really tell us more about what is the issue with the capital markets that you think can be addressed by financial inclusion. So as you further develop it, let us really find that gap.
Yes.
In the capital markets development.
Hopefully, Professor, this is not going to be the last time you hear from me. We're going to be very good friends for the next many years. So thank you very much. I have made a few notes for myself from the questions and comments asked. Thank you so much.
Dr. Frederick Warui, the chair of accounting, wanted to say something to Prof before he leaves.
Oh, okay, please.
Dr. Frederick Warui.
Thank you, moderator, Dr. Jagongo. Professor Pat Obi, I've actually loved your presentation.
Thank you.
And I'm officially inviting you to Kenyatta University, Department of Accounting and Finance, so that we can have a collaboration and also networking. Welcome.
I accept.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for even waiting. I know we were about 1.5 hours later than the program because we started a little late in the morning. But otherwise, thumbs up, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We will move very fast, and I want to introduce Dr. Peter Theuri, who is currently the chairman of the Department of Accounting and Finance in the Willie A. Dees College of Business and Economics at North Carolina Agriculture and Technology and Technical State University in the United States. Dr. Theuri has been at the A&T, and A&T here is Agricultural and Technical State University, for 7 years. And prior to that, he was a full professor of accounting and the chairman of the Department of Accounting and Finance and Business Law at Northern Kentucky University. He has been in the academia for over 35 years. Dr. Theuri has authored more than 20 research manuscripts in reputable accounting and business journals. His passion in teaching financial accounting, he has passion in teaching financial accounting, both at undergraduate and graduate levels. And over his academic career, he has received numerous teaching and research excellence awards. He got his undergraduate at Oakwood University in Alabama, MBA at the University of Central Oklahoma, and his doctorate in accounting, he earned it from the Mississippi State University. He is a CPA and is a proud father of 2 lovely daughters. Karibu sana, Dr. Peter Theuri. I hope you understand the word karibu means welcome the Kenyan way.
Thank you very much. And especially for inviting me to participate in this wonderful conference. I have benefited quite a bit. And as I listened to the different presenters, it seemed like we were collaborating all along in terms of the different aspects. And therefore, my presentation, I have cut it down to a very short time. And I do understand that we are short on time, so I think I will save us a little time. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I want to discuss a crucial aspect of corporate responsibility and sustainability, and that is environmental accounting reporting. Just a few years ago, if I may say that, when I was a university student, if I can say just a few years ago.
Professor, are you going to share anything in the slides?
I did send my slides. Or if you allow me, I can share my screen. Let me see if.
Or the secretariat, do we have it to share for him?
Okay, I can share my screen. Okay.
Thank you. It is very we are seeing it very nicely.
Okay. So this slide sort of encapsulates my overall presentation. The main focus for me today will be environmental accounting reporting. And it's basically on the same theme of sustainability. So that's what I want to highlight on today. And as I was saying, a few years ago when I was a university student, accounting was seen as a debits and credits type of study, and the output was just financial reporting, and that is specifically what we focused on. over time, and in an era where the health of our planet is increasingly threatened by human activity, and where socioeconomic disparities continue to challenge global stability, the role of businesses became very, very important in promoting sustainable socioeconomic development alongside environmental stewardship. And therefore, accounting has jumped on board to participate in the role of enhancing sustainability. And that is the theme that I want to focus on here, because it is a joint effort. So we're no longer exclusive to debits and credits and just financial statements. We have incorporated this idea of responsibility in reporting environmental type accounting issues. So, coupled with financial innovations, that means environmental accounting reporting, coupled with financial innovations, those serve as a powerful tools in enhancing transparency, accountability, and they offer a pathway to sustainable practices that benefit both the environment and the society. So that is what I want to kind of emphasize here. Environmental accounting reporting goes beyond traditional financial reporting by including measurements and reporting of the environmental costs and also benefits that are associated with business operations. These can range from carbon emissions and waste generation to resource consumption and biodiversity impact. Now, many years ago, or if I can say a few years ago, those were not issues that were included in the accounting realm, in the accounting field. And the big point that I want to raise here is that this is a collaborative effort between all the policymakers and those that are engaged in reporting, like in the accounting field, in order to enhance this whole idea of sustainable socioeconomic development. So we report on things that range from carbon emissions and waste generations to resource consumption.
Dr. Your slides are not moving. I don't know whether you are still on the first slide.
Okay. Let me see. They're moving on my screen. Let me see what I'm doing wrong. Okay. All right.
You may have to put slideshow. If you put slideshow, they will move easily.
Okay. All right. So by quantifying these impacts, companies gain insights into their environmental footprint, allowing them to make informed decisions towards sustainability while also considering their socioeconomic impacts on communities and their stakeholders. Let's consider the role of financial innovations in this context. Innovations such as green bonds, or even loans that are linked to sustainability, impact investing. All these are shaping how businesses finance their sustainability initiatives. Green bonds, for example, allow companies to raise capital specifically for environmentally beneficial projects, such as renewable energy or even water conservations. Okay? So if we tie these financial innovations to policies that impact the everyday person, the everyday businesses, stakeholders, then we will be enhancing this entire area of sustainable socioeconomic development. I want to jump onto the question of why would accountants care about environmental accounting reporting? And because I don't have a lot of time, I will give you 6 reasons why we care, we as accountants, why we care about environmental accounting reporting. First, compliance and regulation. Increasingly, stringent environmental regulations require companies to monitor and report their environmental impact. Accountants play a critical or a crucial role in ensuring that these requirements are met accurately and in a timely manner. Non-compliance can lead to legal penalties, reputational damage, and even financial losses that make it imperative for accountants to understand and implement proper environmental accounting practices. Number two, risk management. And these are all very solid reasons why we as accountants care about and participate in creating a sustainable and resilient business environment. So risk management, environmental issues do pose significant risk to businesses, including regulatory risks, operational risks. We have already heard some of our colleagues talk about supply chain disruptions due to resource scarcity and reputational risks as well. Accountants will help assess and manage these risks by integrating environmental data into risk management frameworks and financial reporting. And this enables businesses to make informed decisions that mitigate risks and enhance long-term sustainability. Number three, cost management and efficiency. Of course, whenever we talk about costs, accountants play a big role in quantifying these costs and benefits. Environmental accounting helps identify costs and benefits associated with resource consumption, pollution control, waste management, and compliance. And by quantifying these costs, accountants can pinpoint opportunities for cost savings through improved resource efficiency and waste reductions. This aspect is critical for businesses aiming to enhance profitability while minimizing their environmental footprint. Number four, investor and stakeholder expectations. Investors, shareholders, and other stakeholders, they are increasingly prioritizing environmental performance and sustainability practices when making investment decisions. And this can be seen even in the market, in the capital market, where we have specific investment vehicles that cater to this theme. So accountants play a key role in preparing transparent and reliable environmental disclosures that meet these stakeholder expectations. This transparency enhances trust and credibility, attracting capital from socially responsible investors and supporting long-term financial sustainability. Number five, corporate social responsibility and reputation. Demonstrating environmental responsibility is a vital component of corporate social responsibility. Accountants contribute by quantifying and communicating the positive environmental impacts of corporate initiatives, such as investments in renewable energy or reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. This not only enhances corporate reputation, but also strengthens relationships with customers, employees, and communities. Long gone are the days when we assume that customers don't care, employees don't care, or even our communities don't care. Number six, long-term value creation. Long-term value creation. Environmental accounting reporting supports the integration of sustainability into corporate strategy. And And this is where the policymakers come into being. We need to join hands as we make policy, not just in accounting or even in just accounting reporting, but also in our businesses. We've heard a few CEOs in here make speeches, and they can incorporate these as part of their corporate strategy. Accountants provide insights into the financial implications of sustainable practices and investments. And that helps businesses align their environmental objectives with long-term value creation. This strategic alignment fosters innovation, resilience, and a competitive advantage in a rapidly evolving global market. So in conclusion, what I would do is challenge all the policymakers, whether it's a government sector, whether it's a private sector, whether it is in our reporting sector, to join hands and integrate all reporting measures into the fabric of corporate governance and decision-making. And even as we develop financial innovations like the ones I mentioned, like the green bonds, and as we incorporate those, we will see growth in creating a sustainable and resilient business environment that will be good, not just for us, but for the future generations. So let us advocate for its adoption across industries, recognizing its potential to drive positive change for our planet, for our society, and for our future generations. I will leave it at that. I did promise that it's going to be short, but I think what I wanted to do was highlight the role that accountants play in this environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Theory, the Chairman of Accounting and Finance in the Willie A. Deese College of Business and Economics at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University in the USA, for that very insightful concept. I want to still call it a concept, which is very insightful and very thematical in terms of the emerging issues in accounting today. Let me hear from the people in business, the people in accounting, the people in economics, what you want to add or amend in the concept that Dr. Theory is proposing to follow later. I'm here in the, I'm sure in the house we have Dr. Farida must be somewhere. This is a very topical. Wamugo, Philip Wambua, say something.
Dr. Jagogo, there is something in the chat. Possibly we could start from that point.
Okay, Rogers, can you read for us what is in the chat?
Okay. So there's a question from Susan. An interesting one. The ESG accounting is fairly a standardized area in accounting. Of course, many companies exaggerating or misrepresent their ESG efforts to appear more responsible than they are. Are we seeing any possibility of emergence of ESG accountants? And I was thinking that could be close to environmental accounting smoothing. So maybe, Doc, you can respond to that interesting question.
Are we seeing any possibility of emerging ESG accountants? Let us take that down. Any other? Let us see if there's any other before Daktari picks them up to answer. Dr. Warui, is your hand up? I'm seeing a hand. I don't know whether you forgot it up or you are raising it now.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Professor Deuri, for that presentation. And I just wanted to add something on environmental costs, which is actually out of the 6 items Prof has highlighted is on the expectation of the shareholders. And you see when the environmental costs are becoming so much, both direct because of purchase of the pollution control equipment, which are very expensive. We also have some indirect costs like fines and regulatory costs. And we also have some hidden costs we call resource depletion. So on that item on the expectation of the shareholders, it's good for mitigation purpose to go green, so that we can reduce that carbon emission by adopting other energy sources like solar. So in that concept, I think that one can be more emphasized because of profit maximization as a goal of any farm. So when it comes to environmental costs, they are becoming so huge because of reducing those carbon emissions. I've seen in the tea factories, they have been urged to go green, such that they are adopting the green energy by adopting the solar energy. So thank you, Professor Deuri. And also thank you for also accommodating our students in your university. Thank you so much.
It is a pleasure to have your students. They're doing very well in our program, and they're a pleasure to have in our classrooms.
Professor, can you address any of those issues, or if there is, before we see if there's any other question?
The only thing that I would mention is that ESG accounting, especially in the United States, has become a hot topic, and we have included that in our curriculum. And I think it's a growing area. I'm not sure that we'll have ESG accountants as such, but just like we do with environmental reporting, this is also becoming another area that is developing very, very fast, even in the accounting area. I think more in the auditing field than in the financial reporting aspect of it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with any concern for Dr. Peter Deuri? Rogers, any summary that you want to make on this presentation?
I think much of I think Dr. Peter was addressing really. I mean, in my summary, one key thing: why should accountants care about environmental issues, accounting for environmental issues, and highlighted the key role that environmental accounting is taking at the moment, given, of course, the issues that arise, and gave a number of very cogent reasons why accountants should take cognizance of the reporting, and that they can actually make a contribution by highlighting even the impact the environmental innovations. What can a farm really benefit from, becoming innovative in terms of combating environmental issues? So the 6th point, I think, was the key highlight of his address, compliance and regulations that accountants need to monitor. And I like the point that accountants, if they cannot monitor, then a firm could easily fall into fines and losses for not adhering to regulatory measures or requirements. But also accountants can also monitor and quantify the costs that come with environmental issues, and that investors now have expectations concerning how firms should address the environment, and accountants can quantify this and meet or address the concerns from investors. So I think those were the key highlights. Unless there is probably any other question which I have not seen in the chat.
Thank you very much, Rogers, for that. Maybe the only other question I would ask Peter and other CPAs and the academia in accounting is, what is the future of accounting profession? What is the future? Maybe that also may require a discussion. What is the future of accounting profession? Related to that, again, is the researches that are accounting based are generally fewer than those in finance. Even for those whose backgrounds were strongly in accounting, later they now veer off towards finance. Where could be the gap? What could be the issue? Are we pricking ourselves in the foot? Dr.
I am not sure that I would say that we have a gap. I think we redefine ourselves in many, many different ways. We are a very resilient profession. I think accountants are here to stay. We may redefine ourselves in different directions. We are very heavily embedded into data analytics as the world develops and moves. We're not stagnant. If we are stagnant, we will be left there. So we are growing and involving ourselves in the innovations that are taking place in the world. In our curriculum at the university, we have included data analytic techniques in just about every course that we teach in accounting. And so it allows our students to broaden their horizons in so many different ways. So they don't have to go and do financial reporting. They don't have to do debits and credits. There are so many things that they can do. So we're here to stay. I don't think we're going anywhere.
Thank you very much.
I'll be happy to hear from other accountants as well in the room.
I don't know if there's anybody with something to add. Dr. Theory would be happy to hear a little more. Okay, we will get in touch. I'm happy we are already collaborating and you already have our students. That means that as opposed to Professor Professor Eddie, whom we were asking to collaborate, we are already collaborating with you, and we would only pray that we intensify into research, we intensify into supervision, into publications, so that we can really get into the depth of these topical issues that are coming up in the accounting profession.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. And thank you very much, colleagues, for listening to the two presentations in this session. It was my pleasure moderating this session. My name again is Dr. Ambrose Jagongo from the Department of Accounting and Finance, Kenyatta University.
Thank you.
Back to you, chair of the conference.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jagongo.
And thank you, our presenters and guest speakers who have greatly informed us in that area of accounting and finance. A great conversation there that will continue into the future. Now we get to the panel 4, and this panel is focused on the sub-theme of strategic agility, entrepreneurship ecosystems, and human capital development. The moderator, Dr. Jedinda Moli, assisted by the rapporteurs, Dr. Jerry Jogona and Dr. David Keiro. Dr. Jedida, are you there? Dr. Jedida?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. We would request that we take the shortest time possible. If we could be done by latest 5, would be very happy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Nzuki. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible enough. So in this session, we are looking at strategic agility, entrepreneurship ecosystems, and human capital development. We are going to start with our first presenter. We have Dr. Lena Kibaso and Dr. Michael Mushiri.
Hi, Jadida, can you hear me? Problem.
For that, I was trying to get a better connection.
Okay.
So we are going to start with the first presenter, Michael Mushiri, the Department of Management, College of Law. Dr. Mushiri has previously held academic positions at RMIT University, Australia, CQ University, Australia, visiting research at the University of Queensland, Australia. His interest and passion in research cuts across a number of human resource management and management disciplines, focusing on positive forms of organizational leadership, transformational leadership, social processes of leadership and its substitutes for leadership. Is led in editorial boards for publishers, and also is a top academic reviewer in a number of publishing houses. Allow me to welcome Dr. Michael Mushiri to this panel. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you very much, Jadida. Can you guys hear my voice?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I'll try share my slides. I hear we are short of time, so I'll try my best. And just 1 minute, I think. This is an error. Sorry. Oops. I'll go one more time. Okay, I'm sure they can see my slide. Share. Can you see my slide?
Yes, you can see them. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be invited to be a guest speaker in this conference. I know Jadida from a while ago. I've been to KU, obviously. That's where I did my first degree. To be very quick, I'm a research in organizational behavior and most of my publications are in organizational behavior. As you said rightfully, I've also supervised lots of PhD students in organizational behavior, so it's fitting that my topic is on organizational behavior, and basically I'm looking at what we call positive organizational behavior and positive organizational scholarship, and I'm trying to see how we leverage these ones to enhance organizational performance. When I was invited to give this talk, I didn't mention to Dr. Stephen Mother that the only way I can contribute to is focus on organizational behavior, which is what I teach here at Al Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. I've just been here for 1 year, so I haven't been here for long anyway. I've lived most of my life in Australia, working in Australia. So essentially, this is a new movement when it comes to research in organizational behavior. Researchers are trying to understand the issue of positivity within organizations and whether there are benefits for organizations when they adopt positive organizational behavior and positive organizational scholarship. So what I'll do is try to move very quickly. I hope you can see my slides well. Is it moving or it's not moving? Oops, just 1 minute. Jedida, can you see my slides again? Sorry. Are they moving or not moving? Sorry.
Yes, I can see.
Are they moving or not? Just bear with me 1 minute. Sorry, guys.
Slide on presentation on.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, sorry. Something went wrong there. Try one more time. Sorry, guys. Not sure what happened there. Did I go off? Am I sharing? Can you share? Screen. Share. Sorry, is that working? Can you see my slides or not?
Yes, we can still see, but not moving yet.
What's happening?
Try on slideshow.
Thank you. Let me try. Tell me whether it moves, okay? Does it move? It moves on my screen.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. So essentially, there's a new movement. People trying to understand what is it we can do to leverage positive organizational behaviors within organizations. So my talk today will be to see how we can leverage. I think, am I gone? I can't see my slides. Okay. What's happening? Jedida, something's happening. Is someone? Sorry.
Have you shared the slides before?
Yes, I did share. You cannot start screen on what the other participant is sharing. Are you guys trying to share my slides? Sorry. This is sorry, Jadid, I can't see my slides. Can you see my slides?
Let me find out. Not yet. Is someone trying to share Dr. Mushiri's slides? ICT, I can see your screen.
That's all.
Yes, he can be assisted from the technical side.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Okay, shortly.
I thought I better.
Okay, shortly.
There we are. We can see it. Try to move it a bit.
Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Like I said again, my My presentation is on positive organizational behaviors and scholarship, and we're trying to see how we can leverage what is good within organizations, whatever is positive within organizations, and there's a movement on positivity at the workplace, and that's what I'm going to be discussing today. Essentially, this movement on trying to understand the good, the positives, whether it's the leaders and the followers, and how we can maximize the potential of employees and the supervisors within organizations. So this topic is literally looking at positive work environment and how this relates to performance within organizations. So the best companies try to see how they can maximize the strength of the employees and how they can foster vitality and resilience amongst the employees, and they try to unlock employee potential. So that is essentially almost the description of what we call positive organizational behavior and positive organizational scholarship. Alongside this is a new discussion about positive forms of leadership, and amongst these leadership behaviors and styles is what we call authentic leadership, ethical leadership, servant leadership, and transformational leadership. Also, there's what we call positive psychological resources. And again, within this movement of positivity within organizations, there's what we call thriving. There's something we call psychological capital and organizational virtuousness. I'll very, very quickly try to show you the definitions, but essentially by looking at authentic leadership, these are leaders that are, they promote positive psychological capacities within the employees, and there's a sense of a positive ethical climate within the workplaces. Some of the authentic leaders, usually they do foster what you call positive self-development. You can notice the use of the word positively. So authentic leadership is a form of a positive leadership, and essentially what it does is it does all the good things that a leader is supposed to be doing to maximize performance within organizations. And some of the outcomes of authentic leadership, things like followers drive much better to work, employees are much more creative, definitely increases hope amongst the employees. The other positive form of leadership is what we call ethical leadership. I'm giving you the references, the seminal works like Brown Trevino. These are the key researchers in this field at the very beginning. And again, ethical leadership is a leadership style which promotes honesty, shared moral values, and beliefs. Again, it's a positive form of leadership, and what it does is it does improve followers' in-role performance. It does improve followers' organizational commitment, and it reduces turnover. It also minimizes disengagement behaviors amongst employees. The other positive form of leadership is what we call servant leadership. This is essentially a leadership style which puts followers first, empowers employees, and again, it does try to develop the full potential of the employees. The good outcomes of servant leadership includes, followers realize their full capabilities, again, improves job performance, or what you call in-role performance. It does foster a positive service climate. Again, it does help followers, reduces turnover again. Another form of a positive form of leadership is what you call transformational leadership. This is the most famous leadership style. Probably most of you have heard of transformational leadership. Again, this is a leadership style, which provides idealized influence, or it's very charismatic. There's lots of inspirational motivation from the leader. There's a lot of intellectual stimulation coming from the leader. There's also individualized consideration for their followers. Some of the outcomes of this form of leadership include improves job performance within organizations, improves trust in the leader. We do know the consequences of trusting a leader. You're most likely going to perform much, much better. Again, it does have a consequence of organizational commitment and citizenship behaviors. when it comes to what we call positive psychological resources, again, this is within it's within the positive organizational behavior and positive organizational scholarship field. There's something called psychological capital. Again, this is something within the employees. It's a state-like positive psychological construct where employees are more optimistic, they're more hopeful, they're more resilient, and there's that sense of self-efficacy amongst employees. Then there's another concept within the positive psychological resources, what we call organizational virtuousness. This again, it's also another concept which captures employees being optimistic, having this aspects of forgiveness and trusting and having compassion and having integrity. Again, these are positive forms of employees, and they can be harnessed by organizations. They can be harnessed by supervisors for higher performance within organizations. The final positive psychological resource that I'll mention is what we call thriving. Again, this is a very huge concept in organizational behavior. It is basically a positive psychological state in which individuals experience both a sense of vitality and a sense of learning at work. This concept is huge in terms, and lots of organizations are spending a lot of money trying to understand the concept of thriving and how employees can thrive at the workplaces. We do know overall the consequences of both psychological capital, organizational virtuousness, and thriving. That are they foster higher job performance, they foster higher organizational citizenship behaviors, they foster higher creativity amongst employees, and they also focus on developing those employees. Basically, they do help with minimizing absenteeism. They generally do help in fostering healthy employees and employee well-being, essentially. I'm just going through this because of time. So this is a model that was captured by one of my PhD students back in Australia. Essentially, we're looking at positive forms of leadership. We looked at ethical, servant, and transformation leadership. We didn't look at authentic, and so I'm trying to adapt that model to try to, discuss this issue of positive form of leadership and how positivity within organizations is having an impact on performance. If you look at this figure, you can see that each of these leadership styles, which I'm calling positive forms of leadership, they do have an impact on what I'm calling psychological capital, or what I'm calling thriving at work, leading to what we call indoor job performance, or what we call prosocial behaviors, or external performance. I hope this works. Does it work or not? Oops. So this is a study. It's a reflection from a study we did a while ago, which was published in one of the best journals in organizational behavior, and it's on servant leadership, which is a positive form of leadership, and how it impacts thriving and positive health. That's myself and a colleague of mine in the US called Fred Walumba, very famous guy when it comes to research on leadership. And essentially what we did was try to see whether servant leadership as a form of positive leadership does have an impact on performance, how it does this. And as you can see, organizations that are going to embrace servant leadership will have higher performance, will have increments in terms of employee well-being, what we call positive health. They also do improve organizational commitment. They actually enhance organizational commitment. So as you can see, servant leadership does impact driving at work. This is another reflection of mine from a PhD student again, where published in a journal called Personnel Review, which is another good journal. Again, we're trying to look at how leadership, transformational leadership, which is a positive form of leadership, how it influences job engagement, again, to influence innovative work behaviors, and within this, by checking for how this happens, we do also understand the other things that are going to have an impact on job engagement. This included high performance work systems, or what my student called high performance human resource practices within the context of our climate for innovation. So again, you can see the benefits of embracing positive forms of leadership in terms of helping employees be more pro-social, or what I call OCB, and also in terms of employees being more innovative within the workplaces. So I'm concluding this by saying that many organizations, whether it's in Kenya or some other places, the best organizations are the ones that are embracing positive organizational behavior and positive organizational scholarship concepts, including thriving, psychological capital, organizational virtuousness, because they do actually improve employee well-being and health. And we just need to develop and apply, because research shows positive forms of leadership are good forms of leadership. We need to minimize the negative consequences of negative forms of leadership, forms like unethical leadership, destructive and toxic leadership, and aspects of abusive supervision. I'm going to end there. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take. Jadida, can you hear me? Jadida, can you hear me?
Okay, thank you, Daktari, for that.
Thank you so much. Yes, I can. Insightful presentation, that is what I can say. I will come back to it, as I'm sure my fellow colleagues have had new terminologies. And yes, I can.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope, can you hear me, Dr. Nzuki and the members?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you, though breaking a little. Just proceed.
Okay. So I'll say thank you so much, Dr. Michael Mushiri, for your presentation. We'll take the questions and answer at the end of the session. Now we can listen to Dr. Lena Akebaso. So I wish to introduce Dr. Lena. So Dr. Lena is a certified oncology nurse who currently provides her services as a clinical research associate. She holds an MSc from Kenyatta University, MSN degree from Grand Crayon University, and a PhD in social policy development and analysis. Is a co-founder of the Kembaso Foundation, a coach, a mentor in supporting professionals in allied health services. She is also the CEO of KEBS Home Care and Boyan Healthcare Serving Agency. She is a women and a youth champion in areas of academic and life skills. It is our honor to welcome you to this conference, Dr. Lena.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. You were breaking a little bit, but that's fine. I know everybody's tired. It's at the end of the day, and everybody would like to go home. Oh, let me turn on my video. Oops. Okay. So I know everybody has talked so much of academia and what strategies to put in place and everything to improve organizational management and financing and everything else. I will be talking about what actually works in the field as an employer and as an employee. As Jadida said, I work full-time in the corporate America in one of the pharmaceutical companies. The company contracted with the pharmaceutical company as a trained nurse. And also I do a lot of volunteer through Kebaso Foundation in mentoring young people in education, in science and technology, and in business. And when I was invited to this conference about business and development, I looked at the various sections, and what attracted me most, or what aligns most to most of what I do, is the strategic agility, entrepreneurs, ecosystems, and human capital. I will summarize my presentation. I'm not going to put up all the slides up there. I just put up the 3 slides when I looked at the waiting time, and I said nobody's going to be absorbing all this, so I simply reduced my slide to key things that I will talk about that will speak to the graduates that graduate from the different departments and what they can do with themselves. When we talk about strategic agility, as an employer, first, I look at the person that I'm going to hire. How quickly can they think, and how quickly can they act? When I'm interviewing people to work, either as volunteers or as employees, that is something that I really look at first. Because you can have all the trainings and everything, but if you're not able to think quickly and also act quickly on these things, then there is low productivity, or there will be delayed productivity, and there will be no innovation coming your way, because you will be sitting there trying to do what is expected without thinking outside of the box. But if you're a fast thinker, then you'll be able to do your work and be able to think outside of the box and re-innovate yourself even within your workspace. So when I'm looking at entrepreneurship, the people that are hired, or people that most of the companies that I work with or talk to learn new things on how to manage a company, they really focus mostly on 3 things. I know when we talk about human capital, many people think about human beings as assets, as things that they're gonna use to make money for their companies. But one thing that I realize that lacks, especially in our continent, is really focusing on the employees. For example, many of our companies in our continent do not focus on employee health overall. Like, you don't look at the person overall, like what are they bringing, what are they going through, what do we need to incorporate into them. Look at their health. Do we give them just health insurance and leave them? How are they setting up good health habits? And if they're setting up good health habits, they're being productive at work, do we provide a good working environment? And that makes them to be very productive. Then we look at their families. And when I bring in families, it's something that many people don't look at, especially in our day-to-day. When you are giving this employee, let's say 10,000 Kenya shillings, are you picturing in what is the life out there for your employee? You've given them this 10,000 a month to go spend with the family. This is a person who has 5 children and maybe 3 of them are in school. Is this money going to be sustainable for them as an employee? Then you realize you hire an accountant, you pay them a certain amount of money, and lo and behold, after a few months, they're leaving, or they're not being productive and your company is not expanding. But when I talk to entrepreneurs, especially in the US, many of the employers focus on looking at their employees as a whole package, such that when you're even designing the amount of money that you're going to pay the employees, their money is going to be productive to them and also for the community. So it's something that we need to look at as employers and also as people who are planning to be employees, because I know many of the professors here are employers. So look at your employees. How are you encouraging them to participate in your business? Because if you're paying them reasonably what can support their family and what can support themselves, then you're going to encourage them to be productive. And lo and behold, they're going to coming up with something that is going to help your company to progression and to be a multi-million company, as compared to if you sit there and keep absorbing without passing it on to other people. Another thing when I look at strategic agility and human development is the education. As an employee, I have a lot of options on educational development from my employer. Then I transcend that to my employees, that if I'm having you as, for example, the administrator for the company, what education options am I giving to you? Am I giving you some money to go back to school? Am I giving you a certain certification for you to use and also become a better person and improve in the company even without moving outside? It's something that as entrepreneurs we have to look so that we can be able to encourage other people not only just to work for us but also to develop ideas which they can, as instead of being employees, they can also work as employers within our companies. Therefore, if we do this, we will be transforming lives and we will be also enhancing lives through the education, through the family, and through the health. So when we talk about human capital per se, let's not just look at human beings as assets for us to just produce for us as employers, and not also look at them as people who need also to develop and also to be productive and encourage productivity and economic growth. So I'm trying to summarize everything because I know we're finishing in 5 minutes. So the other thing I wanted to look at is for a business to be successful through human capital and tapping to these people, let's encourage innovators. For example, in the School of Tourism, how many times do we talk to our graduates that you don't have to be employed, you can also be an employer? Do we give them the skills and the training for them to be able to become employers or to invent something that will make them productive in the community? Or do we just focus on just passing the knowledge onto them? Number 2, are we helping them to be thinkers when they go out there, or we're just teaching them on what they can do on the job? And lastly, are we helping them to be the doers of the things that they strategize? And to be the doers, I like the book Strategic Agility by Betty Bashall and Rhoda Davidson that they produced in 2019, where they come up with a good strategy which everybody is supposed to be like expected. Like when you walk into an organization, how is the best way to start your success? It's not just coming up and removing everything and starting all over. It is piloting little things using the processes and the procedures that are already in place. If you work into a human resource department as the director for human resource, are you going to start up with all new processes, or are you going to be piloting things slowly by slowly? So the key to success is to ensure that the doers of your human capital are actually piloting ideas and evaluating those ideas and making sure that they're being successful. And in the process, do not forget to reinvent yourself and also to create an environment where you're not stuck, or even your employees are not stuck in one place. For example, I will give an example of myself. When I came here, I already had my master's in human resource. I had a bachelor's in education. And I realized the systems here are very different. Getting a job and getting myself to where I was as a project administrator back home, it wasn't that easy. So I had to reinvent myself and look at what I have and how I can use it and how I can be productive to the people that I'm working with. And by so doing, I started piloting something in my life. I said, well, let me go to school and see what else I can do while I work. And as I'm working, I realized, well, I can be an entrepreneur. And that transcended to me having these many other degrees, because every time you have to learn something, and unfortunately you have to go to school to learn that new concept for you to be able to apply it, for you to be able to think and innovate something. And that's how I came up with the different companies. I know they look like two, but it's something that you have to think in the system. When you start up a non-profit organization, Then I realized that for this organization, I need staffing. So what do? Let me start a staffing agency so that I can staff my home health agency. Then I can be productive and have these people doing different activities, not only just for themselves, but also for the company, but also to better themselves. Like they're not just providing health to the people, but they can also do some clerical work on their time to do the scheduling and stuff like that. And that helps them to develop very well. So the takeaway from my presentation today is, as employers and employees, let's embrace innovation and let's embrace doing, but let's also remember we need to pilot the ideas, change the process slowly. Don't just come in and overhaul the process. You shock the human nature. And once you shock the human nature, then people are going to look for other places to fly to. I know it's hard to say that, especially in Kenya now when there are no jobs. Like whoever has a job wants to hold on to the little that they have. But there comes a time that you have very good people who can be very productive in your company or in the government, and they decide to branch out and go into private business to do that, or they decide to leave the country so that they can be productive. For us to be able to tap into these brains that are leaving the country, let's encourage entrepreneurship. Let's create the systems. Let's not just have everything to one person or everything into one area. Let's diversify the areas, especially in tourism. Teach our students how to diversify their ideas, how to diversify their careers so that they can also be entrepreneurs and not just looking to get a job at the tourism industry. They can create their own little villages in different parts of Kenya. Sometimes I get amazed when I travel. Like recently we went to Greece and there was this popular place that was so explained and very well marketed and everything. And when we went there, it kept me thinking that, oh, if we are in Kenya or in Africa and we try to market our area, let's have these nice little places in like the mountainous regions that we have, the beautiful areas that people here look forward to go to. People take flights to go and just look. And I was like, oh, this is it? And say, yes, this is it. It's the beautiful escarpments of these ruins and everything. And I'm like, oh, okay. And the place earns lots and lots of money, millions and millions of money in tourism because the place has been marketed and they have people there who have innovated themselves. The community, the government, the locals, everybody has created something that you look at and they tell you and they explain to you with passion and with enthusiasm. I know we are out of time. Anybody has a question, I'll be glad to take any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lena. Thank you for showing us that we can have a link and a bridge between academics and entrepreneurship. So let me welcome the members. Anyone with a question, we can take it through. You can redirect your questions to either Dr. Mushiri or Dr. Lena.
Okay, I will the question. Okay, go ahead. Someone was speaking.
No, I'm saying two of mine are in the chat, and I appreciate Dr. Michael Mushiri has already addressed mine. Therefore, thank you so much, Dr. Michael Mushiri, for that. I don't need to belabor. For Dr. Lena Kebaso, it's also in the chat. Possibly you can also provide an answer in the chat. I'll be satisfied. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with a question? Any other question? So maybe I'll ask Dr. Lena, what would you advise students, both from academia? You've mentioned rightly that it is our duty to explain to these students that they don't have to get a job but they can get into entrepreneurship, what would be your parting shots? Reason because we have quite a number of students in this panel that they can carry home today as future entrepreneurs.
Okay, I will respond to the question and then I will get to that. It's asking about the takeaway on exit interviews. Exit interviews are very good for me as an employer, because when I read what the person said when they are leaving, it's good for me to be able to improve my company. I know many people take it negatively that, oh, I'm saying this because I'm upset. I read those emails, and I encourage other human resource professionals to read those comments, because that is how we get to grow as companies. I know some people will be venting, some people will be explaining exactly what happened and why they're leaving. Because what I have learned through is people do not resign from organizations. People resign from poor managers. And especially for productive people like myself, I tell myself I cannot take what I cannot do. I know I do my job and I do it very well. So if I am not remunerated to what I put in, what my innovations are, what my productivity, then I will leave. But if my manager is very good, as in is encouraging me in what I'm doing, then I will keep put even when I'm being paid less. So let's look at those exit interviews very objectively. We can grow as companies. To the graduates from the tourism industry, let's take, for example, someone who is graduating with, let's say, food and nutrition. You have a specialty. If that is, I remember I was in the food and nutrition department before it was amalgamated to the school. So if you are graduating and you know you're a very excellent cook, there's so many events that take place in Kenya, and sometimes the food is not very good. Look at what is available in your community. Look at if they are catering services. What are they doing? What are they not doing? Remember the person that invented the eraser behind the pencil. Remember the first person invented the pencil, and then the second person invented the eraser. So we have to think. For example, if you have you want to be a caterer, what is missing? Like what I've noticed currently, like I was talking to my friend who is a caterer, and I say, sometimes you go to events and the food is cold. So, which makes people want to eat from home before they come, so that when they come to the event, they're just testing the food, especially the small scale, like the small scale caterers. I'm not talking about the hotel catering and stuff. I'm talking about entrepreneurs who have catering firms that they cater for birthdays, for little weddings, or for parties, for homecoming and stuff like that. So think about what you can do. Do you need money to buy these hot, what are they called? The food hot carriers, where you put in food at a certain temperature and it is controlled for the next hour. So you cook your food, and people know that if I am hiring Lena's caterers, the food will be warm, the food will be nice, the food will be tasty. It will not be a stale food. It will be fresh and it will be nice. So find what is the missing link in your community or in the business, and then fit into it. Look and research, read a lot. Now I've reduced the amount of reading I do because I'm growing old. But when I was a student, up to last year, I was still thinking about going to medical school because reading is very interesting. Read as a tourism student, read as an accountant, read as an auditor. Read and find out what is going on. As much as it's academic, if you're not interested in research, read and see what is the gap going on. How can I be a bridge in these communities? Look at the different businesses. Create an app for them. You don't have to be a computer engineer to create an app. Create the things that you want. Get a computer engineer and create that app for them. Make life easier for the business. And market yourself. One thing I will say, for us Kenyans, we don't own our skills. We know what we are good at. We know we can do it, but we don't speak that we can do it. So let's own our skills. And even when you go for the interviews, make sure you speak to what you have within you. Don't say, oh, people will think I'm being proud. you can say you're being proud, but as an employer, I will not know what you have until you tell me. You can tell me I have a bachelor's in education. That's it. But someone comes in and says, oh, I have a bachelor's in education. I have a master's in education. I recently started a mentoring program with the students, and I do that for free after work, and I enjoy doing it because I have a passion for education. And if someone says, oh, tell me about yourself, you say, oh, I have a bachelor's in education and a master's in education administration. Between the two of them, I'll be more interested in looking at the people, the person who is giving back more into the community, who is expanding for themselves. What have they done? They have started this project at their school. They have done this. They have done this. You own your skills and you explain it to their employers. But the other thing, as a graduate, don't just look at the jobs. And I will insist, don't look at the jobs where you're going to work. Look at what you can do to the community. Something as simple as, let me go back and do something in my village, in those little hotels. Let's come up with the standards of maintaining good health practice in food production and create a network and create some teaching environment for them. People will be glad to come and attend some teaching that helps them to better their business, work in collaboration with the local government, work in collaboration with the city government. And I hope our government and our institutions will improve to support such kind of initiatives that the young people can come up with.
Thank you very much, Tari. That is quite insightful and provoking. It's all of us venture full of thought. So for Dr. Mushiri, thank you, like I have mentioned, for introducing new vocabularies, even for the human resource management. Not very new, a new perspective that we can be looking at the in-role performance, pro-social behaviors in organization, and also the concept of thriving as a human resource within the organization. So if there's no any other question, I return this session to our session chair, Dr. Nzuki. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, guys.
You're welcome. Yes, Dr.
Thank you.
You have something to mention?
I'm good. Bye.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Nzuki?
Thank you, Dr. Jedida, and also the supporting rapporteurs. We are grateful for other guest speakers, Dr. Michael Mushiri and Dr. Lena Kebaso. We appreciate for that great discussion, which we are certain will be carrying it forward. We are coming out to the close of our today's session, and we are grateful to all the participants and the facilitators, starting with the morning session, where we had the Chief Guest of Honor, who was represented, Honorable Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, and also the speech, the speech that they delivered, and the great also talks that were shared in the first session by the three guest presenters, and also the university management, and then by the Vice Chancellor. We also appreciate the three panels that have been facilitated by our able guest speakers, the panel on innovations in hospitality and tourism and sustainable destination resilience, the panel 2 on microeconomic policy initiatives for strong and sustainable growth in the current age of uncertainty in the global economy. And then we had the panel 3 on environmental accounting reporting, financial innovations, and sustainable socio-economic development. And we've just enjoyed learning much more about strategic agility, entrepreneurship, ecosystems, and human capital development. We so much appreciate, and we've gone home more learned with fresh ideas, which now open a new chapter in discussions on advancing those areas that will continue to impact on our society as we seek to refresh the body of knowledge. Tomorrow, we will be starting the session at 8:30, and therefore we call on us to have logged us from 7:30 so that we may start on time. In the morning, there was delay, and that's why we've ended a bit late today, and we have been assured by the key stakeholders tomorrow that they are ready to be on time. So I wish you well, and thank you for having that patience the whole day. We look forward to continuing with the conversation tomorrow in the different areas. Thank you, God bless you, and have a great evening till tomorrow morning. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. You may exit at your own. Thank you.
You're closer to the story. We couldn't have it any other way. Join me. Saturday.